reports are showing that there is an increase in hate crime against transgender people. And I do think that is very strongly linked to a lot of predators exploiting rules that are made for trans people to carry out activities that those rules should be nowhere near. We see it with men exposing themselves in bathrooms. We see it with people trying to access single-sex spaces, such as women's prisons, when they have been convicted for violence against women and their victims are being forced to refer to them with female pronouns. That is not right. That is not right. So we have to make sure that we can sweep all that away. And when we do, life will get better for transgender people. But also, if, going back to your comments about, your point about me using the word epidemic, I will say again, almost an epidemic. And I talked about where the evidence was coming from in the previous question, but I'm not going to shy away from this. We cannot create a chilling effect on politicians and clinicians or anyone else raising concerns. That is not what our job is.
You've made statements that contradict some of the best available evidence, including the government's own data. For instance, the LGBT survey that showed that there's no evidence of trans in a way the gay, but substantial evidence that trans people were at twice the risk of being exposed to conversion practices. And you've also made these statements using inflammatory language that likens children and young people coming out as trans to the spread of a disease.
I've never said that. That is a lie.
Well,
that is a lie, and I think you should withdraw that statement. That is a lie. You are lying. You are lying.
I'm not lying.
You are lying. I have never ever used the word disease, and I think this is exactly what I'm talking about. You are making statements in a select committee that are untrue.
You've just called me a liar.
Can I just remind the Minister that is unparliamentary
right.
language?
What she has said is not true. It's not true, and we have to use facts in this room. We can't just make stuff up. This is what I'm talking about.
Well, I absolutely agree with you. I just don't think that your facts necessarily...
When was that statement made? And where?
So this is the government's own data.
No. You said I used the word disease. When?
I don't know. Did you?
Of course I didn't.
Well,
and so you don't even know where that came from. Where did you get that from? Where did you get that from?
I'm not here to answer your questions.
Because you don't know. Because you don't know. It is not true. And you should not be saying that in this committee when you don't know where that statement came from.
I'm not calling you a liar. You called me a liar.
Can we please make sure that both of you use parliamentary language, please? I won't have this degenerate.
Well, I will not have my name maligned by people making false statements about me. That is not true. We have to do better than this.
I absolutely agree with you, Minister. We have to do better than this. You yourself used the word explosion in response to an earlier question about the numbers of young trans people, and then didn't produce any
referrals to gender identity
explosion,
clinics.
But you haven't provided the data to back that up.
I'm sure we have that data because we know that I'm sure we have that data.
Can you provide the committee with the data?
I'm sure we can. I'm sure that we can provide that data to the committee. I don't have it to hand, but I didn't. You asked me a question and I answered it. I can provide backup data.
And you used the word explosion without the data to back it up. So, Mr. Bell, perhaps you would provide us with the data that will evidence that. Thank you.
Purpose is to condole the entire country through the army on the loss of life in Kaduna is tragic. But as people of faith and the people who believe in this country, but importantly, faith. Death through Balud Nabi and the separation of God, the Shahada. We must take this as a tragic event decided by God. Otherwise, it won't happen. It's all about our country. It's my responsibility as a commander-in-chief to encourage and motivate our military men who are being asked to be forward to give their life for the stability, peace, and prosperity of this country. And that's what I came.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your geographical location. You've listened to two videos that have just been played. Two things highlighted in the first video to me. One, we have to use fact, and two, we have to do better. Let me lay the foundation first. Foundation number one, I am not standing on any moral high ground in respect to this broadcast. I'm standing on my own, and on my own alone I am standing. So, therefore, as audience and viewers, I beg your pardon, you have a right to prove me wrong and call me out. And we must be held accountable. The first video clearly shows that even though she did not make that statement, she was about to be held accountable for comment that was made or claim that she made. Because what? The words we use, they are what? They are powerful. And you can see that every one of these careless words is going to come back to haunt you, us. There will be a time of reckoning. Words are powerful. Take them seriously. Design is defined by a plan or conceived in detail or for a specific purpose. The president claims that the tragic event is designed by God. Where did he get that fact from? And for what purpose will that event produce to us? As people of faith, we all, every one of us, we are people of faith. We may not share the same faith, but what? We are people of faith. And when it comes to the sanctity of life, we share the same goal: to preserve life. How did the president arrive at the conclusion that it was a mistake? How? Tragic is defined as very sad, often involving death and suffering. Like I said, I stand alone in regards to this matter, not standing on any moral high ground. But I am going to say certain things in respect to me standing alone, while upholding the integrity of what? Of this channel. How? We are all people of faith. For those of you who are familiar with world news, some few months ago, a nurse in the United Kingdom called Lucy Letby killed about 3 or 4 children, babies, innocent babies. A calculated attempt. An investigation was carried out. The Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, is also a person of faith. I believe he's an Hindu person. Did not come out to say it is a tragic event. designed by God. Otherwise, it won't happen. Like I said, we are all people of faith to protect the sanctity of what? Of life. Agreed, mistakes can be made. But how do they arrive at that to say, to that conclusion, then that is a mistake? The problem is because he has never been held accountable. Therefore, no one can hold, he cannot hold anyone accountable. The incident is not designed by God because God holds people accountable. If it is designed by God, then God does not have the moral ground, the high moral ground to want to hold anyone accountable or to judge anyone for either evil or good. Therefore, it is not designed by God. We are all people of faith. And when certain individuals come on the platform to defend the indefendable, and despite the video played more than once, that individuals still decide to say no, that is the case. Double standard. And I said, on the 13th of December 2023, it will ever go down in history. And this is the same individual saying the Supreme Court judges are corrupt, and yet defending the indefendable statement made by the president. It's on record. How is it designed by God? To what benefit is it to the country? Can we also reach the conclusion that parents who are not able to afford 3 square meal, those who died due to bad roads and bad maintenance, and those who, for one reason or the other, cannot afford even to pay their children's school fees, is also designed by God? Otherwise, it won't happen. Even when those in the comment section and Rudolph Okonkwo came on the platform to what? To play the video, pointing out that, listen, you don't do that. He held on to it. Is there any wonder people say they use religion to divide us or to fool us? Some say the white man gave us religion. Really? But yet, they hold each other accountable, see, based on that religion. Why can't we do likewise? Why must we continue to blame them? We fail to hold each other accountable. How? Were the army doing a practice? Or were they going to bomb Boko Haram? And they mistakenly dropped the bomb there. And at the end of the day, it is designed by God. For what purpose? There has to be a specific reason for that. For what purpose? We all are people. It doesn't matter what religion you practice. We are people of faith. Life we cannot give, we must not take. And when it happened, people must be held accountable. Prove me wrong. Who has been held accountable so far? In my private conversation with Rudolph, I told him that 13th of December will go down in memory. I will always call that individual out on this platform. Because as far as some of us are concerned, we come here, sit down. We are bored, we are lonely, we don't have things to do. How? In my lifetime, I cannot tell how many times I have read the Holy Scriptures. And I can tell you with all authority that that incident is not designed by God. If not, we will not be here. If that is the case, I beg your pardon, it will be a waste of our time, my time, to sit down here. It will be a waste of time of many Nigerians that are concerned if what is happening in the country is designed by God. Otherwise, it won't happen. If my own child had died due to negligence of a nurse, and someone is coming saying, gaslighting, that it is designed by God, because it has never happened. If your family member was among those 126 people that was killed, you will never say such a thing. Yes, we think wars are cheap, so we can use it. Like I said, I repeat again, I'm not standing on any moral high ground in regards to this matter. So you can call me out as I call you out. We call each other out, and with the hope that we will change. It will help us to change. What is the offense? Who is going to be held accountable? Nobody so far has been held accountable, and guaranteed nobody will be held accountable. Because why? It is designed by God. God designed it. So let's close shop. Rudolph is wasting in time talking every Saturday because what? The situation in the country is designed by God. Other people will come on the panel genuinely to cry about what is happening. They are wasting their time. Because why? It is designed by God. The thousands of Nigerians who have died on the road due to accident, bad roads, I beg your pardon, due to bad roads, is designed by God. Otherwise, it won't happen. And someone came on this platform to gaslight that, despite those in the comment section pointing it out that indeed he said it. I have listened to that video. I can't count, picking every word. We are all people of faith. It is designed by God. This is the same individual who is crying, oh, Peter Obi was cheated. The Labour Party was cheated. Gaslighting what the president's statement. Designed by God. And no wonder the religious leaders fool every one of you. Because why? It is designed by God. Your situation is what is designed by God. The inability for those who are interested in getting married, having children, and unable to, it is designed by God. Otherwise, it won't happen. Therefore, we can reach the conclusion that your pastor is deceiving you, telling you that, oh, it is a generational curse. No, it is not, because what? It is designed by God. Otherwise, it won't happen. You looking at me, unable to feed your family. And when citizens sucked into this foolishness, and we want the country to be better, when we should be the alternative, we choose to follow in the footsteps of foolishness, because no one has ever, and no one will be held accountable, because this is not the first incident. We can go down memory lane. The president has never been held accountable. Therefore, he has no moral high standing to hold anyone, moral high standing to hold anyone accountable. Why? Because everything is designed by God. No evidence. No evidence whatsoever. Our words can be your salvation. Words can also be your what? Your damnation. How is that designed by God? There is no evidence. God didn't design it. He never designed it. It's either due to incompetency and wickedness of mankind in the context of Nigeria. I bet you, if Rishi Sunak have said that, it will not last a day. Last month, there was a riot in Ireland. The prime minister didn't come out. 3 children were stabbed. It resulted into looting, and the prime minister didn't come out to say, oh, the incident is designed by God. Otherwise, it will not happen. I can guarantee you, he will lose his seat. Even the justice minister, a vote of no confidence was passed on her. She survived. They didn't come out to say it is designed by God. Otherwise, it won't happen. Ireland is a religious nation. If you don't know, you better know now. But they hold their leaders accountable. But what do? All we do is we say it is designed by God. Otherwise, it won't happen. Therefore, God cannot hold anyone accountable. If he designed everything, then God himself has no moral standing or moral grounds to hold anyone, to want to hold anyone accountable, because all the events are designed by him. But we know that is not the case. We know that is not the case. So, to those of you gaslighting, like I said, I stand on my own going forward on this platform, and I will maintain the integrity of this channel. But I stand on my own. I know why I said so. I will maintain the integrity of this channel while I stand on my own. Thank you for those of you in the comment section. I'll take a few comments. And good evening, sir. Good evening, Comfort. This chimpanzee you call your presence really sick. When will this man start talking sense? I don't know. Let's hope he does. Mr. Good evening to you. Any link to come in, please? Okay, I'll come. I'll send the link briefly. Let me just take out some few. Okay, I'll send the link now, please, if you want to come in and just weigh into the matter. So, so you have the link there now, so you can come in if once you get the link. Maybe you can smartly change the topic on why P2B, the main opposition leader, is not challenging Tinubu on that statement. What about that? No, the topic remains as it is. It doesn't mean we cannot weigh into it. The topic remains as it is, but we can weigh into it. I heard he donated 5 million. If I'm correct, I stand to be corrected, to the victims. Will money bring them back to life? Why everything about us is money? Why everything about us is money? Will money bring back the 26 people? Will it bring comfort to their family? Why everything is about money? It's up to Peter B to challenge. I've said a lot of things about him. If he wants to challenge, it's the opposition. But like I said, I don't blame people who said they are all part of the system. The topic remains as it is. And I've said it. To hold anyone accountable, you must be what? An accountable person too. If I refuse as a moderator here on this platform, I have apologized to people. Even that 13th of December, I asked Tone, a panelist here, to retract his statement. But despite everything, Nigerian man continues to hold on to foolishness, gaslighting. And yet, he's the one that opened his mouth. He's going to sue anyone that wants to raise funds. Where did he get it? What moral ground does he have to stand on to want to sue? When ordinary statement, the video was played over time. Rudolph was forced to come on the channel because of that. Something he normally does not do. To play the video. He stood on it. It's not designed by God. That doesn't exist, but rather designed by Zoo Nigerian Constitution. Nothing on this earth is designed by God. Doesn't even have our time. He's just waiting for us to complete our foolishness and account before him. Many Nigerians run away from the country. That we will say is designed by God. People will say, yeah, it's designed by God. But we're going for a better life. We want a better life. We're going there. And yet we still claim that the white man put us in this trouble that we are. No, they did not. We are all grown-up men. We are all grown-up men. At AGK, please be careful of what you say. Well, what I say is on record. I've not said anything out of point. You tell me exactly, factual Holmes. Tell me exactly what I have said. Remember, I said, prove me wrong. The incident, the tragic incident, is not designed by God. Prove me wrong. I have told you my own point. I will be held accountable for what I say here. So I am careful of what comes out of my mouth. What have I said, factual man? As such, prompts you to say, I should be careful of what I say. It's on record. This is YouTube. It's on social media. It will be played over time. I can play the video for you again for you to listen. Like I said, we are good at hiding behind the screen and type. Tell me. I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. Ateji, please be careful of what. Okay, it's not referring to me. Oh, apologies for that. I thought you were referring to me. Thank you very much. The so-called God is also the creator of foolishness. So here's the link to those who want to come on the broadcast. Will Tinubu tell us now that our suffering design? Of course, that's what he's telling you. Comfort Babel. That is what is practically telling you. That our suffering is what is designed by God. That is what he's saying. So therefore, nobody should complain. No Nigerians should ever complain again, particularly Nigerian. Nobody should complain. We take everything and we just take it in the slide. And the slide, we just slide and go. It has become a norm to us. It has what? Become a norm. We've taken it in. We've taken it in. Someone said, one Nigerian said, electricity, you must be out of your mind. Probably. Like I said, I stand on my own on this. So if I am out of my mind, tell me exactly how. Like I said, it's easy for us to start to be behind the screen and type. How am I out of my mind? You have to tell me. I'm open to criticism. So criticize me. Call me out, like I said. Call me out. I said, and I'm repeating for the record, I'm not standing on any moral high ground in respect to this broadcast. So please call me out, One Nigeria. I am going to highlight your comments. How am I out of my mind? How? So I'm waiting for you. Your sufferings are designed by yourself, which I 100% agree. We see Nigerians destroying each other because of tribe. The question is, will God dwell in a place that is filled with hatred? No, he won't. But he expects us to change. Yes, I can agree that we design the sufferings by our own self. When we fail, the citizens fail to hold their legislators accountable. Everything is money. And I just say you need to support you. Propaganda lies to raise what? To raise fund. No. Support me for what? Have I raised fund here? You probably not listening. I said, and I repeat for the record, Niger man, the one who is gaslighting Tinubu's comment, said he's going to sue anyone who raises fund. On what moral ground is he going to sue? When the video was played to him and those in the comment section, even everyone was saying the same thing for the very first time on the comment section, telling him that no, the president said it. Rudolph Okonkwo came on the platform purposely because of that. He still went ahead. So what is my propaganda? You said I'm out of my mind. Is that what you mean by I'm out of my mind? No, I'm not. I've clarified it. Okay. AGK says, yeah, I've clarified that. Thank you very much. So the politicians are playing you guys like pawns in order to remain in power. Typical divide and conquer tactics. If I were God, according to Christy, I would just close the world and pretend I never created humans. Unfortunately, he cannot do that. Which kind of God will design suffering for his children? No, he did not. Even Job, who lost his entire family, still cry out to God to say, he does not deserve this. And if not for the sneak preview that was given to us, that it was not God behind it. God did not design his suffering. So if God designed the sufferings of the 126 civilians killed by bombing, to what extent? For what purpose? Who is God testing? Whose faith is God trying? Whose faith? My faith? Whose faith is God trying? Whose faith? Someone said, let's stop blaming the citizen. It's annoying. Listen, ask anybody. I will say, I'm part of the citizen. It is our fault. I will blame us till thy kingdom come, until we rise up to do the needful. Until we rise up to do the needful, I will continue to blame us citizens, whether we in diaspora or in inspora dia or diaspora or in Nigeria or in the moon or in Antarctic, as long as that blood runs through your vein and you are identified. Even if you have changed, you have 10 nationality. Your first nationality is Nigeria. I will continue to blame us, me. Like I said, I'm not on this broadcast. I stand on my own, and I know why I said so. I know why I said so. Welcome to On the Floor is yours, please. Thank you very much.
Hi, okay. Hi, good afternoon. You see, when I think about all the things I just flying about, for somebody to come out and tell you that you're out of your mind, I'm sure he doesn't understand English. Maybe he does not know the meaning of that phrase. He needs to go back.
No. It's clarified. It's not referring to me. That statement has been clarified. So
Okay.
that person is not referring to me. Ovio, welcome to the show. So Firestone, sorry, go ahead, please.
Okay. So about playing games and no blame games. See, the country has been captured by criminals. It's very, very clear. Very, very, very clear. You find people who talk, they will go there and postulate and all that, big English. It's not about big English. It's just going to be, I'll keep saying that. I'm not saying on behalf of anybody. I'm just talking from my own perspective. If these people are not kicked out by force, it is going to continue. I heard something some few days ago,
Sorry,
and
Stone. I want to play the video again for you
mhm,
and Ovie. I played 2 videos earlier. I will come back to you again, Tone. I'll play 2 videos earlier. I highlighted this video. It's gonna play now. It should play now.
That there is an increase in hate crime against transgender people. And I do think that is very strongly linked to a lot of predators exploiting rules that are made for trans people to carry out activities that those rules should be nowhere near. We see it with men exposing themselves in bathrooms. We see it with people trying to access single-sex spaces, such as women's prisons, when they have been convicted for violence against women and their victims are being forced to refer to them with female pronouns. That is not right. That is not right. So we have to make sure that we can sweep all that away. And when we do, life will get better for transgender people. But also, if, going back to your comments about, your point about me using the word epidemic, I will say again, almost an epidemic. And I talked about where the evidence was coming from in the previous question, but I'm not going to shy away from this. We cannot create a chilling effect on politicians and clinicians or anyone else raising concerns. That is not what our job is.
You've made statements that contradict some of the best available evidence, including the government's own data. For instance, the LGBT survey that showed that there's no evidence of trans, in a way, the gay, but substantial evidence that trans people were at twice the risk of being exposed to conversion practices. And you've also made these statements using inflammatory language that likens children and young people coming out as trans to the spread of a disease.
I've never said that. That is a lie.
Well,
that is a lie, and I think you should withdraw that statement. That is a lie. You are lying. You are lying.
I'm not lying.
You are lying. I have never ever used the word disease, and I think this is exactly what I'm talking about. You are making statements in a select committee that are untrue.
You've just called me a liar.
Can I just remind the Minister that is unparliamentary?
Right.
The purpose of that video is to highlight that we can do better with our words. And also, we will be held accountable for every word that comes out of our mouth. And if we don't start to hold each other accountable, even for, like I said, I'm not standing on any moral high ground. I may have said some things in the past, or even now. But if we don't start to hold each other accountable, even to the smallest words that comes out of our mouth, then we will remain in the same position. The floor is back to you, Tom. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay. I'm just trying to, whilst that video was playing, I'm just trying to find the relevance of that video to what we're talking about. Anyway, that's, by the way, ruled. Maybe you will explain more later, and I'll try, and maybe I will understand better. Right. So back to what we're saying. There's just so much confusion in that country. Okay, today the Nnamdi Kanu thing came up and all that. He was held. I wasn't surprised. It wasn't a surprise to me, because I know this government is illegal. How would they expect a court that we expected so much from, but they failed us monumentally and all that, to ask Nnamdi Kanu to just go shake his hands and go and say, okay, he's all right and all that? That is not happening. What kind of thing are you smoking? It's not happening. Everything has anything that is called law and the rule of law. We don't have law. We don't have rule of law. Everything is just broken down. Like I was saying, I'm starting to hear the stuff and all that from the north, that they are not happy. Somebody even made a statement that, which I think is a threat, somebody in the somebody came up with some kind of I don't know where the revelation came from and all that somebody's going to die in a plane crash, which is a very, very serious statement to make. And the other day I pointed out to you when he went up north to commensurate with the people that lost the people from the bomb and all that. I told you, look at his ADC. Have you ever seen his ADC wearing body armor? No. He was wearing body armor as well under his agbada. I knew it. I saw it. So there's a whole lot that is just going on. All this man has to do is to start doing the right thing, start engaging people that you have to engage, so that there will be peace. A peace will return back to the Southeast, especially. engaging with every Nigerian, irrespective of who you voted for and all that, so that economic activity might return. So it's with I don't know. The only thing that is left right now is they just need to be kicked out forcefully. If you can talk from now till tomorrow, is not going to happen. Glasgow and Smith Kline that left Nigeria, I've always known them to be in Nigeria since my childhood. Do you think they're stupid? They left Nigeria, and more are going to leave Nigeria. So that's just me for now. Let me allow Ovie to have
Thank
his
you, Ovie. The floor is yours. Ovie.
Yeah. Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning, good
Can you hear me
afternoon,
at
good
all?
evening to you. Yeah, I can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah, I'm sound a little bit tired. I don't drive for like more than 24 hours. I do cross country, but it's
Is it work wise or pleasure
I
wise?
don't believe it.
You say you are doing cross country. Is it work wise or pleasure wise?
Oh, join.
Oh, join. Okay. It is
Oh,
designed by
join.
God. Otherwise, it
We're
would
in,
not have happened. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
we're in nomadic. We're in nomadic animal. It's all go hand in hand. Anyway, I don't believe in coincidence, but you came on at a time where I'm in a region called Navajo Nation. Navajo Nation is a reservation for the Native American folks, people who originally owned the land. If the argument has been on for centuries, and at the same time, it was a day that the Nigerian ruling governing elite decided to say, we are not going to look forward, we are going to look backward, and decided to not to grant Nnamdi Kanu the justice that he deserves. Talking about how does that relate to what you are talking about?
Well, if you
Nnamdi,
ask me the question, okay, you're asking me. Oh, sorry,
no,
go ahead.
yeah,
Go ahead. Sorry, I thought you were
yeah,
asking me a question.
I'm drawing the correlation here. Nnamdi Kanu, give and take, is being held for what? That they instigate people to commit whatnot against the Nigerian state. Fair enough. We can say the same thing about Obasanjo, what he did in OD.
Exactly.
We are going to say the same thing about Buhari, what he did with the NSAS.
They're all designed
And
by
we can
God.
say the same we can say the same thing about Bola Ahmed Tinubu of what happened in Kaduna State, about the bombing that you are talking about. So that's where I draw all. But unfortunately, Nnamdi Kanu is being held, and the rest guys are working freely. Um, uh, Thorn said something that it's pretty much going to be impossible for we to take back or get it right with the way majority of people are looking at this, which is the normal way, right? Vote, whatever. But he said it has to be by force. I agree with it. Power is not given, power is taken. Gonna give history to that. Buhari will tell you Nigerian youths are lazy because, as a youth himself, they disagree with the system that is operates, and they took to harm, they took over power. Bola Tinubu, you can say the same thing to him too. He's not happy that power is not within his reach, immobilized, and he take over power today. So yes, I agree with Ton. And that is why I was advocating for Nnamdi Kanu. We need, as of today, arguably, nobody is conscientizing Nigeria as Nnamdi Kanu is doing. You can disagree with the way he's preaching his message, but somebody is preaching. Since we all have been miseducated, it is the duty of the ruling class and the Nigerian state to educate his or her citizen. If she fails, somebody has to do it. If you don't like the way doing it, do it the way you like it. And that is why it's still being heard. But unfortunately, people are still going to be questioning whether they heard him or not. So that's why I said, for the fact that I'm here at Navajo Junction, people who welcome visitors and they end up being strangers in their own land. And that's exactly what Nnamdi Kanu and the people are fighting for. That if we continue like this, there will not be Igbo land. They will be relegated to a reservation, just like the Native American people, to which I'm standing part of their own reservation today, called Navajo Nation, within the state of America. This is in Arizona, by the way. It's in the state of Arizona, but it's the Navajo Nation, preservely for the people that own the state. So if people that cannot see what Nnamdi Kanu is saying, that's why I'm pointing out this, that it's not a coincidence that you came live at the time that I left Dallas, Texas, over 24 hours ago. But it is not a coincidence that when I get to Navajo Nation, that you are coming on live. I still have about 5 hours to go. I'm going to Vegas, right? So history right there. History right there. Where I'm standing right now, the people who have been pushed, conditioned to live in this small reservation, once owned the land called America. So if you don't understand why Nnamdi Kanu and his people are crying, they are foreseeing what happened to the Native American people. So yes, today the governing elite decided to say, you know what, we are not going to look forward. We are going to look backward. And as I said, I align with Ton. If they decide not to reform themselves, we don't have choice. One way or the other, something has to be done.
Here is the question.
The most constant the only constant in life is change.
It's change.
Change does not
change.
They change them, or we change them. Change has to come one way or the other. We don't know where, but it will come.
But here is the issue.
And by force.
How is it that it is so easy for them to apply the Constitution on Nnamdi Kanu, but yet no one has been held accountable in regards to the bombing,
I said it,
the recent, and the ones you mentioned? Why?
I've been saying it before. I said the people who fought the Civil War, now they write the Constitution, now they form the political party. How do you beat that? It's the same people, it's the same generation. Now they fight Civil War, now they know why they fight. Now they know why they resolve up. Now they say, okay, we no fight again. Now that's okay, we could do Constitution, now they write the Constitution. Now that's okay, we are coming to political parties, now they form the political party. So does that answer your question?
Isn't that like recipe for anarchy, what you are saying?
It is.
It's a recipe for anarchy, what you are saying. When anybody can just
they are preparing.
Take...
That is what they are asking for. Because every society have governing elite. It is upon them for them to carry reform periodically for the progress of the nation. They have to look in within the nation as the nation change demographically, as it change generationally, for them to keep the carrier a revolution within themselves. But once they fail to do that, what do you expect? It happens everywhere. Some of the people to use as an example, the likes of Mao and the rest of them, that's what happened. You don't want to change. You guys are empowered. You guys don't want to change to reflect the reality of today. We don't have choice.
But Ovie, the idea that
let's maintain decorum, please. Ovie, once Ovie finish, you come next.
He's been talking for how long? Does somebody have to talk before so people can speak in your sessions?
Come again?
How long does somebody speak in your sessions?
We should sit down as human beings and talk. Right?
Hold on
civility demands that as human beings we should sit down and talk, regardless of what happened. But when the other party is refusing to sit down and talk, what do you do? Do you walk away? That's where we are. The elites don't want to do anything. They have conference every year. Conference. Good luck, Constitutional Conference is still there. Nobody want to talk about it. They don't want to do it. So what do? Should we sit down and just watch them until we all perish for another generation to come and continue like that? I'm not asking for anything. They are asking for it. I'm just analyzing what they are asking for. It's is glaring. Just carry out structural adjustment within yourself to reflect the reality of the people. Every day we chunk out graduates, there's nothing for them to do. What do you expect? You are preparing a ground for chaos, for a civil war. If it not happen within our generation, it go happen if they continue like this. It is not new. We are not strange to other animals around the world. Every society go through this. If you don't if you where they run things, don't want to innovate, don't want to reflect this reality, the people we don't have choice. That's exactly what you are saying. I'm not advocating for anything that is not glaring, is not visible to everybody out there.
Thank you. Forefather, you asked me a question. What's your
question? Do they have timing? And also, I thought moderators do have some privilege. You are very, very quick to jump. When you come to my sessions, I tell you, if you want to say something, you are free to say something. Same for scribe and all that. We afford moderators some levity.
Forefather, you were not here when I started this program. I made some certain statements that on this broadcast I stand alone. I'm not standing on any moral high ground. Okay, I have reasons why I said so, and I have not barged into your broadcast without taking permission to make comment or abide by your rule. So I understand. I usually don't give people time, but I think so far so good. I allow people to speak, and I know when to stop them, just to keep the conversation flowing, and I apply decorum. So the floor is yours, please, Forefather. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you see, the thing is, sometimes I just like to, go to and fro so that I can get an idea trashed out. Because for me, I tend to discuss things in an academic version just to stimulate conversation. Like when Ovie was saying something about Nnamdi Kanu and why it's like Nnamdi Kanu didn't do anything or the state didn't act properly. I think this issue is about statecraft, and I think to an extent we are missing it. We look at things as if it's based on morality or stuff like that. Yes, morality is there, but statecraft is there. A leader that is appointed by a state is not the same as an individual that is taking a risk to oppose the state. If you oppose the state, in other words, breaking the law, the consequences you are going to face, you have to face it because that is the risk. Like someone like Tinubu now opposed Abacha, he survived it. Not everybody did. Sarewa didn't. Quite a lot of people lost their lives during that time when they opposed it. So because leaders are in charge, for better or for worse.
Can I interject with a question, Tunanja?
Yeah.
Can I interject with a question just as you continue? So yes, I agree with you. The people officially elect the likes of Obasanjo and the people that I'm accusing, right? Why did we elect them? Or is it in the constitution that we empower them to kill us with our own resources just because we are misbehaving?
It's not about whether they were elected, it's about whether they are in charge of the nation itself. They are the ones currently in charge. Even if it's a military regime, a king, it's the same thing. If you see it in the Bible, it's the same way it is addressed. Because it is understood that when a state is in charge of millions of people in the context of Nigeria, that person's power is different. When they act and make a mistake, it's different from an individual. An individual will do the same thing, they will pay a heavy price, but a leader can make a mistake and he can make a judgment and thousands and millions of people die, but he is in charge. That's why he's accorded that. Otherwise, there will be anarchy.
I'm going to interject here. Looking at the topic, the topic of this broadcast, and your argument that a leader make a mistake. Yes, in the Kanu, the charges against him is in regards to treason. If I am correct, I stand to be corrected. And even though the law have said he should be released, he has not been released for some strange and weird reasons. He has not been released over the years. And the 126 people that was killed, also, who will be responsible or who is being held accountable, and how is the law is going to be applied to those who did that? Or is it the case you are agreeing that with Tinubu that it is indeed designed by God, otherwise it won't happen? Is that the case, please?
All is designed by God, and it's just that we don't pay attention. to what God is saying. The idea that that is, for me, that's not a controversial statement. I know a lot of people will just say, "Oh, he's just trying to deny responsibility," which is probably true, but it doesn't make the statement any less correct from the context of the Almighty. But in terms of when a leader makes a decision and people get harmed, they are held accountable at all times anyway. If they do wrong or they do right, one way or the other, there are consequences for them, and they have ways of punishing them or blessing them for depending on the circumstances. But individuals, if you do the same thing, there will be consequences. Like in the case of Nnamdi Kanu now, the Supreme Court upheld the judgment now, saying that they should hold him, because I don't know what is happening with Nigeria. I believe that the government and Nnamdi Kanu, they are on the same side. All they've delivered for the people is anarchy. And for me, that is very, very simple. If both sides are causing problem for the people, the women, the children, their lives are not getting better, the men, their lives are not getting better, then they are a problem. So
why is
that's how I look at it. I'm not taking sides here.
why
Your
Go ahead.
audio is gone.
No, go ahead. Ovie, you have to wait for your turn, please. Go ahead, Fofana.
Yeah. So the idea is that because the court has now upheld this, because we all saw Nnamdi Kanu say some things that are against the law, why did the government not prosecute him the way they were supposed to? They didn't. They are holding him for their own reason. And if the government were any kind of nationalist government, that they had any moral authority as a state, somebody that you know full well some of his activities has led to the death of citizens, you found him and you just carry him over and you didn't try him. In the case of many countries, they will get rid of you. You are not even going to make it back to the country because you've caused a lot of loss of life. Boko Haram that they are killing every day, some of the people that are dying under Boko Haram didn't cause so many loss of life. But yet, if somebody does that to the state, and what I find with people is that they always forget the victims.
Let me interject you. Fofana, let me interject you. You said Nnamdi Kanu causes more life than Boko Haram. Is that what you just said?
No. I said some of the individuals in Boko Haram that have lost their lives.
Yeah.
Some of the individuals in Boko Haram have not killed that many people. Some of them are even young people that just joined.
Do you have the statistics? Do you have the statistics? Where do you draw your statistics from?
Because if you take the entire population that have died from Boko Haram, the entire list in history from 2005 or so is under 40,000. So if individuals have been in Boko Haram, some of them have not even been responsible for 2 or even 1 loss of life. Maybe they are just people that take care of hostages and stuff like that.
Those facts, please?
No, because it's a fact of life. No, my point is that, see, it's a fact that not everybody that is part of an organization is responsible for killing. Is that not true? And it's also a fact that some of those people will lose their life in the process of the government coming after Boko Haram. That is my point. If somebody that is like that lost their life because they are siding with a terrorist group.
How many people died in respect to Nnamdi Kanu's issue?
First, the ones that died in the compound were a lot of people. If I'm not mistaken, the shooting that happened, at least from what I got, like 20 to 50. I don't know the exact number.
We need facts. You see, the first video I played. It said we have to use facts. I need facts because you first of all said God. Everything that is happening is designed by God. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Which I highlighted it. You've not expatiated on that.
No, everything is designed by God.
Give me facts.
Okay, I can give you facts. You want me to get the facts? You can look the facts up right now of how many people that died in that compound. But I'm telling you that it's at least 20. What is the term again?
Until you get the facts, I will come back to you.
Hold on. What compound is it? Is it the day they came to his compound?
Yes.
It's 26 people were killed.
26 people, you see, which is over 20, as I was saying. So that is just those ones. Not to mention the...
I had to mute you guys. Apologies for that. I'm waiting for forefathers to Google it and provide us the facts. Also, you need to explain how things in Nigeria are designed by God. That's your first statement you made. So you need to Explain that, please. Who is next? Until such time that for further provider. Jonaba, are you still there? Jonaba. Okay, Blackstone, the floor is yours. Jonaba is not there. Thank you.
Thank you, Lasiti, and good evening,
Sorry,
good morning.
Blackstone. Sorry about that. Jonaba is back. Jonaba, the floor is yours.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can you guys hear me?
Jonaba, I think you have another device on.
Can
Yeah,
you hear
thank
me?
you. Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, okay. All right. I just joined. I was listening to you from the background, and one of the things that you were mentioning is about the incident that took place in Kaduna, the death of over 100 plus lives, and the comment the president made that somehow designed by God. And my contribution to it is it's no justification in my own view, but then they sell what is sellable to the society. And the gullible society that refuse to take responsibility for their actions can always find a way to create a talking point. And then the question now is that you see that people that were there also clap hand. I don't know if you, from the video you played, and that tell the mentality of our people that someone can look straight into their face and say anything that they want to say, and they are not called to order. And this is where I also have a problem with the opposition leader, because it is their duty to push back on all of these things, to rally the followers that this is not acceptable. And they are not doing it in a general, in a way that impart so many people, and we can now have a dialogue about what is appropriate and what is not. How did the citizen hold their leaders accountable for their actions? It's either when they misspoke or they do things that is unacceptable. And I have a concern about our way forward, that we have to channel our anger through a leader. One person, and somebody will say, oh, one person is just one person. But that one person is a leader of millions, or millions casted their vote for him to lead them. So that is why that is so important that you come on this platform today, electricity. It is because, it's not because you lost anyone close to you, or even some of us, all of us that join you today, but we think it's a duty of a citizen to call things the way it is, so that the life of those that are being lost out of this careless act do not just go down like that. And that is why I joined the conversation, that this casting this bread on water that people are jumping to eat or not to eat we should do it in the way that is not poisonous. And what I mean by that is that you cannot tell somebody today. And another thing, our impression I want to create or to draw the contrast is that, yes, we should accept the fact that life, we all suffer losses, but it shouldn't be out of a carelessness of another citizen. We should make that clear that when this suffering, we are not created to suffer. Is we all suffer losses. I think electricity have mentioned one time the loss of his child in the negligent, maybe with the nurse or somewhere, and that's a pain, that's suffering. And we all suffer in one way or the other. So let's draw that yes, but you can't put it in the context of no investigation to know what is the cost of the whatever have transpired, how did it happen, then you just put it that way that citizens should just take it like that. And I think they give you a leadership for a reason, and there should be accountability.
Thank you, John Abba. Fofana, do you have the facts now? Do you have the evidence?
I'm sending it to you in the backstage.
No. You need to. You are a moderator. You know how to put it on the screen. So I need you to put it on the screen.
Okay, let me put it on the screen then, if that's what you want.
I needed to put it on the screen that there were more people killed during Nnamdi Kanu crisis than Boko Haram. That is your.
Is that what I said? What's wrong with you?
I didn't say that.
That's not what I said. Is that what you heard?
Okay, clarify yourself again. You have the opportunity.
I said that he has caused loss of life, and some of those people that are working with Boko Haram, some people that work with Boko Haram lost their life without even being responsible for killing anybody directly. But Nnamdi Kanu probably has caused loss of life himself, some of these things he has said and some of the things he has done. That's what I said. Maybe you should listen to what I'm saying precisely.
I heard what you said. That is why I asked you for evidence.
Yeah, you asked me for evidence whether they killed people, and Tone told you that about 20-something people died in that property that day, and you said, "Okay, go and get the evidence again."
Where is I brought the evidence. Those in Boko Haram killed more than Nnamdi Kanu killed more, even than individuals. In Boko
Who said Nnamdi Kanu killed more people than Boko Haram
during this era?
No, who said Nnamdi Kanu killed more people than Boko Haram?
More people died during Nnamdi Kanu. Am I making it up? You just said it.
See, you went on to ask me details, and I gave you the details, and you still hacked back to the original position. The detail you asked me was that, what do I mean by that? And I told you, individuals within Boko Haram that has not responsible for loss of life actually went on to lose their life when the Nigerian government came after Boko Haram. But in the case of Nnamdi Kanu, he is part of the movement that has caused loss of life, that he is part of it. He's the leader that has caused loss of life. So compared to that Boko Haram member that has lost their life without even causing death,
okay, let me
why do you think Nnamdi Kanu should not be held accountable?
Let me ask you this question. Somebody who is a member.
Allow the thing go round now. So
hold on 1 second. I know where I'm going. When I started this program, I said I'm standing alone. And for further, I'll tell you this. From time memorial, I've been observing that you like to deflect on issues. And I'm telling you now, as a moderator, and I will not stand for that. So somebody who is a member of a terrorist group, whether he killed somebody or he did not kill somebody, and he got killed by the government, does that justify him being a member of a terrorist group?
No, not at all.
So your comparison or
you're missing my point completely.
Listen, Fofada, with due respect, I am not missing your point.
You are going in a totally different direction. And I think Tone understand the point I was making.
Listen to me very well. I am moderating, okay? I don't barge into your program and start to run your program. If you notice, let me draw your attention. Sometimes I'm going to ask you to put the link. Even though I am a moderator, I have every authority to enter. If you recall, I will tell you to post the link so that I come in through the normal channel. Am I correct? Good. So
no
I
come here
don't
to
want
see
you
una
to
fight
deflect
now.
on this matter.
I don't know
I do
why
not
it's
appreciate
not even
it.
a fight. We are talking about something that you
Father,
misunderstand me on, and you refuse to understand, and you are blaming me for it.
Forward on this platform. I said it at the very beginning. If you want me to yield the floor to you to moderate, I will respectfully
I'm not
yield it for you.
challenging your moderation. You are saying you misunderstand me.
I yield the floor to Forefather to continue the
Thank you,
moderation.
thank
I
you.
will
No,
ask
why
you
would
to
you yield
sustain
the
the
floor? It's your
comment
show.
section. And
I'm
that
not
is
asking you
all
to
I
yield
have
it.
to
Why are
say.
you doing that?
Thank
I'm not
you.
asking you to yield the floor. I'm asking you to understand what I'm saying. It's
Oh yeah,
just a
now
point
somebody should
that
use
I'm
the floor
making.
so
I'm
that we
not
can continue.
challenging your authority at all. Why is
Thank
he
you.
left?
Let him go, I beg. Let's continue. Stone, go. We are having a conversation. This one will be winner. We are not having go
He
ahead,
just
Black
refused
Stone.
to understand me. I'm trying to tell him something and he refused to understand me and he left. I don't understand it. This is not my show. I didn't come to host the show.
Okay, now
See,
don't do now.
LFCC come back, I will leave, okay?
Let it flow. Let
This
it
is
flow. Go,
ridiculous.
Stone. Sorry, my brother.
Jesus
Black Stone.
Christ.
How are you black
It's
women?
not my show. Electricity, come back. Come on, stop it, man. I'm not here
We
to.
shouldn't be losing our. See, you know what I say that happened here. Our forefathers, to be
Yeah.
fair, he did ask you. That was his question, and you say yes. Maybe you did not hear him properly. That is what I'm assuming. And you did not hear him properly. But it's okay.
Tone. You don't have to agree with anybody's points. Let the person lie. I feel like nobody die. Let it go. Somebody continue. You just because I no me say I go change my mind. I mean, this is not a winning situation now. Do not the lie. Do not correct. Okay, let it go. Let that go. And so what? You?
I don't. Maybe Tone is correct. Maybe he asked me and I didn't hear him. But he went on to ask me about the individual in Boko Haram, and I explained to him the point I was making. That people have lost their life.
All of us here don't have accurate information. We are just talking out of our understanding. That doesn't mean we have the correct. I mean, we are just having a conversation. If we know the answer, we know the thing, we know go there here. All of us are just talking about where we know from, what we understand.
Please come back. You can't just you just can't you can't start a show and just dump us like that.
How can he just leave like that? I don't understand it. I didn't even challenge him at all.
Viewers, please. Let's allow the viewers to enjoy this program. Please, Mr. Stone, continue. You are the next. Let's go. You don't go now.
Let's just oh goodness. Electricity, let me just say this. Let me say this to him. Electricity, if you are there, you need to come back. I didn't come to host the show. I will be leaving. So because this is not my show at all. This is not my topic.
See, this is why Nigeria. This is why people go to Nigeria not go work. When they say Nigeria not go work, because it is like this. It's over. No. Let's continue now. Sure.
Okay. I will allow let carry on with the conversation. Maybe he will return. When he returns, he takes over.
Let's move on.
Tone, please go ahead.
Tone,
go ahead.
No, Tone, go ahead. Just
okay. Right. What I was going to say. You see all these things though, whether 100 people die or whether not this thing, we can only I said 26 because there was a place I read. So whilst Forefathers was fact checking what he said, I even went back. Some were reporting even 28 that finally it was 28 people that lost their life on the day. Whether it is true or whether it is false, we cannot substantiate. We are just reading from what has been published out there. But going past there and all that is not even the issue. The issue is that, like my brother Ovio was talking about, you see, power is not power. You can only take power, and that's where I stand. Like earlier today, I mean, me and Max was in one program earlier today and all that. I didn't show my face and all that. He didn't know initially it was me. I said, you see, sometimes the truth is bitter. People will castigate you and hate you and insult you when you tell them the truth. The truth is that we need to join because all of us has got a common enemy, whether it's Oduduwa, whether we are Biafra or whatever we call ourselves. All of us has got the same enemy. Same enemy. This cannot just continue. Look at the exchange rates for pounds now. Pounds is hitting 1600. Maybe in a few days' time, it's going to hit 1,600. What are we going to say? About 5 people have been crying to me. One is just like, well, one of the person is just in the hospital and all that, looking for just 500,000. She cannot afford. She cannot afford to do it. How many people are you going to help? How many people are you going to help? And when you cannot, you can't explain and all that. I've got my own bills to pay. Christmas is coming. I've got to send money back home. There are a lot of things, my personal, this thing. I've got to heat up my house. I've got my own personal things to do, but they will never understand, you know. So the thing is, this just can't continue. Like what I was saying earlier, I said I heard something, some very, very serious thing that is coming from the north. I hope Shetima is not planning to stick his leg out for Tinubu so that the man will just buy like that. I hope. And that is going to be another katakata. Well, that's it for me for now, Sha.
Thank you. I think I'm just been set up. You know, I am beginning to feel like I've been set up to come and carry, to come and take over the session here. I just came to make a statement, and this guy abandoned me here now. I'm stuck here for an hour or so. I have things to do. This guy set me up.
See, Tunanja, we go fi moderate ourselves. You can also leave.
Exactly. You can have free conversation, and he might even return.
Leave us.
That's true.
To have a nice conversation. Leave. They go.
So, but hey, let me make my point, because you are the one I was responding to.
Let me.
No, you don't have the point. You are not a moderator.
No.
You are not a moderator.
No, I'm not a moderator. There's no moderator.
You are not leaving.
What's the problem with that? Keep your point to yourself.
I'll be quiet. I'll be quiet and just
we keep
watching.
forgetting that this is about the people who are watching. How do you expect them to learn from every one of us from our points if we just fight every time? Let's respect the people who are watching. If you know, just moderate or you leave. See now, Tone don't talk. See, Tone not talk finish. The next person will go. Just like that.
Let me talk. So it's not my turn.
Okay, let everybody turn by turn. You guys talk by turn. Let me go, because this guy set me up here. Maybe he might return.
My father, you're not going. You brought this controversy, so let's clear it first of all before you go.
No.
I'll just be here.
There's nothing like clearing. There's nothing like clearing. Use your time to make your own points. If you want to use your time to clear and let's move on. Let's see, Abba, we're not coming here to watch ourselves now. Let's have I mean, nobody gets answers here. So let's put our submission on ground. Nobody get it right. So don't if you disagree with him, wait for your time to use it to disagree with him, so that you go around now. You go around.
Okay, next person. Jonaba, please. You are muted.
It's Mazi, my brother from Ghana, can go ahead for now, since it's
yeah, I mean for Ghana.
I mean, he lives there. I mean, that's what I mean. Right?
Now,
am I wrong?
Yes, I think the point.
Janava, Anya.
So, my turn, Abi.
No, Janava gave me, he said I should speak now. I did greet him in Idoma, way. Anya.
Yeah. Thank you.
You see, I joined the electricity when he was, delivering the unfortunate and what I call senseless slaughter of 126 innocent Nigerians in Kaduna State. But I believe that the Kaduna State has come out to say the casualty rate there, KIA, is 85. My brothers and sisters, even if it is one person of an innocent person that was killed on that day, it is regrettable. And those that ordered that senseless slaughter of those people, innocent people, unarmed people, irrespective of that, what they call mistake. Because, my people, for those of us that knows about modern warfare, you know that when you are sending a drone, that drone is properly equipped to see. There are cameras embedded on that drone that can see and distinguish people who are unarmed and people that are armed. If I'm using a drone or operating a drone, you will see them, you will see the rifles, you will see the equipment that they are holding. And there is no way a combatant or a terrorist will come out and begin to celebrate without weapons with them because they protect themselves as well. What was the rationale of unleashing that massive bomb that gassed, that evaporated these people? That is the question we should be answering. You know, for me, like myself and my senior comrade Tony, we were in a platform today. People, you see, my people, let's not just play down what is going on in Nigeria. There is massive injustices that is going on the Nigerian people. Economically, security, food security. I heard that a fowl now in Nigeria that they normally buy, let's say 5,000-10,000, is now 20,000. A fowl, 20,000, and we are going to festive period. I don't know that how much that fowl will cost when it is Christmas.
The cost of promotion don't go up.
Good. These are the problems Nigerians are facing. And the system will not allow them. There is what I heard from Rufai. He says 74% of Nigerians adult are suffering from financial poverty or something like that? 74% of adult Nigerians. How much? How much is left for it to reach 100%? That is the level of poverty that is going on in that country. And when to cram it all again, the killings of the innocent people, you cannot feed them, you can't protect them, you are killing them. What kind of country is that? I know when I speak, some of my brothers on the comment section will say, oh, you are from Ghana, oh, you are poor, you cannot pay. Yes, we are battling the same thing here, but we wait for them on the ballot box. That is where we wait our politicians. That is where we wait for them, because they cannot control that polling station and our ballot and our voters' card. They can't control it in Ghana. We teach them lessons when they get to that point. But do Nigerians have the opportunity to do that? The answer is no. Nigerians queued. They went out under the rain or on the sun to queue, to vote for the person that they want, that they feel that will deliver. But what happened? INEC selected. It was during the presidential that they told you that there was a technical glitch. But there was no technical glitch when the legislators were elected. It worked very well. What sort of country is that? They knew what they were doing. Is that the country that you are praying to be? My people, you see, for my brother, for two Niger, I from the time I started, coming to platform with you, you host, and we become, let's say, a co-panelist.
15 minutes.
I know your biases. I know your biases towards Mazen Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB, and it is shown clearly in everything that you say, and that is the reason why electricity is having issue with you. So you see, people are when Mazen Nnamdi Kanu started, there is no court, 18 of them in Nigeria, irrespective of how bad the judicial system is.
20 minutes.
Thank you. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu has won them.
Thank you now. Respect us where they are now. Sure, you are going too long. Respect us.
But I never spoke. No. People were there.
Exactly the point. You are blaming people instead of making your point. That's the point we are trying to make. We're not coming
what I'm trying
now.
Okay.
If we spend 15 minutes, you never make your point. You see? That means I'm right.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, it's not about go ahead. Let's respect ourselves so that we'll have a fruitful conversation. Mr. Stone, I think you next.
Thank you, everybody. And what I want to say is regarding the bombing in Kaduna. Like I said last time, it's very barbaric, right? And being a nation whereby the leaders doesn't have any regard for the citizens. It's like every citizen is like a common animal. So whatever happens to them, nobody cares. Nobody show concern. You just by making statements or sympathizing with the family and things like that does not make any change, because it's coming back again to happen again and again and again. And like the statistics that was given by Peter Bisa, this almost 12 times or 15 times this same method of killing people have happened in Nigeria, and it is painful. If you look at the innocent blood that is being shed every day in Nigeria, no, it doesn't happen in a country that says that they're at peace. Nigeria is not at war. We are not fighting war. There's no internal war. There's no civil war. There's no we are not fighting our neighbors, and neighbors are not fighting us. Why is it that we are just killing ourselves? The military who are supposed to protect the people are the ones that are being used to kill the people, innocent people, right? All in the name that we are pursuing the terrorists. If they don't know where the terrorists are, where they are based, how they are moving, let them sit down and jig their information gathering method. Let them go back and go and analyze where they are, because I think that they know where the terrorists are, how they are moving, right? Either to get information or to get information where they are, they can get it. Because if they go to these areas, the states where the Boko Haram are operating, they know it. They know the states whereby the people are paying, they are collecting taxes from the citizen. They know where they are. They know which area in Nigeria. They know what state. They know which city. They know which crown where we are collecting taxes from the people. Why can't they go to those places and face one-on-one and face the terrorists, right? Why are they sending drums, helicopters, heavy weapons into the cities, then bombing the innocent citizens, and we are coming back to say we are sorry, it was a mistake? This is not how a responsible leader, responsible people behave. That's not the way they carry out things. The military are supposed to be people who are supposedly to be people who are intelligent. But in Nigeria, our military, I don't know what I would call them, right? They are like just man of warming, like we used to know those days when we were in school, right? So that's what I think. And saying that the president saying that yeah, it is ordained by God. In fact, that's not a statement that should come from a responsible leader, a leader that have a mindset, that love his people, that work for his people, that value his people. That should not be a statement that should come from him, right? That is not enough for you are trying to please one set of the people because that's their belief. That's not good enough, actually. So we should be able to hold ourselves responsible sometimes for issues, for mishap that are being caused by the ministries or by the military. He is the head, is the chief of the armed forces, right? You need to take responsibility for any mistakes, any mishap that the military people are carrying out in the country, right? So coming back to the issue of Unandi,
2 hours.
Okay, 2 hours. So soon. So let me just conclude with this one. Coming to issue of Unandi as well and so forth, right? I don't think the IPOP have killed more people than the Boko Haram. Let's rule that out of it, right? And when forefathers were referring to
nobody said that. So that
no,
is
let me.
you're
I'm
not
not
answering
saying
anybody.
I'm not answering anybody. But when you said that Wabi people were killed in the compound of Nnamdi Kanu, who killed those people? Was it the Nnamdi Kanu or was it the IPOP people? It was the military that invaded his sub-province, his sub-compound, and that's where those people were killed. So it is the military that's also killed those people, not IPOP themselves. Because
No, that's true. But the instability that resulted in that region has caused a lot of loss of life.
If you want to
That is the
respond to
point.
everybody, you will cause chaos just like your predecessor. You don't have to respond to every comment.
No, I don't want somebody to be saying something I said and
You will have time
misrepresenting it. I have to correct that.
I'm responding to you. You can correct it later.
Yeah, he's responding to me now.
So
I have to.
at the end, there's something that the issue of Boko Haram. What is their agenda? The issue of IPOP. What is the agenda? Those are two people who have different agenda, right? We know IPOP is agitating for their own nation. What is the Boko Haram agitating for? Nothing. So that should be separated. We should know that we should know the reason for what is happening.
They're agitating for the caliphate. You didn't know that.
I don't know that one. You're telling me. So and I don't think that's for
they want a caliphate.
So I don't think that's what they're agitating for. That was agitating for. We are
3 hours.
No. Right. So I just try to clear that.
You know, Nigerians, are we ever going to stop talking? Nobody stops us. Obia is making a point here, you know. We should just, this stuff should flow. We should make it like a beer parlor conversation. Okay?
To Nigeria yourself, you are causing the problem, self, because you are jumping in between people are talking. All right, thank you. I need the floor to Ovie.
Right. See, I'm not trying to assume position of major control anybody, right? What I'm trying to see here, because these are the issues we talk about pretty much every week and for so long. So if we allow each and every one of us, I bet everybody I can talk for 2 hours straight without stopping, just because how conversant we are with the issue, right? So that's why they copy points so that we will not get carried away. 2, we are about 6 of us here. It will benefit the viewers more if the viewers go home with 6 different views. They will be richer, they will be more informed. But if we attack ourselves like that, they will not gain much. So that's why, and if you have time to talk much, you'll be tempted to start measuring people's name and start condemning their ideology, not even their point. And that's where all this in this starts. So I'm not trying to boss anybody, but I'm gonna try. But that's where I'm going. To my own point, I think this is the point Tunanja is making. Tunanja believe that me, who is his neighbor, disagree with his son and kill his son. And Tone, who Tunanja voted for to guide and protect his son with his own resources, so decide to say, I no like how they saw your son they behave. Boom, you kill him. To Tunanja, he could not see the difference between these 2 people. That's one thing. 2, Tunanja always bring number into play. You were arguing last week. I was listening about how many people died in Gaza and how many people died in the Southeast. Again, what you need to understand is that to a man who lost 1 person, feel the same pain to a nation that lost 1 million, vice versa. Number is not significant here. So if these 2 people commit offense, one way you they pay and one way you they pay, and if you believe in our offense they commit, why is one being prosecuted and that one walking free? Because in the real sense, none of them commit this act directly. We say they are instigator, right? It is bad enough the person that you pay to guide you is killing you. Why? Because you they misbehave for no reason. Nigeria citizens they misbehave. Go and wipe them out, and they are working freely because now we vote for them as if that's what we voted for them for. 2, on the fact that now God you're on there now. I made a point here last week that I used 3 nations, Nigeria, Britain, and America, where they derive their power from. Me and you go agree here that we derive, Nigerian nation derive his power from God. All of us won't go heaven. God is the ultimate. Everything are God. So if our leaders are now using the same phrase for us, why will they verse? Again, we have to put many things into context in that video. Where and who is talking to? He's talking to a custodian of not just tradition, but also religion. And in that religion, believe that anything happens, it is God. So there's so many things. So, and again, then Great Britain derived their power from what? From the royal family, from the aristocrats and the commons. Those who were in Britain can either explain better or disagree with me. That's how their power coming from. The American nation believe, that's their belief, but even though we not agree, believe that they derive their power from their people. So everybody, we have to consciously, we could not deceive ourselves. When these leaders, they use our way of life, they treat us. This is what we believe. Everybody won't go heaven. So now God one. According to Tunaja, Nnamdi Kanu being jail now God. Tinubu and the others working freely. That's why they commit the same act of crime. They are working freely is an act of God. Crime na crime. Does it matter who commit the crime or when or how? Since when people begin to define the crime and who is defining the crime? If you say Nnamdi commit crime, I agree with you. But the same crime, this individual committed under their watch. Obasanjo wrote a book under my watch. So they are all leaders in their respective way. They all instigate their people. Obasanjo give order to the military, the commander-in-chief, go and wipe out the people of Budi. Because what? I don't agree with them. Buhari give order to the military, go and wipe out the answer. Because what? This I'm misbehaving, I don't agree with them. Because this order cannot come from any other person. They are the commander-in-chief. And if anybody can disagree with me here, as in a military hierarchy, as a commander-in-chief, if anybody misbehave, carry any order without the knowledge of the commander-in-chief, should that person will go straight like that? So if you agree, say, oh, 9 individuals coming out for Boko Haram, why are they not being prosecuted? That's your point. But he's a leader under our watch. So Nnamdi Kanu commit crime, yes, he's being prosecuted. Why about the other people that commit the same crime? They don't deserve prosecution because now we give them power to come kill us. So if you want to look at moral way, okay, now you see them. If you want to call them by law, everything is open. They all commit crime. Why is all of them not facing the same punishment? That's the question we are facing as a Nigerian. Because it can happen to anybody.
See, that is the question I came to address.
You are a fan of Mao. Go and study Mao. People that you disagree with, when they carry intellectual cleaning during the revolution. So what Nnamdi Kanu is doing is not new to any nation. Go to the country that you live in. Go and study their history. We should stop studying the history of people who are when they're already in war power. Go study how they start, how barbaric and evil these people are. And you understand why some of us are complaining that these men, they are all the same. They are crime, they are all criminals. They commit crime. You say agree. You agree. So why are some working freely and why are some in jail?
This is the question I came to answer. You see, society was built by people that came together and started organizing themselves, appointing leaders and stuff like that. That's how we got here. And it's not because they are not individuals like everyone else. It's because when a society is being built, that person is more than an individual. This is why they talk about an office. The nation's office, leadership office, is not a person anymore. That person has transcended being a person now. It's an entity that is helping organize a group of people. Sometimes it could be as little as 100 in the early days. Now we have 200 million that is in charge of. Hence, he's no longer an individual like an ordinary person. That's why you have to treat them differently. If an individual tries to challenge your power and you fail, you face the consequences. That is how statecraft works.
Sorry, Tunaja. So a president cannot do no wrong.
No, you can't do wrong. Of course, that's the
So
that's
once
my
you
point.
do wrong, hold on. Once you do wrong, what should be the consequences?
Can you just allow somebody to talk? You spoke here for complete 5.8 minutes.
Maxi,
Nobody interacted.
Maxi is getting back because he kept
only
stopping.
3.8 minutes, and you started running and challenging me on this platform. Are you the owner of this platform? No, let me tell you one thing. This man is talking now, and you keep challenging and interjecting him. Why will you interject him? You are telling me that if they give me 15 minutes, that I cannot make my point. Are you the one that is directing me? Are you the one that is directing me, my brother? You don't need to do this. You don't need to do this. I have my own rights and my opinion. You spoke for 5.8 minutes. You spoke for 5.8 minutes right now. Nobody interrupted you. And this man has started now, and you come in. You interjected 2 times.
Can I acknowledge your pain? Right?
It is not my pain, it is the pain because you are not observing. You are not observing what you say. I cannot hold on because you did the same thing to me. You did the same thing to me. You forced me to keep quiet. You forced me to keep quiet. You cannot. You cannot. You cannot. You cannot.
I cannot.
What kind of wrong are you? You knew before you did it. You do it. You knew it.
So
you knew it. This man is talking. Nigeria is talking now. You have interjected twice, but you did not allow him to free flow. But you keep on interjecting. That is the reason why I am just calling you out, because you are doing the same thing your leaders are doing.
Max,
but when you come here, you begin to show yourself as someone that has you are in the embodiment of wisdom in this particular platform.
Allow me to agree with you.
I will not allow you to speak because you interjected me. You interjected me in a very horrible manner.
It's okay.
If you go to the comment section, they will tell you, allow the man to speak. I only speak for 3.8 minutes, but you have taken 5.9 minutes.
3.8 minutes. I don't think so. Let's calm down. Let's calm down.
Are you done?
See, I don't mind people
Tunanja, let me clarify what I did. I know what I did, and what he said is right. Everybody has spoken. You are the moderator. Hence, my question to you, direct.
I'm not.
You understand, Max? The fact that you say it's not for 3 minutes is ridiculous. That is the amount you use in criticizing forefathers. Okay, I did not interject because it has not gone wrong. It has not gone round. But if you say that is not okay, I say I agree. But
you remember that was the first time I spoke. That was the first time I spoke. That was I went out
and you did say it.
You were not here. You were not here when I came in and joined electricity. I was the only person that was here, and I requested for the mic, for the link to come in. You weren't here that time. I was with him from the beginning.
So does it matter?
But when I came in here, you started directing me. You started directing me on what I should do. You want to push me.
You have spoken before.
You have spoken severally. You interjected people severally. When electricity was talking, you interjected people severally. But you came in, interjected, and you spoke. You had a free flow. Then you flowed. When this man is talking now, you keep interjecting. You interjected twice.
Because he's the moderator, it is his time to reshuffle the conversation again.
He is not the moderator. The moderator left. He is not the moderator.
You spent 3 minutes talking about Ghana. You spent 3 minutes talking about Tunanja. You spent 3 minutes talking about...
He is not the moderator. He is not the moderator. He is an improvised moderator.
I am a moderator, but not the moderator of this channel. This topic, I mean.
You come here, you do the same thing your leaders are doing, and you blame other people for it.
You are the moderator. At this point,
I am a moderator, you are the moderator. Not the moderator of the show.
No, you are the moderator at this point because you are the only employee of this channel. I don't know if when I mean employee, I'm not talking about it being paid or not, but officially, you are the one in charge. None of us. Officially, you are the one.
Backstage, yeah. So the point
if
I was
you want
to
let's get something right here. If you want to moderate, if you are the moderator now, you just moderate and give everybody their own time to speak and let nobody interject, whether they are speaking against you or not, because this thing is getting rowdy here.
I think we can self-regulate ourselves. Well, let's talk as if we are friendly people in a distance. And Ovie, maybe the way you came across when you were telling him time up is why he doesn't like it. So let's act as if, okay, we are talking to each other. You could have stopped him and say, oh, I want to add this to what you are saying, you know, because if there's no moderator, that's how you have to talk.
When I make a comment, 10 minutes, 2 hours, it's for you to say, okay, you are going out of that and try and bring your points down. I'm not saying stop immediately. If I say stop, then I just say, I said 2 hours. Does he speak for 2 hours? No. But it's just to bring it to his consciousness that is that time you write up your point for others to speak.
Go and play back.
Let's take it easy because I will shut up my mouth again.
Do not drag this issue.
The only reason why I started talking, the only reason why I started talking was that
you were consistent. I am not a dull person. You were consistent. You were consistent. And if you go to the comment section, they will tell you, Ovie, allow the man to speak. You are interjecting too much. Allow the man to speak. It is in the comment section. But you kept interjecting me. You did not. That was the reason why I succumbed. I don't want to drag issue with you. I am too big for. I don't want to drag issue. We are on the we are on this platform. I don't want to have no issue with you. I don't want to have any issue with you because
we are not edifying ourselves. You are trying to force me to moderate.
I respected myself. That was the reason why I respected myself.
Come on, man. You are not having issue with me. You are not having issue with me. When I say don't do this, all those so many responsibilities that you have, you come here and you just start getting vexed. You know you have many responsibilities, Maxi. All that responsibility on your shoulders. Are you arguing with Ovie?
In fact, to Niger, if you look back there, I see them my farm. I don't go home.
Exactly. Look at your responsibility. You're arguing because somebody doesn't let you talk. So let's not worry about that. Because if you argue here, you go and fall down. Who is going to rush you? The cows are going to take you to hospital. Who's going to take you to hospital?
The truth is that it did not speak for 15 minutes. But common sense, you say that when I say 15 minutes, I'm not saying speak for 15 minutes. I'm just saying, oh, come on, bring up your point. I mean, that
is exaggeration. That is over-exaggeration. Accept it that you did wrong. Accept it that you did wrong. Let's move on. That is over-exaggeration. What are you doing here? You think that you are alone. You are the only person that has the command of English in
Maxi, I told you. For the sake of your responsibility, leave Ovie alone. Ovie is going to
I wanted to acknowledge my wrongdoing. You said no.
Ovie, let's just go back to the point because I think that point you made deserves a response because I felt like you were making it look like a leader that is in charge of a nation is the same as somebody that is just, I don't know, my camera is
no, I'm talking about the crime. The crime.
No, the crime is the same. The crime is the same, but it's not.
Then what about who?
Because who committed it matters. You see what I mean? Because
no. So now that's why. Sorry, to Niger. I use Stone as an example as an official who kill your son, and me as your neighbor who kill your son. Are we the same or not?
No, they are not the same. You see, two people are not. Let me explain why. You are not understanding. You are using Tone, but Tone is an individual. If you use someone like Tinubu, it's different. Like an example, like if a surgeon in a theater is prescribed medicine or a doctor prescribed medicine and somebody dies, you are not going to say, "Oh, go and throw that doctor in jail because the person died." There's a difference. A leader probably is responsible for saving more lives.
Who is the leader of IPOB?
Taking them. Pardon?
Who is the leader of IPOB?
He's Nnamdi Kanu now.
So that means he's official. That's why you agree.
No, he's the leader of an organization that is classified as a terrorist group, as a criminal organization. Don't you understand the difference?
That means he's official.
No,
you agree.
No, he's official that he's the head of the organization. But the organization is a criminal organization. Big difference. No, that's a big difference. Don't you understand that?
No, Papa, that's the criminal organization.
This my camera is running away from my face. Hold on, I'm trying to get my camera.
Yeah, he asked a question. How is it a criminal organization? Because we heard that the case was challenged in court, Nigerian courts.
Okay, the reason why it's considered a criminal organization is that because he was doing things that is outside the constitution. He was inciting violence. And so his followers were also inciting this violence and actually taking violence actions. That's what we are talking about.
What do you do to Shetima? Who support terrorists? What do you do with him?
See, if he supported terrorism, he should be prosecuted too, like everyone else.
So why didn't you talk about him then? Nnamdi Kanu didn't kill anybody.
He may not have done it by his hand, but he has instigated it. He has encouraged it. This is somebody that it's not like he is online saying it. It's not like he didn't do. He's saying it online.
I want to come in here.
You see grown-up women getting flogged in the southeast, made them to lie down, treated badly. Police officers getting
Niger, I want to come in here.
Okay, go ahead.
Niger, I want to come in here.
Let's just have a friendly conversation. People can be able to interject, please.
Niger, I want to come in here, and I hope this time I will be protected.
No protection. You see, there is no protection. The point is that
nobody can protect you from me. Nobody can protect you from me.
We should just be friendly. We should just chat friendly.
You lay your rules. You lay your rules, and you disobey your rules. That is the same thing the judges are doing.
No. I'm not moderating. I didn't lay rules. I'm not moderating.
Nobody can protect you from me. Already in my trap.
Ovie, mind yourself. Ovie, mind yourself.
Everybody, that is the
Ovie, look at my body. Ovie, look at my body. I'm a weightlifter. Ovie, look at my body. I'm a weightlifter.
I'm a live story.
Okay, now,
let's go.
Oh my God.
See, what I wanted to say. See, my people. I sought for permission to speak. Look, see, what I want to tell you now is, to Niger, until you can be sued for calling Mazen Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB a terrorist organization. That's number one. The court in Enugu has deproscribed Mazen Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB as a terrorist group. That has not been set aside. Before you will openly in the public and call them terrorist group, you have to set aside that high court ruling in Enugu. So these are the mistakes that our people are making. You don't need to call a group of people or an individual a terrorist when the court in your own land has deproscribed them. Please, this is the correction I want to make here. Thank you.
Fofora, sorry to break in now. What about Asari Tokumbo? Why is he not in jail?
Because he's working on the side of the government. And personally, I don't like it too.
This is your hypocrisy.
No, he went to jail. He did go to jail.
No, leave that thing you're talking now.
He went to jail when he was fighting the state. Just like Nnamdi Kanu is in jail.
Fofora, listen. He took a lot of things, playing with AK-47 on national TV. The world was seeing online. What did they do to this man?
He is an operative of the state.
So people can undo and go free.
Because he's an operative of the state. No, I'm not saying he should do it. I disagree with that. I've said it. I don't like mercenaries. I don't like non-state actors. You should always use the state actors, not all these.
Have you seen the video of Nnamdi Kanu was fighting for one Nigeria in UK before it came?
Oh my God!
Did you saw that video?
Why do you people say that? It's not real.
When he was supporting Nigerians, when he was supporting one Nigeria, nobody jailed him. When he saw the killing, when he saw the atrocity happening by the Fulanis in the east, he called for Biafra. Listen, he called for Biafra. They should defend their land. Then this way they call him. They went to kidnap him from Kenya.
See, so he actually threatened Nigeria before that video you were talking about. He threatened Nigeria before that video you were talking about.
With all those threats to Nigeria, your court has, set him free.
The court said they are not.
Your court has set him free
but
in 13 times. So who are you now? No. Well, hold on, my brother. There is a mistake that you are making here that I will not buy.
Can I say something?
No.
Yeah, let's allow Solo to say something.
There is a mistake that you are making here that I don't.
You
are making an incriminating.
Let's Solo say something.
Come on, man.
Don't do this. Don't make it up. It's what I saw him do. Go ahead.
Okay. For I just want to ask you a few questions. You are the moderator, right? For now.
Technically, I'm not.
Technically, but for now, we see you as the moderator. right?
Yeah, they just appointed me one. All these people that refuse to control themselves. That's
Okay,
the problem.
Okay, we
okay,
force
and
it to be one.
we expect you to moderate the conversation proper, because the way you are addressing the issue when it comes to Nnamdi Kanu, it seems like you hate him so much.
No, it's not personal.
From my angle of view, the way I'm seeing it, that is why
See,
the way I'm seeing it.
the reason why you see it like is because you love him so much.
It's not matter I love him so much, but
This
I
fact
am
is,
dispassionate
in a
about
you know the
him.
constitution,
truth.
okay,
You know
let
the
me
truth.
ask,
You are
in
biased.
the
You are
Nigerian
biased.
constitution, does it say that people cannot agitate for freedom or to go a separate way? The constitution didn't support that. Is it
You
a
know,
crime for
the
people decide
commission,
to do that?
see, human rights supports your ability to self-determine, but you
Okay,
don't have a right to break the law. And
how?
I
How
have
did you
seen
break the
Kanu
law?
break the law several times with his mouth,
Example,
like threatening the Nigerian state with violence.
has
He
mentioned
even
the
said it. He says it's a threat. He said it. It's a threat. I can play the
Mention one of
video
the
here
threats.
so you
Mention
see
one of
it.
the threats.
mention it so I will know.
What
I
do
can see.
Niger? What is the position of your court on the threat that you are doing? Are you fabricating a new allegation against Mazina? What is the position of your own court
Maxi, do you
on
know
what you
who
are
Nnamdi
saying?
Kanu was talking to? Do you know who Nnamdi Kanu was talking to when he made this threat?
What look, after all the talkings? What was the decision of your own court?
Can
Hold on, you're
somebody
not
also
answering now. Do
Are
you
contribute?
know
you are
who
you are
Nnamdi
you are
Kanu?
you are you are you more
Wait, excuse
knowledgeable? Are you more
no,
knowledgeable than the court of your own land?
See,
please,
I'm not
excuse
disputing
me.
what you
Let
said about the
somebody else
court.
also talk now.
Though
Should
you have
not
not
be a
provided
monologue
evidence
with
for it, but
two
I'm not
people.
disputing it. I'm just saying that
Wait,
when
let
Nnamdi
somebody
Kanu
else
was
also
doing that
talk.
stuff, he was talking to none other than Dr. Damages. He was talking to Rudolph
What did he
Okonkwo
say?
when
What
he
did he
was
say?
threatening Nigeria. He said if Nigeria doesn't give give them Biafra, that Somalia will seem like a paradise. That this is a threat to the
Okay.
country. That
Okay,
violence is
now,
going to bring
what are you
violence.
seeing in
He even
Nigeria
used the
now?
word violence.
What are you
Then
seeing in
after
Nigeria now?
that, what did the court do? What did the
No,
court do
I'm
after
telling you
that?
what he said himself. I didn't make it
You
up.
are expressing your own opinion. After that, what did the
It's not
law
an opinion. You
say?
want me to bring the video?
What
I'll
is
play
doing
the video
Nigeria? Why
now.
are you doing
Oh,
this?
no, we
Shut.
don't need
I'm
to
going to
go
play
there.
the
You
video
can
now.
play
This
the
guy.
video for all I care. But
Leave it once.
after that broadcast, what did your court do? You don't want to say that.
No. I think
Did they find him? Wait, did they find him guilty of what he said, or you are the only person that is finding him guilty here in this platform?
Mazi,
see.
wait, just wait. Let me tell
Personally,
you
the
something
same
about
court is the same court that
forefathers.
released that made
You
Tinubu
cannot change
president.
forefathers'
It's the
thoughts.
same court that
No.
has been doing all
Forefather,
kinds of crazy stuff in Nigeria.
there are some people here.
Personally, I say
The hate
plague on
for
both of
Nnamdi
their
Kanu,
houses.
they cannot change. You
That's
cannot
why I look
change
at
it.
it. See, I don't know why we keep taking sides. We keep forgetting that
No. You're
take the
not
people's side.
straightforward.
Don't take all these leaders that are causing problems. Don't take their side. Take the people's side. Because look at what they have given the
Forefathers,
Southeast.
hold on. Forefathers, let Henry speak. Let's hear his thoughts. I
Okay.
think he's been
You see,
struggling to get in. Let Henry speak.
Okay,
you
go ahead,
see,
Henry.
yeah, some people you cannot change some people's minds here about Nnamdi Kanu because they have this hate about Nnamdi Kanu. You cannot change it. That's for sure. Nnamdi Kanu is the problem of Nigeria today in the east, in Benue State, where people have refugee everywhere, they killing everywhere every day. It's not the problem. Is it the threat from Nnamdi Kanu that's causing all this atrocity in Nigeria? That's what they have to think about it. It's not the same country, Nigeria, where your vice president was eating with bandit, criminals, rapists, terrorists. Shetima, you didn't see the video, you didn't see the pictures about it. It's not the same Shetima. They found one of the wanted terrorists in his own state. It's not the same country.
The Boko Haram leader, the first Boko Haram leader.
Let me talk. You're talking. So let me talk. You see, some of you, I know two or three people here, two of you here, you will hate Nnamdi Kanu to your grave. That's fine, but the truth must be told. I'm not an Igbo, I'm not an IPOT person, but the way they treat this man is unfair. You see, you people support where they have terrorists in the north part of Nigeria, where the governors celebrate terrorists. They recruit terrorists to become your security agencies. You cannot even speak about it because some of you are both of coward. cannot come out and speak about it. They recruit bandits, they recruit terrorists, rapists to be your security agencies, police, army. But you people are here cannot even talk about it. Talking about Nnamdi Kanu, who said they should defend their land since they don't want to give them a fair share in that country. He said they want to go out from Nigeria. When they were seeing the killings, people, the Fulanis are going to their bush, doing some things they don't want. They say, okay, they should defend themselves. That's a crime. You forget the Nigerian Constitution said put freedom of speech. They have it, and the court of Nigeria did not declare Nnamdi Kanu as terrorist. It did not declare him a terrorist. So when you come here and start saying it's a terrorist, what he said is caused atrocity in Nigeria.
Hold on now.
You should be truthful to yourself.
Let me add something. You see,
we have
the
war
problem
going on in the north.
Gabriel,
is it cause of Nnamdi Kanu?
Henry, hold on. Let me just add something. You see, I like a situation whereby we actually try to acknowledge things that are happening, and because this is the path to true this knowledge and solving our problems. As a matter of fact, I consider it the literal word of God itself. Because if you pretend as if the world is not happening, you are ignoring what something God created, and you are choosing to close your eyes from it. And that is not going to save you in this world. When stuff happens, that's why I'm always dispassionate about this. I look at the world for what it truly is. Hear what he's saying, and think about it. If a northerner said the same thing, or somebody in the UK said the same thing, or in China said the same thing, what would happen to those people? Now let me play the video.
No, don't play this one. Play the ones of a bandit. Your governors celebrating bandits.
Oh, you don't want me to play it? Okay, there's no evidence. I thought you were saying there's no evidence of anything.
Play that one first. Play the one.
You don't want me to play it. I can remove it.
If you play the video, you have to play the one Sheikh Gumi said.
You have to play that one too.
Exactly.
Try to play bias here.
Don't play. Yeah.
No, I'm not playing bias. Okay, tell me what Sheikh Gumi said. So
this is the reason why I hate coming to this place. Anytime
I didn't play it. Now you say I shouldn't play it. I didn't play it.
Hate coming here when Nigeria is moderating. You are imposed. You are just like Tinubu. They impose you. INEC just impose you on us right now.
You said I shouldn't play it. I didn't play it.
You see, you select where it suits you. That is what you do. When Gumi was going to the forest and giving the bandits money in bundles, did you play it?
Maxi,
no. I'm not in the good mood because what you are doing, you are selecting, you are picking, you are picturing. That is what you are doing.
I didn't force you. I'm just saying that if somebody breaks the law, just the person is our own.
Why are you doing this?
See,
2 people here.
No, okay. Even at this, to Nigeria. What did your court? What did your court do after this? Did they convicted him? Did they convict him? Did they convict Nnamdi Kanu for all the things that you are going to play on this video?
That's why the Supreme Court has now ruled that they should try him.
Why didn't they convict him? Because he was standing against Nigeria entity, the indivisibility of Nigeria. Did they convict him?
They are just as bad. If I didn't know that, I would think them and Nnamdi Kanu are working together.
Let me say something here.
It is not true. This is palpable for
because you are not looking at it the way I look at it. That's why you don't.
That is not true. That is not true. What do you want me to understand what you are saying? You are just no. You are economical. You are economical with the truth.
Let's Gladstone speak. Please
let somebody else talk. Let somebody else talk.
I got tired. Sure.
I think Loco wants to say something now. Loco wanted to say something. Please, Loco, go ahead.
No, hold on first. Let me this is about this case of Nnamdi Kanu, understanding. The issue about Nnamdi Kanu in court or in jail today is not just because of what he did. It has a political undertone, right? It has a personal interest added to it, right? For example, let me bring an incident. Nnamdi Kanu said Buhari is dead and had been buried in Saudi Arabia, right? And Buhari was in power. So that statement alone, anybody that you made that statement against and you are able to hold that person now in jail, you have the right to arrest that person. Will you now come out and say that person should be released. Which will influence, put influence on the people who are supposed to give judgment, the court and everything, right? So there are many things that Kanu said against the government, not even the country now, against the person in power. That was very destructive, defamatory and everything. Let everybody. We are human beings. If somebody defame your identity, and now you have the opportunity to deal with that person, it's like a revenge.
You think so?
This is my enemy. He has been fighting me. Now I have caught him.
Solo wants to say something.
Power. Let me finish my statement. It will use all power to hold him there. The court have not found under the Kanu guilty of the offenses that of the crimes they are prosecuting him of. But the end of the judge even said to release him. Do they have the power to release him? Because there's a personal undertone in this matter.
Then
why do we accept the other court, but we don't accept the Supreme Court one?
See,
which other court?
Okay. Yes, of course. Supreme Court just ruled today that they should go and try him.
Yes, because Buhari is no more there. Buhari have left there. Did they ever talk about Tinubu?
Yeah, but my point is that we are picking and choosing what we accept.
Let me come here now.
To Nigeria, nobody disagree with the Supreme Court ruling. We agree. Let them go back to Federal High Court and challenge them there. Let them go there and challenge him. He is going to beat them hands down again. You go there and challenge them.
Let me finish my point.
You forgot.
Let me finish my point. Everything in Nigeria.
That's the point and finish it.
Don't mind him.
Everything.
He's asking somebody for the UK for postcode.
Wait, everything in Nigeria.
Oh, dialing code. Yeah, go ahead.
Everything in Nigeria has a different undertone. That's what you should know. Even let us even see what happened during the electoral tribunal cases. What happened? So we let to understand that the issue of the kind of being held there is not only because of what he did or the court has power to release and everything. There's a personal undertone in it. So that's why that is still there. Now Buhari is gone. So now I'm going to take a new dimension. That's my own. That's my own.
I think
please give me just 1 minute, please. Please give me 1 minute, please.
All you know, he's living large in there, and he's one of them, and you are here crying.
No.
There's no proof for that.
Blackstone,
we don't know. When it comes out every time, it looks fresh.
Yeah,
you forgot what Adike Debiri said about Nigerians. You hear about it? Then, when Nigerians are criminal or drug dealers, it's not worse what he said to all Nigerians. Nobody did something to her. Do you know what
that one is different.
This guy said about the Igbos? They should kill them during the election time. What do you call it? What did they do to him? Nothing.
Mr. Henry, put yourself as a person. Put yourself in that position. As somebody.
What Oluomo did is terrible.
About you and everything. What will you do? Will you feel happy? And if you have a chance of getting that person, what will you do?
But they should try it.
You take to revenge.
Yeah, they should listen.
So
yeah, they should try it. Not to keep him.
Moderator, what the fuck up? No, let me talk.
No.
You stay there, keep calling me moderator now. When you call me moderator, you get tired. The moderator left. The moderator left. I'm not the moderator. I keep telling you guys, he's not listening. Yeah, it was electricity now. He's not here.
Yeah, sorry, I forget. No, but in all fairness, anyway, to
if you do that, if you will sack electricity. If you will sack
accountable, I didn't sack anybody.
Fairness to Nnamdi Kanu, right? Yeah, you can say yes, it's not being treated fairly or this and that, but that's just to tell you how the judicial system of Nigeria is. You understand? I know in this case, right, it will not be fair. For Tinubu to just say, guy, leave this guy, let him go. You understand? It will not be a slap on Buhari's face. So they may want to come in a smart way to say, okay, let not seem as if the Federal High Court or they did the wrong thing. Let's take him to a different court a higher court, Supreme Court, where they will now have the final say, and by then they might now grant him the freedom that he's looking for. So it's as if okay, after all, the court did the right thing in the normal procedure, and just to come and say, let him go and let him free. I mean, you want just kill judiciary. You want to disgrace them now. So in order not to disgrace them, let's come with this, technical procedure, take him to high court. The high court will not be the one to save the face of judiciary in the good books of the Igbos, if there's something like that, or good books of Nnamdi Kanu lovers, sympathizers, they understand. But this is what I'm thinking though, it might just be that the Supreme Court will just slam him with some, you are guilty for this and that, but it's a bailable offense. You understand? They might not let him go like, oh, come on, not today.
But they should take him to prison, not to put him to DSS.
They're just like, okay, yes, you are guilty for 1, 2, 3 XYZ crime, but bailable offense. Just pay this like some or whatever, or community service, but you are almost like a free man. You understand? They're not going to convict him for what's it called? Not terrorists. Treason. No.
Treason.
They're not going to do that. No, they're not going to do that. Trust me. For any other thing, they might just maybe like say we just leave and free of charge. We just knock on one small bailable offense, then go home. You understand? So it's the gimmicks.
So, well, if they did that, would you consider that a credible process?
Credible process? No, yes. I think yes. That's what I'm saying. Supreme Court, they are trying to invent Supreme Court.
No, based on the evidence that is out there online, not the ones he did on the listing. If they did that just on his videos
which
online,
evidence? Now, which evidence?
Haven't you seen his videos?
Okay, now hold on. Now let me tell you something. Hold on. Now,
how do you guys act as if you've not seen the videos online?
See.
They've all seen the videos, though. They pretend as if they've not seen
it. Hold on. You see, in all the charges they've charged this guy, right? That video has not been used as evidence against him face to face.
That's it.
So
how do you know? The
trial hasn't even started. Relax, no worries. That video,
how do you know?
No, hold on, because that video was a video that was done long before Buhari entered.
No, actually.
Yes, now, of course.
No, even during NSAS, he was also making videos.
No, hold on. If you say he was making videos,
this was like
one
this
one that you're hold on now. This one that you're hanging on, right? Was a video that was done before Buhari came.
What are you hanging on? He's the one that made the videos.
You see,
this video you are using.
I don't hate him.
Let him speak now.
I don't hate him.
Forefather, let him speak now.
Okay, fine.
Yes, so was a video that was done before Buhari came. So whoever government now, which is Buhari government that's accusing him, it doesn't have a case against him, because whatever video the video you are hanging on right now is a video that was done before Buhari. So in Buhari's case, he has not committed any offense. Okay. In Buhari's regime, he hasn't committed any offense. If you say because maybe if you want to say maybe there's a case before him, against him before Buhari, and you just want to maybe the court is using that against him before Buhari, then we can say okay, yes, he has a case. But as of now, for Buhari case penalty now, he has no case to answer. Do you understand? So, like I said,
NSAS, he was active even during NSAS.
He was active. He wasn't active in
Harry, you are supposed to be a no-nonsense man. Why are you? Didn't you watch the videos? Did you watch the videos?
The government have evidence. Why they don't change them? What I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not talking about evidence. I'm talking about what you saw with your own eyes and heard with your own ears.
Which one now?
What we saw in our own eyes and our own ears was not enough to convict him in your own court.
Is it Buhari's tenure or after Buhari's tenure? During Buhari's tenure?
Local, please.
The one you are talking about, EAA, and I saw an EAA.
Local,
you
cannot change these people, forefather and the one want to talk now.
It's not changed.
My eyes saw it. Nobody told me.
Which one did you see?
You know, all this one we accuse Tinubu of everything. We didn't see most of the things we accused Tinubu of. But this one, we saw him saying it. We heard him saying it.
It was there. To Nigeria, it was there. The Tinubu went to school. The Tinubu go to the school in 1970. Did Tinubu go to high school in 1970?
Yeah, I know that one. Tinubu lied a lot in the forms. But let me ask you, Maxi, did Simon Ekpa incite violence in ever? in the southeast and in
Let
Nigeria? Did he
your
ever
let
incite
Simon,
violence?
let your God catch him in Finland. He stay in Finland. He should go there.
Simon Ekpa, did he incite violence? Oh, he never did.
never,
You see, this is my
never,
problem. You hear
never.
something,
If
you
you
feel
want
as if
to,
you didn't hear it. But
if
it's
you see,
okay. As
if
Jonaba,
Simon
please go
Ekpa,
ahead.
look,
Forefathers,
no,
please,
you
please.
asked me a question. Hold on, now let me
No,
answer your question.
you already answered.
You
You
asked
said
me a
no.
question and you just want
You
to
said no. I want
overshadow me
Jonaba to
again.
go
You
What
ahead.
is
say never.
happening?
You have answered now,
You've
brother.
Let him
already
make
said
some
no.
sense.
So let's
Which
go to
no?
Jonaba.
If they ask you when electricity was asking you question, did you say no or yes?
Yes.
You see the
Let him
hypocrisy in you
let him
people.
speak.
See,
When electricity was asking
Forefather,
you question,
please,
my
can
sister
say
made the
somebody
point
yes
have
or
yesterday.
no.
can somebody else have a say apart from Mazi? I think my brother from Ghana say you are in the farm. Let me allow
Mazi,
you
now
to
what
talk.
for you? Make you cool
Don't
down.
mind him.
Mazi, cool down.
Maybe
I
some people
beg,
come
just
and
have
take
my talk.
one of his
I
cows
think,
or something.
I
You know,
think
they
the
ran away
way
with one.
I think we have to be honest with ourselves and the future of our country and our children. If we're going to come here and say, "Oh, this crime is committed by so person that I'm loyal to," whether it's tribal loyalty or individual, and it's not a crime enough, or if it's committed whether in the north, east, or west, it depends your own judgment or sentiment. If it's somebody that is close to you, it's not a crime. And I think if we are doing all of those things, we are not judges. We are just speaking true to what we hear and what we see. That is very evident. But then, it is unfortunate that we justify wrong. It doesn't matter who did it, whether it's you or I. Wrong is wrong, right is right. Whether it's done by Igbo man, Hausa man, Idoma, my brother from Harry Gabriel, and that is from Morege, whether it's done by him in Germany, it's crime everywhere. And shouldn't be something we come here to debate and water it down. That somebody said, "Oh, why this person is not brought to justice?" Yeah, you have right to say this person. You can point at it, but you cannot justify the one that somebody has committed, whether it's close to you. You can say, yes, why is this person in so place did the same thing? It's not brought to justice. It's a fair argument to make. But to say this did not happen when it happened and it's okay, and what message are we sending to the next generation? And how do we think we are speaking truth to the power when we can just turn down on something that have a proof and we say, "Oh, this no." I think we should be mindful of those. Let us not play that tribal politics or changing and spinning the talking point from right to wrong.
This is not tribal issue or whatever.
Okay, then even if it's committed, if it's committed by you,
yeah.
you mentioned that the governor was dining. That is, it's
committed
okay.
this
You
crime
can
before
say
in that crime.
okay.
Listen,
why is this person not brought to justice? But you cannot
Yes.
say, but what this person did is not wrong.
What they did is more worse than Nnamdi Kanu.
Then you can point, you can put it that way, but you cannot say he didn't do wrong.
Listen. I didn't say do wrong or don't do wrong. What I'm saying
if you are not also man enough or have a good judgment to what is right or wrong.
Abba, if you don't get me right now, just listen to me carefully. If they said Nnamdi Kanu committed this crime, how long they put him in DSS custody for how many years? Almost more than a year now.
It's unacceptable.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not so. You see, if we can put ourselves in the shoes, or that is what I'm not saying. I'm coming.
Okay.
I'm not saying the issue is that I'm not saying that it should be kept there perpetually. Then it's a broken system that you can be you tomorrow, can be somebody close to you tomorrow. So what goes around comes around. If we support evil in any aspect of life, that this person is supposed to be there because he did that. No, we have a judiciary system. Let it take its course and let it be done. And that is the part of the corrupt, decayed society we have that we are speaking to. But we cannot justify, we say, let there be a due process. Let the court have a say. Yes, but we cannot say it's not wrong. It's not right.
But it's the same court who said they should release Nnamdi Kanu for bail and they should compensate him. You remember this? They judged about this thing before, but
the federal government went to appeal court to stop it.
But who is keeping
let me
him there?
finish. Let me say something. Before they appeal, they did not appeal for long. It was still there. But if it's a country that is working, the country should be in the hand of to the water prison, not in DSS there. That's what I'm saying. So when Fofana is
Julian Assange is still in jail for doing less.
I don't think
today he has not been convicted though. Julian Assange has not been convicted of anything. He's still in jail till today.
Wait to DSS and prison even better pass for Nigeria herself. Is the prison better than
hold on, Julian Assange is still not convicted of anything, and he's still in jail till today in the West. That you say if West systems are working, so he's now where he's. Who told you that he's seen his family everywhere?
No. If you're in prison, listen. If you're in prison, you're allowed for visitors. This is how it is. You're allowed to.
Yeah, you'll be hearing a lot of things from Julian. Why do you think you don't see any information from Julian Assange?
To meet other inmates there, it's different.
Where is family? Where is him? Is it DSS or
okay, look at family.
Emefiele is still in jail too.
Look at family who committed risky crime for more than millions of Nigerians commit crime, right?
Also, he committed crime. You actually believe he committed crime, but you don't believe Nnamdi committed anything.
Crimes are different levels.
They all committed crime, and they should face the justice. That's why I look at it.
They should give what belong to what the same treatment they give to Paul. They should give it to Peter. That's what I'm trying to say.
I hope so.
This is not fair. Okay,
wait, Henry. A person that have murdered people and a person that committed financial crime, will they get the same judgment? Or will
you live in Germany?
Depends on how much. Depends on how much you feel.
That's where I live. It's a question I ask you.
If they don't find you guilty, you've been in jail for that they call it Otasukon Haft. This what they call it. You stay in the jail where they're doing the investigation about your case. You'll be in there in jail, not in police station. They don't put you there like a police station or DSS. They don't do it in Germany. You stay in jail for many years. You know the laws here.
Yes, but that's what they used to lock all criminals. Like in the UK, they put you in the top security prison.
A murder case and a financial crime case.
If you're not found guilty, you're still innocent. Listen, if you're not found guilty by the court of law, you're still innocent in that crime. If you don't know.
Yes, it's true.
I know those things, but at the end of the day, you have to be head somewhere.
Guys, we are missing. It seems we are straying from the facts. The facts that whether this man threatened Buhari or not, but we have to take it in context. Why did he have to use inflammatory words? Sometimes even on this channel, when we get emotional, some people use some words. In fact, sometimes when
everybody use it. Somebody's hungry.
Yeah, everybody uses it. So, but the fact remained was that this guy was kidnapped. It's illegal. It's an international offense. He was kidnapped and brought to Nigeria.
Don't tell this to Fofana.
You mean like Nnamdi Kanu? You mean like Julian Assange was kidnapped too?
I'm addressing Fofana.
My senior brother.
You are not acknowledging that this guy was kidnapped, irrespective of what. And let us not.
I acknowledge he was kidnapped, but I actually believe that it's the power of the state to do that. If somebody is a threat to the state, the state should have the power to do that.
No, how about Sunday ago, an attempted murder? They attempted to murder him and all that. I don't know how he escaped that day. But the two people that were murdered in his house.
Did you see what happened to the leader of Wagner? Did you see what happened to the leader of Wagner? The West, if you are a threat to the state in the West, they get rid of you. They don't even have time for negotiation.
Why didn't they kill him? Why didn't they kill him?
Wagner group is different. A Wagner group is different from Wagner boss is dead. He's dead. But it was the state that killed him. It was the state he was working for. It was the state that he was working for that
they didn't kill Nnamdi Kanu. That's what I'm saying. They didn't kill him.
That is the reason. They wanted to kill him, but they did not succeed.
No, they didn't. They brought him all the way back from Kenya. They could have done
They
away with
wanted to kill him when they invaded his house by soldiers. They did not kill him. He survived and he ran away.
People that were that had no arms.
and they had the
There was no
chance to
report.
take him out,
We
but
all
they
have
didn't. They
to.
brought him back to
We
Nigeria.
all cannot be speaking
At
on issues.
Aparuku,
We
there was
cannot
no
be.
there
Today
was
is
no
not
record
kind of
that
Nnamdi
those young
Kanu.
men that were killed, that they shot at the Nigerian army, they weren't holding any arms, no cutlass, nothing, but they just opened fire and killed innocent people and even took away their corpses.
Oh, you mean the ones?
Unacceptable.
You mean the ones protecting Nnamdi Kanu?
They weren't protecting him. When they came into town, what went wrong? Because they came, it was a python dance, they called it. People were confused. They said, what's these people doing? And people's shops started, they started shutting up shops. Obviously, the word had gone to Nnamdi Kanu. I believe that before they got to his house, he had already left. Because what went very quickly and all that. And they came and they were trying to get into his compound. If you want to get into my compound, even in the UK here, if a policeman knocks at your door without a warrant, you know your right and all that. Except you're moving, you don't know your rights and all that. They'll kick down your door and chance you. But if you know your right, you stand your ground. They can't just they can't just access your private property like that. It's just as simple. That was what happened that day.
But,
They were
you said
asking
that they came
what,
to kill him. So if everybody knows
yeah,
what they were, they didn't come there to kill him. They came to arrest him.
But they came
to arrest.
But
They came to
to
arrest
Nigeria,
a man
they
that has
killed
no gun.
28 people in that house that day.
Yes. With
Yes, I don't. I see. I don't. We are not there. We don't know the circumstances that led to the firefight.
We hear the news. Armored personal carriers. Come on,
That was what was reported, and that is what we are talking about right now.
Hear me out here. I don't want to speculate on what resulted in the firefight.
check.
But
Go
what
Google, you see
I
news there.
know
Go there.
is that 4 years or even 5 years before that Python dance, Kanu had already been saying inflammatory things about Nigeria while he was in Nigeria. Saying those things. If you said one of those things in the UK, I can tell you right now, you are not going to make it to the next day.
But
They
there's a
will
reason
take
why
you
he said
and they
something
will
like
jail
that.
you first.
There was a reason why he was saying all these things. There was a reason why.
But why is it that a society?
If you will say that in the UK and you will not be
for the consequences. The issue
if
is
you will say
that
that in the to Niger, if you will say that in the UK and you will be prosecuted.
Yes.
Mazen Nnamdi Kanu said it. Okay, hold on. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu said what he said. Was your court able to find him guilty and prosecute him and jail him?
I think we are going around in circles.
Are you playing the part of the court? Are you playing the part of the court right now?
No, I'm not playing the part of the court.
Why do you hate Mazen Nnamdi Kanu this much?
I don't hate him personally.
You
I
hate him with passion.
Can you listen to me, please? See, you
no. You see, you
emotional
also
about this. Apply some logic here.
No, I'm not emotional. I'm speaking to facts. You are the one that is emotional. You are fabricating issues. If you are caught, found him guilty of all the things that he said that time, why could now that he is in their custody, why couldn't they jail him?
Innocent. They found against the process that led to.
You see the reason why Nigeria will not move forward. Nigeria will never make any
Nigeria
progress.
for you denying reality.
Nigeria will never make any progress because of your hypocrisy. You people have total hypocrisy.
I'm the only consistent one here. You are the
elders and the young ones. You speak in the same way. You speak in the same way.
Mazi, quench Mazi, my friend.
I can't be here when you are doing this to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu because he did not commit any crime. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu did not commit any crime. Why are you doing
this? We are not fighting.
Let's comport ourselves. Just like what I said, we have been repeating one issue over and over again. What doesn't make sense? We are supposed to move ahead, but we have been saying this particular.
It is Nigeria that is doing this.
You know what? I'm tired of this now. Let me just play this.
But
you don't need to play. I'm not saying what I'm not to say.
You played the other side too. The other one for Fulani. You have to play it too.
Understand is the language of violence and force. After all, that very contraption was put together by Freddy Lugard by force. So that's one thing people don't understand. That Lugard killed people to bring Nigeria together. And the killing of people to disintegrate the zoo shouldn't come to anybody as a surprise. Our promise is very simple. If they fail to give us Biafra, Somalia will look like a paradise compared to what will happen to that zoo. It is a promise, it is a pledge, and it's also a threat to them. They must understand this, that we've had enough of this nonsense. These criminals.
I did that so that we can see it, because this thing, let me just ask Maxi briefly, please, just yes or no. Do you consider that against the
I
law?
will not
That
answer
kind of
yes or
statement?
no. I won't answer yes or no. I am not a kid. You cannot tell me to
No, you
answer
can
yes
say
or
no.
no.
It's
No,
easy.
no,
I
no,
can
no,
just
no.
say
You
no.
cannot. I can decide to answer your question or not to answer your question. You cannot ask me a question and ask me how to answer your question. Please.
Okay.
Go and play Gumi.
So
Go and
no, do
play
you consider
Gumi.
it yes or
Go
no?
and play the video of Gumi when he was sharing money to the terrorists in the forest. Go and play the same thing. Why are you selecting which one that suits you? Because you hated that man so
Hold on now.
I want
See,
to say what I want to say before.
Solo,
Before you
please go
started
ahead.
saying the video.
Please go ahead.
You see, when we continue talking about the situation of Nigeria and blaming, you see, something triggers something. So let's just forget about this shit we are already discussing and wasting our time. I said something last week. I think that was on last week Sunday. I said that, you see, it doesn't matter how we try to romance and pet Nigeria, trying to be together one. Nigeria can never work. Nigeria has been it's just like we are people. They know what they're doing from the beginning, and nothing has been working. It is better time people have to like decide what do we want. Do you still want to be together? I said this before. And everything we are really saying about Nnamdi Kanu, something triggered that. The way they are treating them, the Igbos, marginalization after the Biafran War. The team was still there, and he got angry. He was supporting one Nigeria until he came to realize that this one Nigeria will not work. You see, so something triggers that, and it is not by force. If we say we don't want to be part of Nigeria, if it is in Europe, they will say, okay, negotiation, discuss. But Nigeria, African man, they will want to use power, gun and bullet to shut you down. So in the course of we that are blacks, we know ourselves. Let's be honest. Intimidation. So there is no time you can say you want a peaceful resolution or a peaceful dialogue to have a Biafra or any other state that want to go off. It is impossible. Only language our people understand is gun and bullets.
Let me show you something. When you talk about like this is in Europe. Hold on. I need to share something because we have to puncture some of all these things we are saying. He said if it was another country. Hold on now. Please let me. Yeah, I will put. Don't go too far. I will find Gumi since you want Gumi so much. I will find Gumi. I will find. I'm going to find Gumi. If it's the last thing I do today, I will find Gumi. Since you want
play Gumi,
okay.
and the governor of Katsina State that was sharing Elos cars to the terrorists.
Can I just please share this one? You see, these guys, this Spanish issue. See, hold on now. See, hold on. See, the thing is, this is Catalan. You see why people are protesting like this? These people, the Catalan people didn't threaten to destroy the country. They didn't commit any violence. So they just tried to carry out a referendum without the state giving permission. And they jailed them. And because the state of Spain is considering amnesty, they are considering it. They've not advocated it. This is a massive protest you got within in the last 2 or 3 months ago. Massive protest. They were routing on the street saying, why should you release them? This is a strong state. This is how a strong state behaves. A strong state doesn't allow people to break the law and get away with it.
Play Gumi to us
let me
now.
look for Gumi.
Let me continue. You have playing
People love Gumi so much. All these Gumi lovers,
you have
we are
playing your
going to
video,
find out
right?
how many of you will love Gumi so
You
much.
cannot play Mazen Namdekano, play the Catalans, and you cannot play Gumi.
I'm looking for Gumi. Jesus Christ.
The issue.
I have not finished what I was saying. I was not finished.
It's the two Nigeria discussing this problem here.
Is this not Gumi? I type Gumi. What did I type? Kanu, Kanu.
Let me say something. I've not finished
is
what I'm
this
saying
Gumi?
before.
Is this Gumi?
You are irritating.
Which
That is why.
Which
That's why
video
the
should
team
I
left
look
you.
for? I don't know which
That is
video
why.
you want.
That is why the team left
I'm
you.
giving it to you. I'm giving it to you. So you choose
Play
your video.
Gumi. Wait, I cannot see it. Play Gumi the
me
time
zoom
when he
in.
went to the forest to give them money. Play that one. Let's see.
Okay, Henry Gabriel. I
And let
don't
me
know
see
which
your
one. Henry
position.
Gabriel, you pick one for Gumi
I need
since
to
it's
talk to Dr. I will talk to Rudolph about you because you're not doing good at all.
What do you want me to do? You asked me to search for Gumi.
You Nigeria is biased. You Nigeria not supposed to moderate anything.
I'm looking
He's
for
not supposed to
Gumi
moderate
video.
any
Hold
platform
on.
because
Just
you are very very biased. You hate
No,
Igbos.
that is
You
a
hate
threat.
them.
You guys
You
cannot
hate
come here and
you
threat
hate
somebody
Mazen
anyhow.
Nambekano. You hate IPOB. I cannot be here where you are denigrating my mother's ancestral people. Then I will take it like you do. I cannot.
Nnamdi
I
Kanu
can't.
is not your
I can't.
ancestral people. He's an individual, just
I
like you.
can't. No, I can't because I have the blood flowing in me. You cannot stay here when you are shaving their heads in their back.
Please,
Can
you tell me which one I should play? You said you want Gumi.
I am forefather. I was saying
Find the
something.
one when he was in the forest giving them money and calling them their warriors.
Okay,
find it.
Gumi Forest.
You are very, very eager. You are very, very fast.
I'm trying to find it.
Find that one and play.
Exactly what you want. Forest. I've typed Gumi and Forest. Gumi on extrajudicial killing of Fulani. Okay, that's not the one you want. Okay,
you will never find it now. You will never find it because you already have your position.
See, I'm very transparent. You are seeing it. I'm searching. I think you can see it. What's his name? Supporter Gumi Boko Haram is for. Oh, this one looks like it is Facebook though. Facebook is dangerous. Oh, it's 1 hour. That's too long. Let's see. There's something. I type Gumi Forest money. It's not showing up.
Papa, remove this thing.
This is very, very childish.
Let me say
this is very, very childish. This is infantile.
Oh, come on. I'm trying to help you.
This is infantile.
Let me say Gumi Boko Haram.
Wait. Me, I don't even understand where this discussion is going to. Because is it the Igbo people in Nigeria that are being marginalized? What about the minority? Who talks about them?
No,
who talk about them? You three major group of Nigerians are Nigerian problem. Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa.
That's not the thing.
Nigerian major problem.
If you cannot speak for your own people, if you can't speak for your own people, then you don't need to blame anybody. Speak for your own people.
Okay,
speak for your own people. If you cannot speak for your own people, then do
criminal guy.
Speak for your own people. If you can't rise up,
you speak through regardless of your people or not. If you want to move forward as a society.
Sheikh Ahmed Gumi, who spoke to STV News exclusively, and he feels the move by the federal government has made it impossible for him and other clerics to negotiate with the bandits. He is also apprehensive that bandits may now partner with Boko Haram terrorists since they now share the same fate.
We don't want to push them into that terror beyond what they are doing now, because yes, it can get worse. They have shown us their willingness to negotiate. So people that are ready to negotiate, why are you rushing to just declare them bandits so that you can use whatever weapons you bought? Before, they used to catch Boko Haram and present them to the authorities in Zamfara. But now they're all terrorists. Secondly, the only door that remains, that is we clergy to go in and negotiate with them, is closed down permanently, because I will not take myself again to contact them, because it means you are aiding terrorists.
So, you see, I don't know the video you want, because it doesn't seem like
no.
It's what you want.
For leave that thing. I know the video. Everybody saw it when he went to the bush to give. Leave that.
But regardless, whether it come from Gumi or it come from Nnamdi Kanu, can't we all condemn that what is wrong across the board?
That's what we say.
They don't want to.
Huh?
They don't want to. They are equating them as the
same. It's wrong. Whether you think they are from your ancestor, whether you think somebody is not speaking for their own people, everybody can speak the truth to the power without the bias, and you have the right to defend your own heritage, but you can defend them in a decent manner that you do not corrupt yourself or make yourself look like you justify it because of your lineage or anything.
This is not the issue. The issue is this:
you know how many people in Nigerian prison for 10 years, 15 years that people don't even talk about?
That is a forefather do not even have that video. It's the video you have available.
I also said Nnamdi Kanu is the most charismatic leader we've seen in Nigeria. But you don't want to hear that one. You just want to say, okay, I'm just only saying that he's done bad things. You have to call this as it is. I don't care about you calling me a chameleon.
Nigeria. No. Forefather. Harry is going to go to Nigeria and champion a cause. And that cause is that it's no nonsense for everybody.
Information, when I go to Nigeria, Benin, I work day to night. No, I'm not afraid. I move freely.
I say go champion a movement.
What about which movement? I did movement already before when I was there.
Okay, then we will support you. We are not known to you that time.
Is it ended? You should continue it. I mean, go back and continue that movement.
They
are looking for people like that.
You cannot be that comfortable in your zone or in your own.
Don't worry. In Nigeria, I put to one of you people here. People know what I'm talking about. In Nigeria, I put to you people here.
What are you talking about?
Has it happened to you?
Yeah, I think one of the things I'm going to be doing is one of the things.
Okay, but it has not happened to you.
It's Nigeria belong to all of us.
If it happened to one of Nigeria now, don't talk like this.
No, has it happened to you? That's the question.
We all have said that if at all that there is no reason to hold him perpetually in the police or DSS custody, that he deserves to go through the due process. But you cannot come there to say whether he did not do wrong or do right. That is hypocrite. He did wrong, but if whatever the choice.
You cannot say he did wrong now because
I have a moral compass.
Just heard what he said.
I have a moral. You guys
think what he said was wrong.
Something. The court is a legal place. We have a moral compass to bring it to operate as a human being. You may win an argument in the court, doesn't mean is it under the moral standard of society. So it's a different.
But John Abba, if somebody commits an offense and runs to another country, there's a due process of going about it to repatriate the person back to face charges. You don't go and kidnap somebody.
It's a power. It nobody
you mean just like Julian Hassan stayed in Ecuador embassy for years?
He was talking against the power, and power past power. You can't say that Nnamdi doesn't have influence. He does, right? It's power. One is political power. One, he is just an influencer, and he was able to capture the heart of the people for whatever he says he's agitating for. It's power. You have to weigh your options and you have to settle for whatever the outcome. And that is the audacity of a man. And that's what he did.
My concern is this. If my concern is this, if they have every evidence against him, why they keep him so long still there? They don't even judge the case.
That's a very, very good question. You know what I think? I worry that they are in cahoots with each other.
You don't have any opinion. Don't even give me any. Don't take anything.
I worry that, you see, your problem is that you don't see how I see it. I feel like they are all in cahoots with each other. Because if they were enemies, they would be looking for every way to get rid of him. They are not.
How many people? Excuse me. How many people in Nigerian prison for more than 10 years because I not even appeared in court?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter
because if you're a poor man in Nigeria,
they're not human beings. They're not citizens, right?
Who says I'm in support of arbitrarily jailing people? See, I'm in support of them prosecuting him the moment they brought him back. Why they couldn't prosecute him? That's a good question. And when the problem, what you people have is that you ask the question and you stop there. You don't ask why. Why? They can bribe just convict him.
This is a question for you to answer in future.
It seems all of us here have not taken time to listen to what the reasons that the Supreme Court gave today, which was very, very silly. I think it's very important because this Sunday, I know it's going to be hot. I think someone from IPOB will be coming as our guest. And I know it's going to be very, very hot. So it's best, I believe that it's best that we go and get our facts right. Because the Nigerian government is just out of order. They are saying that even that is not that the international law is different from the Nigerian law. That is what they are saying in summary. and therefore he should
They are correct.
he
That's
should
very correct.
he should be
That's very
tried.
correct.
But what they are saying,
That's
what
very correct.
Nnamdi Kanu and his council is saying, yes, okay, you're accusing this guy to be threatening the state of Nigeria and all that. Then return him back to where you abdicated it from and all that.
What
The
nation
man
would
is
ever
a
do
British-
that?
The,
I wonder,
the man
man,
is a British. The man is a British citizen. Apply through the
let the British
process.
government is
Why do you
competent.
people dislike your own nation so much?
British make him available to the courts. I know Britain.
No,
you are wasting your time talking to these
let
people
the
here.
British government step into it.
just
Why
keep
do not
Okay,
step into it?
let me ask Tone then. Let me ask Tone. When you are a when you are a threat to the state
Nigeria
in
will
the
happen to all
UK,
of you here.
you know,
you
know.
Don't worry.
When it comes to terrorism in this country, they don't play. But there is no evidence.
And if you are a threat to the state,
there's still no evidence to suggest that Nnamdi Kanu has committed any terrorist offense.
What?
What happened to the no, excuse me.
You mean the Southeast ESN, IPOB have not done anything wrong. They will not. They are the ones. They are online telling you what they are going to do.
Can I just address you? ESN was set up not to fight. Wait, Blackstone. ESN was set up not as to fight the Nigerian government. It's to protect Igbo land because there were all these people that were
the purpose is besides the point. It's what they add. Didn't you see the video where they are actually saying what they are going to do on the ground? Didn't you see them? They are threatening violence on the ground, and we are seeing violence on the ground. I don't understand how we make it look like you saw the videos yourself.
We waste so much of our time talking this. Let us divert the topic to something very that we share in common.
Let's
I don't understand why people block truth. And let me try to explain one of the issues. I'm not talking about the case. I'm not talking about this case.
The perception of our country.
You see, this program is so boring right now. People are not.
I'm not talking about this case anymore. I'm talking about something else now. I'm talking about something else.
Yeah,
because every day I'm trying to learn new things. You see, the other day,
Shegu won't go where the hot. Shegu wants to go to River State.
Forefathers, just like what's happening in the middle belt. If someone like Nnamdi Kanu rises tomorrow and started challenging the government, they will accuse him of being a terrorist. But
the one in Benue State, they killed him. The one in Benue State, they killed him.
What did he do?
They killed him.
What did he?
They killed him exactly. That guy. See the way they killed him.
Him.
Can I say something, please? Can I just say something? See, one of the things I'm learning. We're having this conversation about God or something like that the last week. I started studying philosophy. I've been trying to do research. I think people should be studying, and because I'm also doing it. There's a period that the Europeans experienced that they call the period of enlightenment. And that period of enlightenment is almost like what I was talking about the other day, where I talked about that when you want to heal the country, you want to understand what is needed by God, you need to study the world as it is. And it turns out that that's exactly what one of their philosophers was saying during that time. One of these known philosophers that they talked about, the leaders of enlightenment, he was saying that the world literally is God. You literally have to listen. Don't deceive yourself. And he formed the basis of what they created. That's why they created the scientific process. At least not the primary reason. It's part of the reason they created the scientific process, that the way they studied the world. He literally put it that way. But I put it in a different way when I said, you need to listen to what the world is telling you. When you see something, don't blind your eyes to it. Because just because you feel bad, doesn't mean you should blind your eyes to it. Because there is a greater truth there. And if we keep pretending as if this is not happening, and that's why I fear that Europeans are somewhere ahead psychologically than where we are. Because we have not had that period of enlightenment where a lot of people came. You need to see some of the discussions that they have. And I say I'm going to be doing videos about these things so that we start understanding how we should be approaching the world as it is. I don't think we live in the same world. The way they approach life is not the same as we approach life. Pardon?
What did Showore did? They keep him for many years in Nigeria. What did he do?
Yeah, doing exactly the same thing I just talked about. We are still pretending as if we're not observing it for what it truly is. If something is bad, you call it bad. If something is good, you call it good. It's just as simple. If you see somebody saying something terrible and you pretend as if, see, Okay, are you telling me what Nnamdi Kanu just said just now? If he was a UK citizen, he would be free?
What are you talking about first? What did he say first?
But he will not be held indefinitely.
But he will be jailed. But you know he will be jailed.
No, he won't be jailed. I don't think he will be jailed.
Hold on.
In the UK with violence and actually result in violence on the street.
Let me tell you what they will do in UK. Right? In UK, they will detain him, investigate, know which motive. If his intention is to commit treason or to commit chaos or whatever, first, after they check who is working with.
And if there's no evidence, then
after they've determined all that, you understand? Instantly, they will try him and jail him. You understand?
Exactly.
If there's no evidence or they could not establish any stuff that he's just working on his own, that would still not determine the weight of the punishment of the prison time he will still do. You understand? But this will just from step 1 to step 2 to step 3. If they see that there's an ulterior motive, probably he's been sponsored by external factor or whatever, then they might keep him to do further investigation. They will not even take him to court. You understand? Because once the court sets him free, you don't have to be.
It's a threat to national security now. They will not let him go.
Listen to hold on. Once you take him to court, whatever the outcome of the court is, whether it favors the government or not, you understand? The government or the security agency will abide by it instantly. You understand?
Yes.
And if they have further evidence, you understand, they will still first to go to the court first. You understand? And ask that he should be rearrested if they have further whatever. You understand?
They did acquit Julian Assange, but they held him anyway.
No, hold on.
So
when you say they acquit, right? If they acquit, because that one is just on politics. Assange, you know something on politics. You understand? Because it's a threat to another country. You understand? Or to America, wherever. You understand?
It was considered a threat because he broke a law.
You understand? So, but what I'm saying is, for whatever reason, they will arrest him, instantly try him, instantly pass a judgment, and go from there. Not a court will say free him, and another nonsense arm of government, not even arm of government, another institution of the government will just say no, we'll not let him go.
Yeah,
it's not done anywhere in the world.
See,
but that is injustice in our country that have lingered for a long time. And we are saying that it's not only in the case of Nnamdi, it's in a general judiciary.
Yes, sir. Just not only the guy. You understand? So I'm blaming the court for this nonsense.
Let me share this because to show that what you are saying is not necessarily accurate. Let me share this because we have to see. Look at this now. Julian Assange's case was dropped. He's still in jail anyway.
No, not. This,
now they put another one on top of it.
Wait, no, see, the case that is in jail for, is it this rape investigation? No.
They changed it and they said that's why they were looking for him. They were looking for him for this one first. They wanted to extradite him.
Hold on. You can cook up whatever it is, right? If the main reason is in jail is now dropped, he will no longer be in jail. You understand? If they jail me for thief, for rape, for murder, you understand? And those 3 accusations is keeping me in jail. Until you drop those 3 charges, I will never be released in jail. You can drop 2, 1 will still be keeping me in jail. You get my point? So if until the 3 or whatever is dropped, those charges are dropped before I'll be released.
So but I'm not forgetting this guy
Are you looking at what he was charged with? He was charged with conspiracy to commit computer intrusion, hacking into government computer, a crime that carries a maximum 5
years. Do you know how many charges? Now let me ask one question. Do you know how many charges?
He has been there for more than 5 years.
Do you know how many charges is keeping me in jail?
This is espionage.
Which one is more serious, treason or espionage?
It's more serious. It's not the same thing as
treason is more serious. Treason is more serious than espionage.
Doesn't mean the less serious one will not keep him in jail.
Wait.
But that one is less serious and he's still in jail?
It doesn't matter. I slap you.
He's not been tried though. He's not been tried. He's been jailed for how many years now?
Look up here. Nigeria judicial system, we know that it's faulty, it's rotten. We cannot compare it with other countries whereby laws.
The one that is not rotten has even abused the law more. The one that is not rotten has jailed Julian Assange for more than 5 years. The crime that they are accusing him of is 5 years sentence. But yet he's been in jail for more than 5 years.
They are still investigating. They are still investigating.
They are still investigating a crime that takes less time, even if they convicted him.
They are still investigating now the kind of cases and everything. So it's all on the same level. So investigation is going on. So
the point I'm making is that if somebody commits a crime against the state, they are supposed to face the law. The truth is Nigeria is not functioning very well.
Forefathers, are you aware the day he was captured and brought back to Abuja that your Attorney General Malami addressed the Northerners in Hausa? If there's nothing, there's a bias. There's a clear bias against this guy. They saw him as a trouble.
Why do you pick one thing? It's like there must be.
You're arresting somebody. You're speaking.
So then, what did he say that was so egregious? Because he spoke his language. When he's speaking, does that mean anything?
Hold on. If there's slight bias, no matter how small it is, bias coming from the Attorney General against anything Nnamdi, you've truncated everything.
Yes, that's true.
I don't believe in that.
You know why? Hold on. Now let me tell you one thing there. If I'm working for you for 100 years and I use only 1 day. Only 1 day
Eddie, you need to stop that nonsense, you know. This is talking.
If I use only 1 day to defraud you will never ever.
You with your mouth, nobody can stop you. This is Harry. You know, you barge into everybody's conversation.
Local, they speak. Let us speak. You talk. You cover.
Look at him.
You know they agree
that. You see how rascally we are all
high. Is in the house. Is it a song?
Yeah, Ikena is around.
Yeah, so I want to say something. I think the problem we have with things like this in Nigeria is, I mean, we condemn.
What is this misty appearance you are giving here? Like somebody in the 80s music video. It's like somebody's 80s music video. What is this kind of background? This is deliberate, man.
Your mouth put for trouble for this program. Your mouth put for trouble.
I'm already in trouble, man.
I think we have there's this mistake we always make. We support and condemn. We support when it favors us. We condemn when it doesn't favor us. Do you understand? That's a problem. Listen, I'm from the same part of the world with Nnamdi Kanu. There were certain things I didn't believe in he was doing, right? When he was calling for whatever he wanted to do and all that. Some of us didn't believe in it. Some of us said, no, this is wrong. I'm from the East. I'm married from the North. So you can't tell me kill all the Northerners. So you are telling me to start killing my wife first. It's not right. I can't support that.
Your in-laws.
Yes, my in-laws. Do you understand?
Is that what he said? Oh my God!
So hold on. I'm coming to that. That was what was purported that he said. It was alleged that he said. Do you understand?
Exactly.
Now,
no, I think he did though. Because concerning the Yoruba church, when he said all the Yoruba churches in Igbo land, burn all of them, this and that. I think he must have said that.
Yeah, he said he must have, but you didn't see him. Or you were not there when he said it. So everything was an allegation, right? Now, the point is not whether Nnamdi Kanu committed treason or no treason. You, first of all, committed a crime by going to adopt him. You brought him into the country. Your own judges has said, let this guy go. The same people you put to judge him have said, release this guy. And you're saying no. You can't come up with saying, oh, what Nnamdi Kanu did, if he was in UK, would he have been? No. If he was in the UK and the UK judges say, let this guy go, nobody will stop it. So let's stop this. When we feel it favors us, we say, no, this is what it should be. When we feel it doesn't favor us, or maybe the person there, we don't like the person, we say, kill him. Kill him.
This is what I'm saying.
It's not right.
Does it favor this place down?
Listen, what's wrong is wrong. What is right is right. I don't care who.
None of us here have that power of what is wrong. All we can speak to is based on what we see. And what we see, listen to me, brother. You see, one of the problems we are having on this platform, we are not directing things in the right perspective. Everybody is entitled to their own view and everybody to their own understanding. But what we have come to conclude in general here, let's look at it from that we said let there be a due process, and whosoever have that kind of allegation is all I allege. So during the litigation, they make their case and let the judges decide and let it be like that. Nobody here, no forefather. Forefather was just saying that in another country it can be. But whatever the country is, we all have judiciary system, and we put people in authority to make that decision on behalf of the citizen for the fairness and for the law and order in the country. That's all. That's what we are all saying. So nobody is saying that if there is something like that, it's those people who say that somebody do this in the north, they are not doing that. Yeah, it's good to compare and to contrast and to call those to order. But we are not here to say that. Me personally, I believe that whether it's a northerner, whether it's an easterner or a westerner, any citizen that do wrong should go through the due process. Period.
And what we are saying, from what I understand, he has also gone through the due process. Nobody stopped his prosecution or the court process.
His trial.
His trial. Nobody stopped that. Everybody sat back and waited. And the judges had made their proclamation, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what is going on?
And then we say, let him be free. If the court set him free, let him be free.
I'm only responding to what forefather said. That he was wrong.
If the court set him free, see, let us say this today. We are just, you see, until we take bias with open mind, we can't move forward as a society. Whatever your neighbor house is on fire, you have to do everything to quench it. If not, it will be your own house the next. Nigeria can be terrible for any one of us. So the better we united in truth is better than the bias. Because if it's you today that they lock up, there are a lot of innocent citizens of Nigeria that are in prison beside Nnamdi. But Nnamdi is an icon based on his influence. So let us speak out against all of the injustice in our nation.
Mr. John, I think we are saying the same thing.
Yes, honestly. I know
think you and I are saying the same thing. You know, the truth is this: when you go to Nigerian prisons, and then Nnamdi Kanu is, like you said, is because he's known.
Mm-hmm.
But I can bet you 90% of the people in Nigerian prison today,
exactly,
most of them have even overserved.
Some died.
The jail term they would have served if they were found guilty.
Exactly.
You understand? And that's why I keep saying that the judicial process, at least what has happened recently, is an eye-opener to Nigerians, what the judicial process is to the common man, whom the law is supposed to protect. It doesn't protect them.
So it's
a corrupt system, completely corrupt.
Bias.
I think what we do, I think this sickness that we have, it really needs to be cured one way or the other.
By force.
Either other people will come and help us, our eyes open by force.
No. We're going to take it by force.
You know, our eyes are open.
Our eye ourselves, because what is going on here is that
our eyes are open.
We know the truth. We know the truth. We want anarchy. We want impunity. But when Tinubu decides to rig an election and win, then we don't like that one because it doesn't favor us. We like impunity a lot.
That's how we do it.
We want somebody to break the law and get away with it, and we don't. And you still ask for law and abiding country.
Fathers, that's how we do it.
Wait, Blackstone. I just saw something. I just saw something. You see, this is the problem I have with IPOB. I'm not saying that their struggle is not. I don't know whether you guys have heard about the old the guy that used to be the governor of Anambra State that died, Ezefe. He died at the age of 85. Now, that idiot, Simon Ekpa, do you know what he just released in Twitter now? That those that said that they will not be alive for realization of Biafra and on the day of his burial, that they're waiting, that he's going to call for a sit down in the whole of Anambra State. Are these people normal?
Now,
they are even making themselves.
They are just as bad as the government. I've been saying it. You're not seeing when people are calling you. They are just as bad as the very government itself.
There are problems. There are crazy problems. You are giving these people opportunity to attack you more. Listen, federal government sees this. They will say, you see, the people that you people are talking about, you're pleading for and all that. These are agents of disruption.
So Mr. Tone, listen, let me say this. You know, the individual,
right?
the character.
Is that right? He can answer that.
No, that is absolutely not right. Now, let me say this to you, right? You see, there are characters. I have never taken that ekpa of a person, of a character serious. And I feel sorry for people that take him serious. Honestly, if you want to fight,
serious, but many people take him serious. That's the problem.
That's the thing. I feel sorry for them, because if you really feel that your people are suffering, you want to liberate your people, you don't stay in faraway Finland and send other people to go and die. Come down here. Come down here and implement whatever it is you think you can implement. Come down here and fight for freedom. When the likes of Martin Luther King fought for freedom, they were living in America and fighting for the freedom of the Black nation, right? Can't be in faraway country, Finland. Then you're giving orders. You're telling people to commit crime against the same people you want to liberate. I mean, let's not, when people talk about these guys, these characters who are calling for sit at home, I say, listen, one day, mark my word, the truth of what is going on will come out. People are cashing out. People are using this for all kind of illegality, for all kind of underground trades and all that. That's what it is. People are making money off this.
Again, sorry to cut you short. Let me tell you, one of the new guys, or not the new guy, Shabi, has been making money. Pastor Vam. You know the guy.
Okay, yes.
So that guy, Pastor Vam is the deputy prime minister of this guy. That guy is cashing out badly.
You see,
actually, what
it's paining me. It's paining me why other people, other my Igbo brothers, why are they not seeing it? How come? Why?
Bro, see, listen. I want to say something. Right? Let me say this. I've worked in the north. Like I said, I'm married from the north. I've worked in the north. There's something I noticed, and this is not just about the Igbos. This is not also just about the north or the west. When they say politicians weaponize poverty and illiteracy, you don't understand what it is until you go to the field. And that's what is going on back home now. These guys weaponize poverty and illiteracy. So when you say Igbo people are supporting, no. Which Igbo person is supporting? Ask yourself who is supporting.
The menu.
For me, what I can tell you now is, if there is a court process for Nnamdi Kanu and the judges in their infinite wisdom, which is also part of the arm of the Nigerian government, comes out to say, from all your arguments, we cannot see anything wrong with what this guy had done. Leave him, then let him go. But if anything was found against him, hold on, I'm coming, sir. If anything was found against him, then let him be prosecuted. Let him serve his term. Same thing I'm saying to you right now. You see, it's easy for you to say, oh, Igbo people are supporting. No. Which Igbo person is supporting? What are they supporting? What are we really supporting? If you tell me that there is the marginalization of an Igbo man in Nigeria, are you supporting? Are you against it? I would say yes. There is, clearly. Nobody can tell me that.
Explain the marginalization, my brother.
Okay, maybe we don't go inside that conversation. I beg. No, we don't go inside that conversation. If you're asking me how,
Jonaba, let me can I please? What you have to realize about this Unadi case, you understand me, right? Unadi was given some conditions to assign to before it can be released. it did not assign to it. Because the Nigerians see afraid that if they release the canon, it will continue its own, it will continue on its pathway of brainwashing.
It doesn't matter. Look,
no,
release
wait,
him. Hold on.
Let me finish.
Release him, right?
Let me finish.
Make it commit the crime again.
If he do it 10 times, he will be arrested 10 times.
10 times. Thank you. So leave him.
Jonathan, wait. First of all, the first bail he was given, he broke it. Right?
Exactly.
He broke the first bail. Which country will always allow? No, I think they can say in the first time, it have a little of doubt.
First offender. It's
First
got
offender.
First offender.
You break the thing they're giving to you. Yes. So second time, how they like? So there are many reasons.
I beg to disagree with that. I beg to disagree with that.
Let me finish first.
Finish.
Let me finish.
Yes.
Because every country tries to protect himself. We all know that, right? So I know that Nigeria judiciary is corrupt. You understand me? They are not following the due process of things, right? So at the end of the day, they have to find something to put on the table why they are not allowing to go. You understand me? But at the end of the day, there's always,
and that is wrong. That is very
wrong. That is wrong, right? So it depends on the influence they have on the judges.
Which is not supposed to be.
Who has on the judges?
Power.
Who will have influence on the judges?
That's power now. In every country, there are people who has power, who are in that top power. You understand me? Right? Before you make a judgment, you have to think twice. The most of you, if you are a judge, if you are a lawyer, if you are a judge, you understand me? So there are people that plays that come to play in everything in life we live today. You understand me? That cannot be touched. You can say, yeah, go to court and everything, right? Donald Trump, with all the things he's done and everything, he's on the street going, I've any court finding guilty in any of the cases.
It's power.
It's power. So let's understand that.
Yeah.
So if you have more power than that person, you win. No matter if you don't, you are even guilty, you win.
Okay, so can I say something, right? Why I said I disagree with that.
Hold on. See, Nkena, I think you are flouting the rules using the back door, and we will not accept impunity here. And this your 80s this thing, one cannot see any sign other than shadow of you. So, and I feel like it's a deliberate action. No, Nkena is out in the light.
So, Papa, apologize to him because we accuse him.
What do you mean apologize? Because of what I said, we shed light on him. Don't you? You should be thanking me. What is the matter with people? You are learning the wrong lesson.
No, not be innocent stuff now.
You should be thanking me. You are learning the wrong lesson from the situation. Because of what I said, we can now see his beautiful face.
To you.
That is equal for everybody.
Very lovely, Ella.
Exactly. So go ahead, please. Go ahead.
You see, because you don't.
Okay, so listen. Now let me say this. The reason why I say to you, listen, I disagree with that is, first of all, like I said, I don't want to judge or comment on this matter based on speculation. Oh, that year we did hear say Nnamdi Kanu say, or that year we hear say he say make we did. No, that's not. I don't want to do that. What I want to do here is, okay, Nigeria is a government. The judiciary is an arm of the Nigerian government. If you're saying Nnamdi was broke, they gave him the first distance, he jumped bail, I think that's enough for the judge who is presiding over his case to say, don't give this guy bail. But if the judge, in his infinite wisdom, listen to the argument both from the state and from him, and the judge says, let this guy go, you think the judge is stupid? Because he's an arm of the Nigerian state. He's not that stupid to say, give this guy bail a second time. So let's not even begin to speculate what has happened. And also, in my own layman's term, you say somebody is on bail, you sent a battalion to his house, and you are complaining that he ran away. Come on now, let's be fair to ourselves.
Why not wrong?
Let's be fair to ourselves. If now you go stay,
I know wrong.
put yourself in that young man's shoes.
They've arrested a lot of people like that now. Yes, you will stay because that's how Nigeria rose. They went all the way to Kenya to bring him back. They didn't kill him.
Let me ask you, if he has stayed, do you think he would have been alive today?
You are exactly wonder.
So
do you know how many people? Do you know
how many top people has the Nigerian government killed in detention? Name one.
When the likes of Tinubu was fighting Abacha, they all ran away.
No, I'm talking about in the democratic dispensation to tell you how bad the Nigerian state is.
What is democratic about the dispensation?
Is there anything you people are not going to dispute?
No,
you are disputing about it now. See, we are okay. It's not really, it's fake democracy. Call it whatever you want.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
I want to say something anyway. I've listened to you. I've listened to you guys all through when it started. I didn't want to come in. If you see, I'm on the way, but I had to stop. I'm one of those journalists who was in Umuahia when that attack was done. And anybody who tells you, even you, forefather, wouldn't have stayed. 28 people were killed in his house. 28 young men, unaccounted for till today. The rest of the journalists who were covering that thing, we swam in the mud. You want me to send the pictures?
Can we not do this? Hey,
hold on. I'm giving you blow. You have been talking.
I'm hearing. I'm listening.
Good. Now, out of those 28 young men that were killed, you can see the house he was living in. All is still there out there on the internet. Bullet reading. The only reason why some of us still are alive today was because we had some international recognition. Okay, so coming back to what we are saying, listen, and this young guy, I initially wanted to oppose him, but I just decided to listen to him. You know why? I am Igbo. I support what he is doing, because if he didn't do it, nobody would do it. And he's not doing it only for the Igbos. He's doing it for every other person who is living in Nigeria. We cannot continue to live under oppression and expect that there's going to be a difference. We are talking about a government whose people are suffering, and you are buying 150,000 million naira vehicles for your legislators. We're talking about a country where the universities are not even functioning. You are using money to renovate houses for your vice president and your president, and guest houses. So what are we talking about here? We need, we are Igbos. I don't know about other people.
Can I ask you a question?
I'm coming, sir. Our tradition and our custom do not stop you from being radical. You are asked to ask questions. Let me tell you an Igbo proverb. It says that what killed your father? When a son grows up, he asks what killed his father. It's only when you come of age you ask questions. And my custom and tradition does not stop that. It's not going to change. You see, the only place that I listened to I listened to all the nonsense they were doing in the South is 4 days ago, and I felt, I even find myself justifying my stand in the first place. There's a total disconnect between the elders of Igbo land and the youth of Igbo land, because in any tradition, in any custom and any place, it is the elders that ask the pertinent questions. But in this case, the elders are the ones joining hands to even try to see how they can continuously to oppress the people who must rise. So what am I trying to say? I don't get emotional about it. If the court, and for they keep saying this thing, there are judges. Nnamdi Kanu has more than 5 judgments on, in his favor. If those 5 courts do not see anything, wrong with what he's doing, why then do you sit down to say what he has done is against the law? These are judges in the law, same law we're talking about here. Okay, let's even agree that Nnamdi Kanu is guilty. This is 2 years and counting. You are still holding him in detention. Okay, let's even agree that you're supposed to hold him in detention. You took him from, you adapted him from Kenya. You kidnapped him. Even under the international law, you have breached the law. The ECOWAS Court of Justice kept saying that you should release him because you have done, and you still insist on holding him, and you're not still charging him to court. How does it end? Why are you trying to taunt it? Are you trying to, what do you call it now? Taunt the Igbo so that they can revolt, so that you have a reason to kill more of the young people there? Where's going to be the end? Does this continue to lavish in prison forever? No,
See,
let's interrogate it since we are talking about it now.
Can I just respond? See, when
Yes,
you
you
said
can, please.
about a child growing up to ask questions, that is nothing wrong with that, because that is not what Nnamdi Kanu is doing. What he's doing is well outside that, because he was making threats against the state. And also, in terms of the case itself that is against him, when it was set aside because of the processes that led to him coming, which the court considers illegal under the Nigerian constitution. But the government also went to the same courts and stayed it. And this same court is the same court that passed judgment on election, but we don't like that one. But the one we like, we pronounce them. My take from this is that you can ask yourself, has Kanu made the life of Southeasterners better? I will not argue that he has done that. Had the Nigerian government made the life of Nigerians better? I will not argue that they have. So I say plague on both of their houses. These people have not brought us progress. All they brought us is downright poverty and downright lack of focus on coming together and facing the challenges of today and tomorrow. That is my concern and my problem with all these people. And that's why I don't want, and that's why I don't like when people are just going back and arguing this one is right. No, they are all messed up. They've caused a lot of chaos in the southeast, because the Boko Haram is causing chaos in the north, and the government can't even try somebody that is online threatening the country. This is madness.
You see my problem with you, forefather. This I consider that madness. Talking about. You were here when Asare Kubo said he has a troop fighting and killing people in the east. You didn't complain about that. You didn't say anything. Now you are trying to look at what's happening and put it on top of Nnamdi Kanu because you want to have a reason to always accuse the Igbos. Come on, man.
See, Asare Dokubo was arrested and jailed because of what he did in the South. Asare Dokubo was in prison, remember?
That was then.
Yes, that was then. But it happened in this world under the sun. He was jailed for what he did. He came out after he spent his time in prison, whether they pardoned him or whatever they did. After he spent time in prison, he came out and he started working for the government. So, point is that the Nigerian government, as they are, personally, they are very dysfunctional. I consider them very dysfunctional. They don't protect the state. They don't protect the people at all. They leave the people vulnerable to these chaos makers, and we come and excuse them because it's our tribesperson. But you forget that what they are doing is against you. The Nigerian government is doing against you. All of them are doing against you.
Nobody's excusing anybody because it's our tribesperson. See, bros, forefather, let me correct something. You said, hasn't Nnamdi Kanu bettered the life of the Igbos? Nnamdi Kanu has no business bettering the life of any Igbo.
Is he a government?
Yes, he does. He's a leader.
Better the life of an Igbo man.
Yes, he
does.
But
can he make it worse?
Who is Nnamdi Kanu to make the life of an Igbo man better?
Because you are all supporting him here.
You
are giving him power. If he has that power, you should make it.
This is where we are having the problem. This is where we are having the problem.
No,
when someone tries to argue for what is right.
No.
In Nigeria, we tend to think that because I'm saying,
can he make it worse?
Sir, hello, sir, I'm coming. If I say what forefather has said is correct, the first thing people on the panel would do is to check, where is this guy from? Where is forefather from? Where is he came from? Let's know if they are from the same region so that we know why he's supporting forefather. If I kick against what forefather is saying, they say, hey, Igbo man, why you not go kick against him? He will always support Nnamdi Kanu. Listen, bros, let me tell you this. Like I said in the beginning, the approach Nnamdi Kanu used, I was against it. And I'm going to tell you what I was against. I felt that the freedom he was fighting, he should have started with our governors. That was my own belief. That if I were to be him, that's what I would have done. But at a point, when this whole thing was hot in the East, that was when they wanted to do election in Imo State. I said, now. And that was when Rochas went and brought down a market in Imo State. IPOB, I was in Imo State that the IPOB was having a match. I said, now, if these guys are serious with this, that's the first place they would have gone to challenge the governor. Now, this is where I don't support his approach. But if you're telling me that, is he is the cause he's fighting. Because he's it's recently that I started watching some of the interviews. There's one I watched yesterday, granted to him by what's he called, Dele Momodu. And I can see sense in what the young man was doing. Do you understand? I can see what the problem is that we have, and most of us.
What are you calling a young man?
Please, you don't know my age. You don't know my age. I can call him a young man. You don't know my age.
You look younger than him. Isn't Nnamdi Kanu not a young man? Is he not a young man?
You look younger than Nnamdi Kanu, I must say.
Is he not a young man?
Maybe because he's been in jail. Maybe because he's been in jail. The point I'm trying to make. So the point I'm trying to make here, we have these tendencies of, once somebody tries to speak against something, you first of all, and this is the problem Nigeria is faced with today, we first of all begin to think, where is he from? Are they of the same tribe? Are they of the same religion? Once he aligns, you attack. You say that's the reason why he's speaking. And that is not true. Right? Sorry, let me land. Let me land, please, no vex. Now, what I'm saying is, in this case, for me, I have my own concerns. I felt he should have done it differently. But like Oga journalist said, is he fighting a just cause? Oh, yes, he is. He is fighting a just cause, right? Oh, has he said, okay, people control the media. I wasn't there when he said, kill all the Igbos, kill all the Hausas or the Yorubas. When I heard some of those pronouncements, some of my best friends today are Yorubas. I cannot come out, stand in front of them and tell them that yes, Nnamdi Kanu had said the right thing. Why would you say kill all the Yorubas? I mean, why would you say that? I don't believe in that. If he said that, then I condemn it. And I'm saying this on the internet today, where everybody, I condemn it. Like I said to you,
you are defending him without checking whether he said those things.
I said if. So
you condemn him.
Do you understand? If.
And what is your position for protecting him, because he has said those things? During the
himself have not had it directly.
Yes,
that is what he
said. During his last protest, he said.
Let me come in here before I move. Sorry, let me take your time. Let me take your turn and speak, and I'll move. I just want to make a very simple this thing. You see, majority of us judge Nnamdi Kanu from what we read or hear in the news.
Exactly.
No, okay.
Some of us followed every broadcast he made from the time he started becoming. The last speaker, I was one of those who didn't agree with his choice of language, but eventually I decided to listen to him so I can even make sense out of what he's trying to say. And when I listened to him, I knew that there was so much sense in what he's trying to say. And I want to reiterate what Tone said to you earlier. When he started the ESN was not against the government. It was not another military government.
At all.
Because of the appeal of the government to stop Fulanis from going to rape our women, kill their men, and take over the farms. Nnamdi Kanu said, we are going to start a group that will be in the forest. And he made it so clear. If you see any ESM person outside in the city, he's not ESM. They're supposed to be in the forest, guarding against the Fulani terrorists that are coming into the forest and the farms. Excuse me, because if so, I should give my neck for you to kill me. Then the law will take its place when I'm dead.
You know, people do higher private security. I didn't want
to come in. I didn't want to come in because I know this is what you're going to do. Because you have the power to control. You have the power of the mic. You unmute. You interject and you don't allow someone to express himself. You are the one who makes all the points. You are the one who is quarreling with everybody. You will not allow anybody to talk.
I'm just asking a question.
Why?
I'm answering
you. A journalist, you don't want to be asked a question. You like asking a question.
You are rather taking over the platform. Very soon now you will remove me. You are rather taking over the platform and are not allowing me to say what I want to say.
You call me a dictator. All this you like to call me a dictator. I'm not a dictator.
You are driving.
You will soon remove me now. That's what they do now. What in essence Stone said is very correct. It's very correct.
Answer my question.
I'm coming. And
are you driving?
I'm
No,
not
he
driving.
was.
I'm
He
still
was. He
parked.
was.
I'm not driving.
Okay,
I'm not
okay.
driving.
But the point
Very
I'm
smart.
making to my brother, mother from Benue and father from Igbo land is this. You see,
Now he smiles.
you see this. There is no wrong.
My maternal grandmother is half Benue, so
Okay, my grandmother is from Oka.
No, I
So
confess.
And Jonaba, they said the governor of Benue paid all the pensioners. They were dancing today.
yes,
The
and they still
backlog.
want to
That
impeach
year,
him
Governor
because of
Autumn
the
didn't pay them.
power, because the one that get the federal job, which is his godfather that brought him in, Akume, and Akume still want him to be impeached because he's not been loyal to him. And some of them are dropping his portrait from the office that he's not a honorable man because he paid the pensioners, and he also, since he came to power, he never hold any state government a dime.
Imagine.
But yes, and now the people, the APC House of Assembly, that want to impeach him for doing the right thing for the people.
Oh my God!
That's Nigerian politics.
Yeah. So
that's Nigerian politics.
I can.
And we are complaining here.
He backpaid them, man. They were dancing like, hey, this
is. Nigeria is a very complicated state. For one man to be loyal to one man that you give million to, he don't care about other citizens of the country that are just trying to survive. And that it baffles me when I see how they do things. People in their 70s and 80s, which even if it's by nature, they will soon expire, even if it's by nature. So where is the humanity? And where I was brought up with the value that as your day goes, wisdom increases by what you see and what you hear. And you cannot just do the same thing over and over.
It was before that when you are growing older, your wisdom will be growing. Now in Nigeria, when you are growing older, you are lacking more wisdom. So that's what's happening.
Because
but
you are not taking the vitamin from Benue State Farm.
I just want to put in one thing before I move. I just want to say to my brother Ikenna, you see, before this thing escalated, I want to draw your attention because I followed it very well. I documented everything. It's right there in my house. Before this thing escalated, there was a meeting of the 5 Eastern governors held in Enugu, chairman by David Umahi. Okay. And at the end, because David Umahi said they don't even know what IPOB is agitating for. And they went there with Nnamdi Kanu, and their disappointment was that Nnamdi Kanu didn't demand for money. Instead, he said, you know what, you demand that the Eastern seaports be open in Calabar, open in Akwa Ibom, open in Port Harcourt, open in these places. You demand that there be airport, international airport, who can fly in and fly out. You demand that the roads in the southeast will be repaired. Okay? This were his demand. You can go back to that video. It's in the internet. If you don't have it, I can post to you.
Yeah, please share that video. We want to see the video. I would definitely want to see that.
No, you see what happens that if you want to land in Enugu, if landing in Abuja is like 20 naira. If you want to land in Enugu, you pay about 40 naira. So it becomes economical for you to even land in Abuja and take transport or do a local flight than for you to do international flights to land in Enugu or Port Harcourt. That's the thing. No, so most people would prefer to land in Lagos and then drive back.
The truth about Nnamdi Kanu's demand is easy. Look, nobody is quarreling with Nnamdi Kanu for what he's trying to do. No, every blind man will see it. I think his main problem is his methodology. You understand? And people took advantage of that. You understand? I will tell you, look, regardless of the federal government's position, the way it treats its citizens, right? There are many people in Nigeria who still wants this to be resolved in a civil way, not come using some swear words on air, come like Ragbero, Asawana, like what they do in River State right now. You are fighting for Fubara. You are still shouting Asawana, like man, to hell with you and your Asawana, whatever now. Even if everybody's sympathizing with the governor, you understand. But the method with which the Ijaw people are using right now, they will not get support for the governor anymore. It's just okay, now your brother, go first for my brother now. You understand? So I think it's only main problem was his methodology. Like, and people cashed in, or his rivals cashed in on using his rhetorics to say anything that has to do with IPOB is all about Igbo and nobody else. That's why you see most states that is not Igbo speaking are cutting themselves off. Like, I bet we don't want this kind of people matter. Their own matter get as to be. It was all about them.
Look. Before you complete, let me give you a background. There is a meeting between which I was part of. There was a meeting between the Bene people and the same IPOB people. You know that there was a meeting with them. There was a meeting between I'm telling you, there's a meeting between almost all the minority groups. That is how Azarida Kubo came into the group in the first place. That was
I'm
when
telling you right now.
I'm coming. And then most people say, I'm coming, sir. Hold on, sir. Most people say his methodology is wrong. And when he was arrested, I said, I did a list. I said, those of you who say his methodology is wrong, now bring your methodology. Let us begin with your methodology.
The methodology is very, very well and tried. We've seen it. You saw how well this in P2B did very quickly. And also, if you look at
excuse me.
Let me finish. Please now. About the demand he made.
You never let her finish. You would make finish first. You would
you see this local this is that you are doing. This is that you are doing. You need to stop it. Mine is very short. 30 seconds now. 30 seconds.
is taking the message.
All these people, you see how they behave. They will let you talk. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. It's just 30 seconds. See, I want to say that if he wants
to me now,
he said something.
I allowed him. That doesn't mean I will allow you.
Why don't you allow me now? Why don't you allow me? 30 seconds. Just 30 seconds.
Man, you go ahead, brother.
This one, they care about whether I'm moderator. They abuse me every day, left and right. This one wants to help me. This one wants to do this for me. So my point is that when you say Nnamdi Kanu is asking for them to the ships and all those ports, airports, like the ship one, those southern states have ships, like in River State. And they have ships. I think in Warri they have seaports. Yeah, they have seaports. The issue is that because of China and the instability in that region, they moved it to they did their shipment. They started doing shipment and trade in Lagos area. Remember the instability. They went to Lagos to start importing goods from China. So the instability started from south. It didn't start from southeast originally. The South people got crossed about this. They started kidnapping people. And then that one ended. Then this how it started. So it's almost like this Nigerian state is orchestrating instability in that region constantly to keep that area underdeveloped. Because technically, Igbo people can decide that, you know what, we want to be going to River State port. We want to be going to Warri port. And if they patronize it and they have the numbers, the port will grow on its own.
I think you are rewriting history here, if I'm honest. You are rewriting.
Tell me where I rewrote history, please.
Thank you, my brother.
Let me land. In Port Harcourt, to be specific, you have Onne Port and Bori. They also have the ports are determined by the capacity.
In Port Harcourt
is Onne and Bori.
Yes. Bonny Port. There's Bonny too.
Onne is primarily for oil and gas operations.
And
Onne is primarily.
No. We have shipped to there before, so I know you can ship goods.
I know you have shipped. But look, if you are shipping goods, how many cargoes coming from America would take their vessel to Onne? I can assure you that out of 100, you see probably only one that is ready to take that vessel to Onne.
Because there's no patronage. That's what I'm saying.
What do you think that is? What do you mean by there is no patronage? What do you mean by there is no patronage?
Because during the early 2000s, hold on now, and you said I'm writing history, I'm telling you the truth.
Why do you think that?
I grew up in so I know. I grew up in Bagos, so I know what I'm talking about.
You are not informed in this one. You are not informed.
How can I not be informed? I grew up in Bagos. How can I not be informed?
No.
Can we talk one after the other? Can we allow people to talk?
I've used the port. I've used our own family members. I've used the port. I've been there. when they ship
hold on now.
from the UK to that port. So how can you tell me what I know?
Dexter, why do you think that is? Inside how many? Or is only one or two that will go there? Why do you think that is?
Because one, when example, you are shipping products, if you ship a certain tonnage of product goods, and you don't have the cranes to offload those goods in that particular port. So, example, you are shipping, let's say, out of 100 products, 80 of them need maybe 5-ton crane. Then only 20 are going to need maybe 1-ton crane. You go to One, it's a 1-ton crane you have. Why would me that owns the shipping line carry my vessel for 20 goods when I can stop at Lagos?
Isn't that what I just said? That the Southeastern traders can come together and create the numbers. That's the point I'm making.
No, forefathers. You are talking about marketing.
Forefather, that's not true.
Yes, because if they start using it more, the shipping people know that there is market, there is demand for them.
No, forefathers. You are
Forefather, that's not true. Don't go there.
You are talking opposite.
Demand and supply. Demand and supply.
It has nothing to do with demand and supply.
You guys, I think you guys are just political about this thing. Is Amechi not giving the money to expand all of that?
Forefather, let me give you
no, my brother. No. I don't want to hear. It's now that you come and trying to be politicized that you want to blame federal government. I'm asking you a direct question since you are well informed. Was Amechi, the former governor of Rivers State, was not giving money to expand that seaport by
Nader Abouat attacked Dexter.
Okay, so that is what I don't like.
Dexter
I don't want those.
Okay, let me answer you. Let me answer you.
My answer is yes or no.
No, he wasn't giving money. He wasn't giving money. What Amechi said, and I can also, if I reach my house, I can hold on now. Let me answer you. Let me answer now.
you know this journalist there.
I can answer you because you see, no. I don't talk in vacuum. I talk with what I know. Amechi said in an interview that if we
now you can trust Amechi, right?
Listen, sir. Please listen, sir. He said if we wanted this thing, we should go and look for the finance. We should go and look for resources. That is the financing of those projects in the East. And that is why he didn't include it in his listing, because these other ones has finance. There's countries that have accepted to finance it. And the one from the Southeast, he doesn't have money for it. If we can get the money, he will do it. That's how he left that interview. Go and it's there on the internet. That interview was conducted by Arise News.
I want to let you know, and I think Loco is aware of it, that the federal government released that money. Actually, he returned in giving that money to Buhari during campaign. So let us not go there. We know the truth, and we are just shading.
Hold on, sir.
And
Mr. John,
another thing,
Mr. John,
we also
please,
understand
I want to ask you a question.
The Igbo is just like flying from here to Rivers State right now, to Rivers State. People fly from where I live straight to Rivers State. It may be more expensive, but in the patronizing of your places and as the market go to that area, it make it much popular and people begin to focus on that thing. So if I'm going to save $10 or $20 for the comfort of going to discomfort of going to Lagos and then take a local flight from Lagos to Rivers, I would better go from here straight to Rivers State.
John, I want to ask a question. John, I want to ask you a question. How many? Hold on, sir. How many Benue people fly from Lagos to Makurdi? Since there's an airport in Makurdi, why do they stop in Abuja? Why don't they fly? How many Benue people fly from Lagos to Makurdi or Abuja to Makurdi?
I'm trying to tell you now. Airpeace go now. There's a fly from Lagos to. It's a market. When they don't have a market, you're not going to allow them. They're not going to.
So what are you saying now?
You don't decide for the airline.
They will not
when
fly.
The airline do not have enough passengers to go from Lagos to Benue, do you want them to go empty?
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Let me say something. You see, let me say something. Sometimes when we argue over some of these things, it's funny. Do you understand? Because at least I know when Port Harcourt Seaport was fully functional. Okay. I know when Warri Seaport was fully functional. As a matter of fact, my mom managed a shipping line in Warri Refinery. Oh. So I knew all these things.
Good.
Now, what happened? The question you ask yourself is, What happened? There was a time Warri. I lived in Warri. Part of my early years was in Warri. Warri was bubbly.
What happened?
Warri is a ghost town today. What happened? We should ask this question.
Tell us.
Stop arguing.
I just gave the answer. People refuse to listen.
Do you know that, but Godfather, hold on. Your answer is not adding up. I beg. No, they give us that.
Then tell us.
Your answer, no, they add up. You are just complicated.
Don't distract
Now,
yourself.
look at it. Do you have an idea that the Warri Seaport is better and bigger than the Lagos port?
Oh my God, what happened?
So what happened? Now, let me tell you this. Believe it or not, the closing of Warri and Port Harcourt Seaport is a deliberate attempt. It is a deliberate attempt. I don't want to start arguing over on.
No, you have to. If you say something, you have to
substantiate it. Hold on. It's a deliberate attempt to boost the economy of Lagos.
Okay, good. How?
Do you understand? What is how?
How did they close it?
Why do you think
close it?
Why do you think business is booming? Okay, now see.
Wait. Who was in charge of MPA and the Port Authority? Do Obasanjo's time.
Oh my God! Now the question, the answer question. I say, how did they close it?
Now, question: do you know?
I don't know.
How did they close it? If the citizens
I gave the answer. They refused to accept it.
And the state, the people
you forgot that the Niger Delta was agitation in the Niger Delta. They were kidnapping people, even from ships. They were kidnapping people.
I agree.
You got all those things.
So hasn't that stopped?
Kidnapping.
It has stopped. That's my point.
So why haven't you opened it back?
Hold on now. By the time
Mr. Abba, hold on. If you say they were kidnapping people, why did they not make adequate beef up security around that place?
Thank you.
No.
They tried. They tried to do that.
See, why is Calabar not working?
Let me explain now. See, that region, Calabar one is still not. It's not fully developed. It's not.
They were kidnapping people in Calabar. They were kidnapping people in One. They were kidnapping people in Warri. Not kidnap only. Thank you.
I think I need
the question we ask ourselves. Hold on.
All these people.
Mr. John, just hold on. Let me land somewhere.
Okay.
Let me land somewhere. Now you are saying they are kidnapping people. What actually caused this whole thing? Let me tell you.
I'm not leaving. I will rejoin. I'm going to leave here. I'll be joining you. I'm not.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Thank you
that's
for
fine.
coming in.
Now, let me bring you a little bit up to date. Maybe in Nigeria, there's this thing we do. We tend to forget history just to drive home our point. Do you understand? When it suits us. Let me also take you back to memory lane.
Hey God.
The era of this kidnap, what actually happened during that era of the kidnap?
I know why the kidnapping started. We are answering a specific question about why the south this thing seaports are not functional. I said that region was unstable. I made the comment that why did you disagree with me?
Okay, what made the region unstable?
Because of course the marginalization and the injustice that the federal government is putting out to them. That is why they are reasoning. They were kidnapping workers, even oil workers. They were kidnapping them. Nigerian military was in there fighting. So you can see why sea activity will be affected in that region.
Okay, hold on.
By that time, let me explain it now. Hold on, please. Let me explain.
I know you are explaining what we all know. You are explaining what we
don't only know. You don't know this one that I'm about to say.
Oh, yeah.
There's another trend. There's another trend that you have to pay attention to. The Chinese were bringing in cheap goods. Most of the goods that the Southeasterners used to make, they used to make it themselves. But they saw a way of making money faster, so they went to China, bought the goods, sold it, and Nigerians got cheaper goods, and they made their money quickly, and it's easier for them to do it in Lagos, because the South was no. You can see the trend now. That's why it's hard to bring back to.
Father, that's you do know what you're doing. You're just you're glossing over the truth.
Honestly,
oh my God,
I can't even believe I can't believe I'm hearing this from you.
See, everything is a conspiracy in your mind.
One of the problems we have
See, even if it's a conspiracy, hold on. You are trying to tell me that I should believe that the federal government somehow conspired. The federal government somehow conspired to do it. If they did, the way they did it was to use these destabilizing entities to do it. That's my point. I'm saying this will destabilize the South region, and they are still doing it today. Nnamdi Kanu is one of them. Asari Dokubo was one of them. All these will destabilize that region. That's why the South and the Southeast is suffering. The Southwest doesn't have that problem. Hence, why everybody is going there. Instability is what creates this type of poverty we are in. If you are not stable, why do you expect the development in that area?
Father, can I ask you a question? You are of recent. You have been a student of Machiavelli. Eh?
Yes.
Now,
I'm not a student of his.
My
own thought came from him. He just said something that I have already been saying before I found out about him.
Father, do you play the game of chess?
No.
Do you have any? No. Okay. Do you have any knowledge about the game of chess?
I played a bit, but I don't know how to play.
Okay. Now let me ask you a question.
I play a game of chess.
Let me ask you a simple question. Everything you have said, let us assume that everything you have said is true. Okay. Let me ask you a question. Why will the leadership of a state want destabilization in some regions? You are a student of Machiavelli. Use your knowledge from the prince to look at it. Why will a state Why will a state destabilize a certain region? Why will it purposely, and why would the leadership of that state not look to create peace in that region? Why will it promote destabilization in a particular region and try and maintain peace in another region? Why?
It works for the interests of almost all the parties that mean Nigeria harm. I'm trying to explain it, please. One, the northern elites that believe that they want to make sure that the South is not outpacing them, they have an advantage in ensuring that that area is disorganized so that they can maintain control over the area easily. The Southwest, they don't have any dog in the fight. They feel like, oh, if you guys are less developed, we are just fine taking all the benefits from you. So they don't have any real interest in ensuring that that area is stable. The people that have interest in ensuring that that area is stable are busy making that area unstable, supporting the process to make it unstable. That is the problem.
Let me ask another question. Recently, have you listened to the interview where Buhari said the Southeast is a dot? It's like a dot
I agree with you.
Middle of, yes. Now, do you, if you listen to the interview, before he made that statement, do you know what he said? He said he has spoken to the leaders in the South, and they have assured him that there will be no access to the sea. Do you know what it means for there to be no access to the sea? It means that every sea infrastructure will not be working.
Southeast was referring to not South.
Yes, no, Father, get my point.
He said South. He mentioned it twice.
He said it twice. South.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's talking about the South have assured him that he said that the Southeast is not going to have access to the sea. Okay.
No, he said this. Yes. So, and now, what does that mean? Invariably, that means that the infrastructure, the port infrastructure in the South has to stay docile, completely docile. For that,
and the South people agreed to that. Who is the fool then?
No. Let me ask. Let me.
Is it not the South?
No, yeah. But that is what he said.
The South is the fool, but the Nigerian state is the bigger fool.
That's what I just said. We are the ones causing the problem in our region.
But the Nigerian state is the bigger fool. Let me be honest with you.
The Nigerian people are fools. They've been behaving like fools for a long time.
See, let me say this.
And the people they don't know what is good for their own people.
Father, let me say this to you, right? You see, I understand where you're coming from. I just want to believe that you're playing the devil's advocate, because I don't see you like somebody who want to be defending this Nigerian state the way you are defending. I don't believe. I just feel you're playing.
I'm not defending state. I'm defending the people. If you observe what I'm saying, I'm actually defending people. I care about what is good for the people. Don't get yourself distracted by politics and all this stuff.
Yeah, let me tell you something.
Yeah, right? Igbos are not people, so are not part of the people you are defending.
Yeah, so
you see this journalist. You know, 89 journalists are dead in Gaza, but you are going to be supporting Israel to kill your fellow journalists. It's okay. This is what they do.
No, Let's hear my brother, please. I'm waiting to hear him. He has a lot of points.
Let
He
me
wants to
say
fight for
this,
his fellow journalists.
when we look at all the statements that are being made about the seaports and all the many things that were done, destabilize the region, and you said, oh, they shut down the seaport because the region was unstable. There is one question that keeps running through my mind. Yes, the region was unstable. Like I told you, I was in Warrior period, you know. It was a way of life. These Warri boys, they were harassing everybody, but we were all getting by. Wafi boys, they were harassing everybody. We were all getting by. But you know what? When you decided to shut down the seaports because of instability in the region, you didn't shut down the exportation of oil because it's still through the seaports you were using to export these things. So oil was still going. It didn't affect, the instability did not affect that.
It did affect it, actually.
No, it did not. It did not. Nigeria was still exporting.
Less.
Nigeria was exporting less of what? The only time Nigeria stopped, in fact, the only time exportation,
kidnapping them on the ships.
Did they stop them from coming?
The expatriates.
Did they stop them from coming to do their job?
Why would they run from billions of dollars? Nobody will run from billions of dollars.
But they can run from importing and exporting through the this cargo ship. But
yes, because they don't care too much about Southeasterners. They don't care too much about South.
The truth is this. The truth is, the moment we realize that some decisions that the government of the day makes or the Nigerian state makes to punish a certain group of people, on the long run affects the entire nation, the better for all of us. Because at the end of the day, you shut down Warri Port, shut down Port Harcourt Port, and do you know how one of the reasons why when we say subsidy, let me even digress a little bit. When they say subsidy, do you know that what majorly that is being subsidized is the transportation of these products into the country? And let me tell you how this transportation occurred. The mother ship that brings oil into Nigeria cannot get into Lagos port. It will stay on the high sea. People like you and I who have smaller vessels, we go meet the mother ship on the high sea, suck part of this fuel, and bring it into with the vessels that can enter into Lagos port. Now, what Nigerian government is paying is that transportation, plus the guys who own the tank farm in Lagos port who will now stop. This is what we are paying for, which could have been as easy as, okay, you know what? Port Harcourt Port can take those mother ships. All you need to do is invest, get Port Harcourt Port.
Everything you are saying, we are all on the same side. But what you are refusing to see to an extent is that we in the southeast, in short, the south, we are sabotaging ourselves. It's only the southwest that doesn't sabotage itself that much. The southeast sabotage that region constantly, and we expect to develop. There's more population in the south and the southeast compared to the southwest, but yet they've not. And there's more wealth or natural resources in those regions more than the southwest.
Boko Haram is sabotaging the north.
Exactly. And the north is poor for it. Yeah, and the north is poor for it. They are paying the price for it. That's what happens when you sabotage your region. Sorry, go ahead.
Let me tell you something. There will, in any situation, even right now in Ukraine, there will always be people who are working against the system, no matter what you say, because that's why there's law. People always want to make quick money by being on the other side. That's why they are called saboteurs, and they will always exist. Now, in the south, on the side of the southeast, those people have always been there. Even during the war, you had people who are betraying other people, okay, betraying the Igbos. Now, coming to what he had just explained, which is very true, but even the way I'm using an example of Warri now, where my wife comes from and where I have been severally. Up to now, those companies are still their guest houses are still empty. I remember once I went there and I had a lunch in Shell restaurant. I mean, it's one of the places I ate in Nigeria that I will never forget in a hurry. Okay, because the food was so good, that I couldn't get over it. I had to keep going and coming back to come and eat there. Now, those places are still empty. Now, why am I bringing this in? In Lagos, where we were now shut, those places were shut down so that Lagos will operate. Didn't they have area boys who are extorting money even from us as journalists? Before you put your recording equipment on the street, you have to pay them. Sometimes you have to even pay them for a week if you are going to be in Lagos for a week so that they keep protecting you. Did it stop business? Did the federal government now shut down Lagos? Say, okay, since these people are charging you, before you put your load down, you pay. Before you move your vehicle, you pay. Before you do this, you pay. Did they shut that place down? Did they decide now to military? I'm coming, sir. I'm still asking you a question, sir. I'll give you time to answer. Did they now bring fire brigade, Boy Scout, Girls Guide, all the paramilitary and military, and put them on roadblocks all around Lagos, so that before you move, you must pay money. If you don't move, if you don't pay money, you will not move. Did they also tell them that when you get there, when you mount roadblock, before anybody pass, they must come down from their vehicle, put their hands up, and walk through the checkpoint and go to the other side and board their vehicles? Did they do that? That's still going on in the southeast. Is that part of governance? And then somebody in the southeast gets up now, and what I want you guys to understand is, before you begin to condemn Nnamdi Kanu, before he even got to this point, he had a meeting with people in the southeastern governors. They were the ones he was concerned about. It was that he now sought to include other people, other tribe people. It was from this Israeli thing that he decided to say, okay, let me speak to the Yorubas. Let me speak to the Middle Belt. Let me speak to the South people. Let them see the reason what I am saying. So his message was expanded after that, Mayor, wasn't able to escape. Let me tell you something. Understand. Most of those young men who were killed in that
KJ, oh, not to look at you.
So what am I trying to say here? I'm trying to say let's judge him. Look, and again, KJ, I want to say this. Somebody gave example. There's no freedom fighter anywhere that uses nice words. If you doubt me, we don't even need to go far. Go and listen to Fela. Fela never used nice words. Thank you.
KJ. See the truth here. Like I said, when it started, his taking off was bad. Maybe the utterances, the way he was doing it, and the way some of the followers was behaving, right? People were not bringing videos out there like, come on, man. So like, some of his words were irritating to people. Like you said, whoever is fighting, or maybe freedom fighter or whatsoever, they don't use nice words, they don't come easy. Yeah, I agree. But when it comes to like, you want to make sense for yourself and you really want to be out there, you have to check what you're saying. You understand? And videos came out where he was using some violent words. You understand? Like, bomb, kill, beat, destroy, shoot. You need bullets, you need bomb, something like that. So you were like, come on, do you think at this time this is what we need? You understand? Like I said, regardless of what's happening in Nigeria, there are many civil people out there who still want things to be done the right way, even if they know it's going to be hard or impossible to achieve it. You understand? So that now people also took advantage of his rhetoric, like, you should this not be just Igbo thing alone. Look at the way they are behaving. Look at how violent they are. Look at their demonstrations in places like River State, Warri. Look at how they are not even doing things in a civil way. They just come like this normal Agbero, like, hey, like that. So those are the things people were looking at. That's why he was not having, maybe the PRO, you know, whatever he was doing, the PRO out there was really also not good. And he was also still having internal struggle. People fighting him internally. You understand? Asking, okay, what about the funds given to you? How you're not accountable for the funds? You say you want to be leader. I'm not accountable. So like that. So too many things happening. Then it wasn't even also friendly to religious bodies. You understand? Like maybe like some churches, Yoruba churches, this and that. So there were too many from his own side. Then the way he was portraying himself as if he was like Messiah, or like let's say PRO. people like kissing his feet. This guy after Jesus Christ. Now this one, he was God sent. This and that. So the PR, all these things cumulated together was at like not really in his favor, so to speak. So when the federal government now came to him to like, this is who this guy is, so it was easy to demarcate him, to bring him down easily with all this stuff. So yes, what he was saying is really good, but like I said, if he didn't do it like as if it was a Southeast Eastern team, like it was a total South struggle fight. You understand? Completely. Not putting like the IPOB radio. Like I said, I always listen to IPOB radio, whatever stuff, you understand? So like if it wasn't coming as if it was all about like speaking Igbo in IPOB radio, this and that. So too many things were working against him, despite the fact that what he was talking about, like Nigeria is in comatose, he wants this to be here, this to be here. Before the seaport you are talking about, the state it belongs to, they are dissociating themselves from you. Data will tell you they are not part of this. Calabar Rivers will tell you we are not part of. Bayelsa will tell you we are not part of. Akwa Ibom we are not part of. All of them not being part of. That means there's an issue with the way you were handling this stuff. All these Niger Delta states, the real core other states, cannot cut themselves away from you. Not even their government saying it now.
I might have been.
There's an issue.
Loco. I might have been a bit more sympathetic if he was talking for the people in terms of, we want our people's lives to be better. We need to build more hospitals. We need to secure our people and all those things. But the way it comes across is that he forgets that there are processes to see. He knows the law. He knows the law, and he's a smart man. He's not stupid. So,
not even the law. Let's assume he wants to go against the law. No problem, right?
He shouldn't. It's a big problem.
No, hold on. What I'm saying, like the backup you are expecting to get from the whole entire Niger Delta or South, you're not getting it. Meanwhile, this is the region where
let's say you want to go against the law. If you are going against the law in a way that doesn't lead to so many innocent people, not the leaders that you are against facing the consequences, but innocent people facing the consequences, this is why I say don't get conned. You need to look at the people that you should be going after is the leaders, not the ordinary people.
You have come back to this same law that we started, and that's why I jumped in the first place. Now, listen to me again. I said this. Nnamdi Kanu never took his struggle first and foremost to the center. He never did, okay? Because his first place of holding accountable were the Eastern governors. The Eastern governors were the ones who betrayed Nnamdi Kanu.
No.
I say it. Look at my face. I am not. I'm telling you. I am telling you. Led by David Omai, that David Omai of Ebonyi State. Because in that meeting, they expected, they thought that he was going to be one of those who come and say, okay, because before the meeting, they were saying, what is that the kind of one? Give him some money.
Wait, what year was that? What year?
I cannot remember the year now, but that was
no. Buhari's tenure is just 8 years ago, so you can remember. Because
listen. Hold on. If you give me, I'm sitting in my car. If you give me time, I go in. I'll feed you right in. I'll feed you right in the video. Okay. Hold on, sir. At the end of that video, David Omai gave a press conference and said that now they understand, and this is what. But that IPOB and Nnamdi Kanu should give them time to deliberate, and that they shouldn't.
This is after.
It's not after now. Hey, come on. What are you saying? It's not after.
KJ, my brother.
Relax.
I know you're you're my very dear brother. Yeah, I respect you a lot, and I know you're a very sharp guy. Like what we said earlier, if we start to call out where we make a mistake, if we start to point out where we made a mistake and where we are doing the right thing, like what Ikenna said earlier, if it's Nnamdi Kanu, what he's calling for, is it right? Yes. But the way he's going about it is what a lot of Igbo people have.
Now, today I was abused, I was attacked, I was heckled. They were calling me Yoruba person. I told them, so I had to even switch to Igbo. I spoke Igbo to them. I said, you lot are just stupid. That is your problem. That's the problem with all this struggle and all that. They don't want to hear anything. Their way of thinking is just like this. It's all about violence, violence, violence. Now, David Umahi, the video you're referring to, yeah, I watched it in details incidentally this afternoon. I know there's he was a bit glib-tongued in his submission, but however, he made a very valid point, and that valid point was you cannot say, how can we present our case there and all that, whilst you people, you come and you're talking about violence. You're talking about violence. I have been in a broadcast where they did not tell me this is not a listing. Simon Ekpa Koro about 5 months ago, 6 months ago, he was talking about getting money to get anti-aircraft missile. Making that kind of statement, and the whole government will take you lightly. What are we talking about?
Listen,
Tone.
Hold on, because you have totally gone out. If you are going to quote me properly on this platform, and forefather who don't even like my position on this issue, we tell you, I have never supported. I promise, sir. Hold on, sir. I'll give you the platform. I have never one day supported Simon Ekpa. I've never ever one day said his method or even his intellectual ability. Even his intellectual ability does not match with me. The reason why I listen to Nnamdi Kanu is because if you listen to Nnamdi Kanu, you must go out with something useful.
Exactly.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say.
Please make me understand.
What I'm trying to say here is that at the moment, yeah, they are now calling him PM for one reason or the other. Even again, that is another laughable thing because a lot of people don't even understand. He represents the IPOB. Now, what I am simply said to them this morning on that particular channel, I said, listen, my brothers, can't we devise a different approach to this thing? They started cussing me up. People started cussing me from the comment section. Even the host thought I was a government agent. I said no. Then incidentally, Maxi came and Maxi started talking, and I interjected and told Maxi. I didn't mention my name, or Maxi knew immediately that was me. And I told them, and Maxi told them immediately, like, this guy is not against you guys. So we're all together. We're saying the same thing, and that is the way we will go forward. What put Nnamdi Kanu in the position that he put himself is that it's like I will call it a self-inflicted error. Nnamdi Kanu is a great guy. I met him once. In Peckham. He lives in Peckham in South London here. I met him once. He's a nice guy. Other than this thing, he's a very quiet guy. Forget when he talks, when he's agitated. I can understand why he's very, very agitated. But when you know about all the illegalities that's been going on and all that, it will cause you to be another person. And I think that is what it has really affected him.
Yeah.
And I'm more so with that attack, then he lost his appearance and all that. That really something in him, went off. It can happen to any of us here. So let us not just say because or like the bombing in Kaduna, that be it that is even a baby that they killed. Should that happen? But
yeah, Tone. Sorry, I was curious. When did he lose his parents? And is it Nigerian forces that did it? Are they responsible for it?
I'm not sure, but what they were writing was that it had to do, I think it was trauma. I don't know.
Yeah, like trauma stuff. Yeah.
The trauma affected his dad. Yeah.
It was after the house attack and all that. They didn't even know where he was. So before they could recover where he was, his father died because nobody was sure whether he was in prison or not.
That maybe they've taken away the corpse of his son or his dear son.
Yes, and shortly after that, his mother followed. I think 6 months difference.
So that's tragic.
So if we look at all this, and I still believe that the other part of the southeast should be carried along. Right now, it's all about, because I believe, see, the Biafra that I'm seeing now, I'm worried because it's going to be dictatorship. If you do not if you do not talk anything nice, and you have your opinion, you have a diverse opinion from the leader.
Okay, can I add a little bit?
But I know KJ is
it,
not that kind of person. But vast majority of all the people that follow,
Max is here now. Max is here. Max, I hope you came back
Max
with a
is
good
different.
one. Not this one you put it out.
I can have a discussion with KJ. He will listen. We will rub minds. But
can I add a little bit? Can I add a little bit? And I want, excuse me, can I add a little bit before I switch off? Now, there's no, go and check, no people on earth who are oppressed, who got their freedom on a platter of gold. Somebody has to pay the price. Somebody has to go the way that Nnamdi Kanu has gone. And I give examples. The struggle of ANC didn't start, it didn't come peacefully. It didn't come peacefully. The struggle, in fact, if we go back, let's even go back to Nigeria. When Fela was condemning the system, he never went. He didn't do it with nice words. He didn't do it with nice words. So now I'm not saying, because like I said, I listened to almost everything that Nnamdi Kanu had to say. At one time, my wife was saying I had national broadcast because I must listen every day. Okay, because I was trying to fault. First of all, when I went there, was to fault him so I can write about the guy. I can say this guy, after all, has nothing to offer.
You see how journalists behave. Yeah?
So, but when I started listening to him, and he was telling some stories that only that is a thorough or a person who thoroughly understands the history of. I'll give you an example. Do you know that even the creation of states? I'm coming. The creation of states in Nigeria was.
I need you to deal with. Do you really think it was true that the Buhari we have today, according to Nnamdi Kanu, is not the Buhari that was there originally? Do you think that narrative was true or false?
Oh, okay. You know this all this while I have never really said anything because I've not been confronted with that question. But I'll give an example. I'll say something and I'll go and answer your question. The last of Buhari's interview that was aired before he became elected, I edited it. It was done by a young girl called I don't want to call her name, but I edited it. And you know what it means when you're editing a video? You listen to the person more than 1,000 times because you want to put all the things together. So having edited that video, I couldn't understand him. I couldn't. In fact, it took me. That's what delayed the interview for long. But eventually, we were able to understand and would write out some of the things he was saying because he was not audible at all. It was too, you understand what I'm saying. Now, but eventually, this same Buhari now, who we now couldn't understand, we had to take a lot of people, divided into bits for people to hear and try to play it over and make sense out of what he was saying, became very audible, became very clear. So it's possible that they did a throat surgery for him, which straightened out his vocal cord. It's possible that they did what they call it,
medical whatever. Yeah.
Yes, it's possible that he went through some transformation that brought him to that point. It's possible. I don't know. Okay, I cannot tell. But there are videos out there airing by one journalist who was saying that Buhari died and why people deceiving Nigerians. So whatever it is, I as KJ cannot tell you. The only thing I'm waiting out for now is to know where Aisha lives, to know where where he himself lives. That's what I'm watching out for. Okay. Yeah. So if they are still living together, because if it's not her husband, obviously they cannot operate as husband and wife. Okay. So that time will tell. Tone, that's my last thing. Time will tell us. All these things will unveil or be unraveled.
I think the same question also goes for maybe Tinubu, because when he was doing the campaigning, people hardly heard this bala blue right now. But since he entered, it became sound. You understand? But for me, I think the issue of saying Aisha and what's this guy Buhari living together, I don't think that was how it was really from even before Buhari entered presidency. I think they were living like, okay, coming together, sometimes stay, come out, you understand? Until Buhari finally distanced her from becoming the first lady. So she just, I beg, I don't want to have this. I beg, go sit down for that side. When you need me, call me. I come. If you do, I go back.
You know, she's not the first wife, though. That's what
no, she's the current wife. So let's just current one, like the one for the occasion, for the presidential meeting, for the photo shoots and all that stuff. So she's the current wife for her. So, but I think if you are waiting for two of them to be staying together again, you know what happened? Because I think that staying together has never been done for a long while, even before Buhari entered. When
but
Buhari was
Buhari, Buhari had a house in the Asokoro part of Abuja. That's the Three Arm Zone side.
You must always get the house now.
And she was there.
No,
I don't know what you're saying, because I have people
journalist.
who work closely with her.
Hold on, no. See,
My
KJ, when I
journalist,
say staying there,
can I come in
I
here?
said,
Can I come in here?
Yes, please
Can I
come
come
in.
in
I
here?
beg, come in, please,
see,
sir.
Hold on.
Brother Loco, Brother Loco,
When
Brother Loco.
that, sorry, hold on. When that first lady belonged to the Oza room came in, you understand? That was what caused that, distance again. You understand? So when he was doing the campaign, at least a woman has to be by his side now, doing the woman campaigning, whatever. You understand? Until the other room came in, that was what brought that distance. Like, I beg, we not cook just pregnant together before. Like that, we just do from political level. You understand?
Okay,
that is besides the point, though.
I gathered Buhari for.
You better speak.
Your audio is bad.
You better talk right now.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Continue.
Okay, I was a guard commander in Buhari's house in a place they call Gamji Bank, former Gamji Bank, along Racecourse Road. He share wall in Kaduna. He share wall with Yaradua. He share wall with Red. I was with Buhari for 6 good months in Kaduna. That time I was a sergeant.
Is it President Buhari or candidate Buhari?
President Buhari. I was in his house.
Not candidate, okay.
President Buhari, the ex-president of Nigeria. His house is along the Racecourse Road in Kaduna.
Was he as military regime or?
That time he resigned as PTF chairman.
That means it's maybe candidate. So it's not President Buhari now. It's not President Buhari. It's candidate.
Oh, no.
Before he became a candidate.
Before he became a candidate and became
that's why I use the word
a
president or candidate. So that it wasn't the president. Exactly. So continue.
But the man who was standing, just like you now, Mr. Loco.
Yeah.
Right now you are going to, contest. You are a candidate.
Yeah.
And when you become the president, you become a president. And when you live there, you are going to be an ex-president. That is what I'm talking about. Yeah. The person I guarded for 6 months was your ex-president of Nigeria today.
Okay.
I was in his house. And that was where I got to know Dangote, the man that owns ABG, Alhaji Bawagaroba, the satellite company in Kaduna that time that was running. That was where I got to know them. When they came to visit him, looking for contract, so many people visited him. Alhaji Dantata and the rest of them. Yeah. Even the richest man in Africa today, Dangote, I met them there while I was there. You see, most of us, the first wife, do you know the reason why he divorced the first wife? Because Babangida gave the first wife a Palm Peugeot car.
Assistance.
When the man heard it, he was not in Nigeria that time. I think he went for Mecca. That time they just, deployed me newly there.
I thought so. I think he was in prison when the help happened, and he heard in prison. And
no, he was out. He was out. He was out.
Out of prison. Okay.
The wife collected, the first wife collected the gift from IBB. And when this man came back, he was furious. And he gave the wife what they called Sekidaya, Sekibiu, and Seki Uku. My senior comrade, Ton, know what I'm talking about. And once they give you that first divorce, that is Sekidaya, and give you another one, Sekibiu, and give you the last one, Seki Uku, that marriage is no more.
Avoid.
That was how he divorced his wife and married this lady from Bronu, the one that is there now, Aisha. That was what happened. You see, for me, when you look at what is happening in Nigeria today, I don't quite understand it. That the richest, the most populous black nation in Africa will be, retrogressing, where the rest, smaller countries, are progressing. When you check the indices, you will see it there. What is the reason why all this Nigerian system is creating these monsters? Why are they creating these monsters?
Have you been listening to the show? The first person took off because I tried to clarify a point, and you spent a long time arguing with Ovie here, and people who refuse to believe their eyes, even when the evidence is in front of them. No, we are still asleep. That is why. You see the problem. What are you talking about? This is the problem. That's why we are creating it.
To Niger, me. The last time from the beginning, when Nigerians were preparing for this PVC operation, get your PVC operation, get your PVC. I said something here in Dr. Damage's platform, and what I said that time made Dr. Damages to tell me that he want to have a one-on-one with me. I can't remember that. I think my senior comrade was there on the platform that day. It is bad. What is happening? Nigeria is supposed to show leadership example to the rest of the African nations. But what we are saying today, Nigeria is grooming monsters. What is the problem of calling Mazen Nnamdi Kanu? Why are you agitating? And remember, my people, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu did not go to the center, just like my senior comrade said. He didn't. He did not. He started with his own people. This is what we want, you people to channel, send it to them there. Nigeria can do it. After the war, two Nigeria, hold on.
I don't agree with your position about Nnamdi Kanu. It's just not accurate. Nigeria is too lenient with people that try to destroy Nigeria. They are too lenient with people that try to destroy Nigeria. Nigeria is not functional as a state. When you look at, Nigeria, look at Asari Dokubo that fought against Nigeria, probably killed Nigerian soldiers. And he went to jail for a few years.
Let me tell you,
and they released him to come and work for Nigeria.
In Ghana here, will you do what Jerry Rawlings did in Ghana here and survive?
In general, if I had the power, yes, of course.
Do you know the reason why Jerry Rawlings did what he did? Do you know the reason why corruption is minimal? I'm not telling you that corruption is, it's not happening in Ghana. Do you know the reason why corruption is minimal in Ghana today? People are afraid to steal money. It's because of what J.J. Rawlings did.
Kai, there's corruption in Ghana. And Jerry, you have to remember, Jerry Rawlings' situation is very different. Jerry Rawlings, when he got out, when he took over, he literally came out of being executed. He was due to be executed. So, because of the speech he made, when they were trying him, the soldiers went to free him. When he was, I think the next day he was due to be executed. He got free.
No, he did
and you can see his fury.
He didn't make any speech. The
said something. I think there was a statement he made.
the person he handed over power to, that was Buzia. That was
he the one
Buzia.
that made the speech?
That was Buzia. He handed over to Buzia.
No. I'm not talking about handing over power. I'm talking about when he escaped from being executed.
He took over power. He took over power. He
but
took
he
over
made a
power
speech before that happened, before he was freed.
Okay, wait now. Let me. You don't say me.
Twice. He came to power twice. You know that.
I know that now. No, he
so
handed.
I don't know which one you're referring to.
He took over power and later handed over power to a particular.
Was it not the first time he took over power? He carried out the executions that he did.
Yes, that was the time.
You see, that's my point. The circumstances was different. He was due to be executed, and he was like, "Okay, that's the game you are playing. I'm going to do the same to you." And you see how that feels.
You know, it was not even him that organized. It was the boys.
I know.
But I think I'm misconstruing the point. He carried out the execution before for the first time. That's when he took over.
The first time. Yeah, he carried out the first time because
so
corruption in Ghana was endemic as at that time.
Yeah.
Corruption was endemic in Ghana as at that time. And when he came in, he single-handedly destroyed all of them. And now handed over power to a different government and went to the barracks. Then they now try to say what he did was wrong, that they would try him, and that was what triggered the second coup. If I tell you what the man passed through, his fingers were removed while his fingernails were extracted from his body while he was in jail. His finger, what that man passed through.
You can see why when he came out, he had that righteous indignation, and he was really crossed with the people that wanted to kill him, and the people that were with him too were in business. They meant business.
Yeah. And when he came out, when they organized, while he was in prison, the boys said, no, what they are doing to our boss is not good. They then carried out a coup that removed him and now planted him as the president of Ghana. So that was what happened. Can that happen in Nigeria?
Yes.
Because if you are allowed to no, it can never happen in Nigeria as we speak. It can happen. The people that have looted your common funds, they are. Somebody spoke about is it Mohammed Abacha, right? Something caused that. Something happened. Look, let me tell you, my people. During the PRC, senior comrade, if I make mistake, please correct me. During Abacha's time, there is a governor, Kano State governor. Every quarter, do you know how much they share in Abuja? $500,000. And some soldiers took that money away and bent the car and become rich till today. That was your money. Those were your money.
I think that guy even escaped from Nigeria. I think
they voluntarily retired from. They voluntarily retired. They were living in Kaduna in a Rebado cantonment. They were drivers, S&T, and a signaler. They intentionally, when they saw, they told them that those things, they should go and deliver it in Kano, that they are bottles, cartons of beer, cartons of beer. When they got to the road, they opened it, it was dollars. These guys went out, bought stationaries, put into those places, removed the monies, and set the distance, and even inflicted injuries on themselves. And they were pitied. Later on, they resigned and left the army. That was how the corruption was going on, even during the army, the military regime. Your money were shared. Our people were living in abject. Nigeria has the money to lift. As I'm talking to you now, if the Nigerian leadership will just take it as a point of action, they will pull out over 10 million Nigerians out of poverty. As I'm speaking to you, within 1 month, they can do it. The money is there, but it rotates among few people. And that is why you see Nigerians, going down below poverty line. And these are the issues we need to address. You will build a house today to Nigeria. When you go to your home now, you build, let's say, 25 apartments. If you don't put a standard generator, a central generator for them, all of them will buy genset. And tell me the kind of noise and pollution
is it
this
still alive?
25 gen will contribute.
I think it's something Kotangora or something like that, if I remember. During that time,
no, it's not. I've forgotten his name. I've forgotten his name. He's from Kano State. I've forgotten his name. If I remember his name, I will mention it.
Okay. All right.
I've forgotten his name. He's from Kano. He sent them to go and give the bottle, the acclaim to the father. And these boys went out because, they are bodyguards and drivers. They know what was going on. Even when I was drafted to be in the strike force, my brother, if you see what is going on there, you don't see money outside. Go to Aso Rock and see how dollar flies there. Go to that place and see how dollar. If you want to know how dollar flies in Aso Rock, when they tell you that there is no money, go and ask Barnabas, Sergeant Roger.
The corruption in Nigeria, we know Nigeria is corrupt, but it's not. The whole thing doesn't add up. If you reason it, the politicians, what they are doing is not proper corruption. Even if it is proper corruption, they will make Nigeria richer and make themselves more money. Compared to people like Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and all these billionaires around the world, Microsoft, they are like babies. They are like maybe 2 billion, 3 billion, maybe at most 5 billion. The others have a lot of money, and they don't want to grow Nigeria, and they have the capacity to do it too. They have the capacity to grow Nigeria, but they don't want to because they are sold their souls to other people, or they are so scared of their own shadow they can't do the right thing for the people. Because I've not seen anybody that owns a farm. Maxi, you own a farm right now, and this point is important. I need to make this point. This point is very important because Maxi is a farmer. You have a farm. Don't you think it's in your interest for the cattle and the livestock to do very well so that you can make more money?
Yeah,
you take care of them well so you make more money. But in context of Nigeria, that is not the case. They don't want to make the nation do well so they can do even better.
It's non-existent. Yeah.
That is what makes our situation unique. The West, they make their nation better so they can do better. But our nation doesn't do that. It tells you that there's something else going on with them that is compromising
you know why
them
they do that
so that we don't progress. Yes.
To Nigeria, let me just say this and keep mute for other people to speak. I respect you, all of you, my brother, my people. You see, they do that in order to keep you down.
But it's not going to keep you down if you are still going to be down even if the nation does better. Like here in the UK,
I think I am having.
We can hear you.
I'm having a network problem though.
You are delayed. I think you are delayed. It's network problem.
So, what I was saying is that mindset of I want to be the richest amongst my group and all that, other people will be hailing me or Gasa and all that. That's the problem. That's a problem. I mean, in my lifetime, what do I need $1 billion for? You can't even invest. And the sad thing about it is that all these monies, they don't even invest. They don't set up industries and all that. They just stack it somewhere and just be spending.
But let me ask you though, if that is the case, why don't they want to people to say, yeah, you are the richest too? Why do they only want Nigerians? Don't they want the whole world to do the same for them?
But do you know where to start from? I remember in my university days, then we'll just be at the junction, maybe at the park, trying to enter this commercial bus to campus. Then, then they will just wake up one morning and just increase the fare. You understand? And when you get there, you see every other person say, your fare is too much. Why do you increase it? We will not enter. Everybody will just chill. Like nobody want to enter your bus, like no problem. Somebody else will come and maybe give a cheaper price and will enter. Or when you wait and don't see any passenger, you will be forced to bring your price down. They want idiot to just come from nowhere, behaving as if I be big boy, then get money pass. You just enter bar. You want to pay the money. You want to enter bar like a driver driver more they go now, they hurry. They will end up paying that money. Then the struggle that everybody is trying to fight to make the fare be maybe at least moderate for everybody. That person will just come, or a few persons will just come, pay the amount. One should say be big boy, you understand? Pay the amount, then move ahead. By so doing, you don't cancel every other plan for every other persons. So what I'm trying to say is like even buying of clothes, you understand? You buy clothes, you know you bought this in like 3,000 naira. You go and tell your friends that you bought it 10,000 naira just to show to your friend that I they pass you, you understand? That's why I always say this. Anybody that invented that name, I better pass my neighbor. That person is an idiot because it's the true concept of Nigeria. I better pass my neighbor. I don't just know why. What will you gain if you are better than your neighbor? What will you achieve? You just want everybody to look you high, and that is why we end up bring each other down because we want to be higher than them. Not knowing by the time you bring them down, you automatically bring yourself down, and that's just average Nigeria. And that is what we see in our society today. Everybody don't want anybody to be more than them. You want to cheat everybody in the name of Mugu for Gama chop. You think it's smartness, but you're a criminal. You're a con. You're a con. You're a fraudster. You just want to take advantage of any situation. You know, so sharp guy, fast guy, Mugu for how do you put that slang, whatever. That's just
but that is okay. From what I'm learning, this is I have to be a little bit careful about what I'm about to say. But the same thing is true of the West too. They still compete against each other, even when, to be fair, they should know better. They still compete against each other heavily. Look at what is going on in Ukraine and the Middle East right now. It's just that they still, after all that, they have stronger reason to come together and do something. And they are able to think big.
No, that is nations, entity against entity, not individual against individual.
Individual against individual is the same thing. In the UK, they compete against themselves. Oh, come on, they do.
No. So wait, are you saying writing an exam is not a bad thing?
No, not writing an exam. I mean, in the UK, they do compete against each other. Not the exam in terms of anything else.
When I say compete, I'll compete with maybe sports, exam, whatever it is, your test of knowledge. It's not a bad thing, but against individual trying to bring your opponent down deliberately.
They do that too. They do that too here.
No.
Politics, everything. They try to stab each other in the back all the time. You saw what Boris Johnson did.
That one is lobby, not to stab. Lobby. You can lobby somebody.
Why do you sanitize everything they do, but our own is different? It's similar. They sabotage each other all the time.
We don't lobby. We take bribe. Okay, fine.
They take bribe too.
The Ghana must go maybe lobby, right? But you eat your own and decide to eat what belongs to the people.
They eat what belongs to the people here too. Today you just convicted the Prince Harry just won a case of continuous hacking. They were carrying an investigation about the hacking. They were still being hacked while they were carrying out that investigation anyway. So my point is that other countries have vices. They are still able to make it work for them.
Other countries have rule of law, forefathers. Other countries, as much as there is corruption everywhere in the world, other countries have laws.
They hardly have rule of law
that they follow. And if you are found wanting, if you are found caught, you face music.
If I come out on the street in the UK now and hold a Hamas poster up, I'll be taken to court and tried.
That's that. Let me ask you a question.
For that alone.
Does Nigeria
be investigated?
No. People.
No.
They will investigate whether you are carrying a Hamas picture.
What I mean is, other countries have laws that they follow.
Anybody sponsoring you.
Not laws that are for fancy.
Fathers, put me backstage. I'll be back.
All right.
Then I understand you. No, I understand you that very well. I understand what you mean, right? Where Dexter not come on to?
I think it's there. Oh, I don't know. How did he enter backstage? Oh, I was supposed to take Tone out. Sorry.
You're moving now.
Sorry, Dexter. Sorry, I was supposed to take Tone out. I went and took Dexter out. Sorry about that.
What I mean is this. What I mean is this. All the issue in Nigeria is our own personal issue. We are the wrong. Because we put the wrong people in office, in power. You understand me? That is why they are doing what they are doing. And the people who are supposed to quote unquote to defend the constitution, to interpret the law, to implement the law, they are even more, we are worse than the people who are making this law. You understand me? I always say here that the judiciary and the executive, when those two organs are corrupt, that country is dead. You understand me? Because it's the executive that implements the law. It's the judiciary that interprets the law. The legislature only make the law. So if you are working, right, and you are breaking the law of your company, and your employer refuse to turn his face, doesn't want to see that you are breaking the law, then you break the law and bring the company down. You understand me? But if you are breaking that law, somebody in that company will wake up and say, no, what you are doing is against the principles or the ethics of this company. They will fire you. But in Nigeria, nobody will fire anybody. You know, it is when you fall out. When you fall out of line with them, then they fire you. But when you are in line with them, then nobody fires you. When somebody start praising them, singing their praises, you know. So what I'm trying to say is that we should be able to find a way to check balance these people who are in those offices, who are supposed to put the law to work. First and foremost, we have to start with the police. With the police. Then even the so-called judges that said cannot be fired. Let's be polarized up as the people to fight against those judges. That's from the Supreme Court. You understand me? Because when they are saying that the Supreme Court I made a final judgment, nobody can fight it. But if the law says nobody can fight against the judgment of the Supreme Court, but the citizens can fight against it. So that's what we should be doing. Because all this country we are talking about, UK, the Western world, it is the citizens that we are fighting against the people who are oppressing them. Right? The citizens we are fighting against these people until they begin to put the right people who has the conscience, who has the mindset, who has the mind for the people, who has the mind for the nation into places. And they were checking them, they were checking them, see what they are doing. You know, until we start putting people who has conscience, who has love for the nation in offices, in positions of authority. Now, just I'm going to move forward. That's not how I make a deal.
Yeah, I think in the context of the Europeans, I think it was mostly the French that triggered a kind of uprising that happened in their country. I think their rulers probably went too far. You know, during that time in Europe, they used to treat the people like slaves. Like most of the people were serfs. Some of them are basically like serfs, like underclass. They don't have a life. All the work they do is for their lords. So they work for their lords and they don't have a life. Many people like that. And most people are under the aristocrats. So that's how they were in Europe. And then I think the French one went a little bit too far. The people's life was terrible, and it was even worse than just living as a slave.
The same thing happened in Germany. The same thing happened in Germany.
But it happened in France first. But let me explain now. So when it happened in France, they started chopping people's head off, and guess what happened? Because they took care of their monarchy and got rid of all those people, and they created a republic. Most Europeans were like, "Oh, how dare you! You know, you killed your king," and then because all of them were monarchies too, and they are ruled by monarchy or this royal system. So they ganged up against France, coming with their forces against France, and hence the birth of Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon Bonaparte came and defeated them repeatedly. They tried to destroy them repeatedly, and he kept defeating them.
You like history too much. You like history too much.
Because so that you understand how these things happen. Because sometimes, if we don't understand the nature of nation building and how these things occur, how do we know it amongst ourselves? We don't know where we are in the scheme of things. You know, so that's why you do history, and that's why people like doctors go to that's why doctors go to school to go and learn about things so that they can be able to treat people.
Let me advise you now. Can you set up a school in Nigeria that called the Nation Building School?
You know what I'm going to do? I'm actually going to be doing a session. No, seriously. I'm going to be doing sessions only. I'm going to be reacting. I need to test it on my channel first to see whether YouTube flags it. It's going to be completely about the history and the things that happen, how it translates to where we are, and how we can benefit from some of that knowledge and do it in our own way. Because it's important we start understanding this. And I'm going to be going from the beginning of the videos, even from their philosophy, from people like Machiavelli, people like Spinoza, all the things these people did, and including this is Napoleon, Oliver Cromwell of the UK. Just these people did a lot of things to change the system to where it was today. And it's not necessarily because it was deliberate. They came up planning it. They didn't plan it like that. It's only the Russian one that was planned by Lenin. They went outside because they know about Karl Marx's doctrine, and they studied it, and they said they need to implement it in their country. And it took them about 15 years from the beginning to when they took over this is Russia. And this is the Russia you see today because of them, those people that did those things. And most of them were in the diaspora. Lenin was overseas for a long time. He lived in the UK, he lived in France, he lived in many European countries before they went back to. So if you understand these things, then you might know your place in the scheme of things in the context of Nigeria. You see why it's important to know. You need to see the bigger picture of what is going on. Because when we keep arguing about Nnamdi Kanu every day, we argue about whether Buhari is dead or alive. Somebody, Dexter wants to. Locopia has been very busy lately. It looks like he's hustling for Christmas or something.
Look at that, covering himself.
or he's going through stuff.
No, I did do at the office. I see the work.
In the office. Okay.
This Jaguar has been missing for a bit, and I hope he's okay.
So we'll be talking about Nnamdi Kanu.
And that's really surprising, actually. This is the first time we've spoken about Nnamdi Kanu at length. Kene is nowhere to be seen.
Kene is missing, actually. Kene was happening. I hope you're okay anyway. I hope you are well.
Yeah, I hope he's okay. He's been silent for quite a bit, and maybe things when he gets to this period, things get, activities increase. He might even be in Nigeria. He doesn't want to tell anybody because so things increase and they go.
I got that people go with that
with all his strong views and everything. So you're not going to tell everybody now.
Strong views. Yeah, see one of them. What about Paul? What about Paul? Evito. What about Paul?
It comes out regularly.
It comes, okay.
Yeah.
Somebody went on TVC yesterday. The guy was talking. He was siding with the Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso, saying it's very rare you see Nigerian television allowing people to talk about these things. And he was saying that these three countries are doing the right thing. They are coming together, trying to work together to secure their countries, and that Nigeria should be supporting it instead of trying to go against it. That all these things that we are doing with the Western people, what good has it done us? We keep running there. And this man went on to say we should be doing stuff in the country. That this is where we need to be doing things. And many of our people know this. And this man was saying, why is the president always going to beg people to come and help us with stuff when he should be incentivizing the ones here that are already doing it? There are people that are doing, like Innocent. There's somebody that is manufacturing electric car in Nigeria. They are doing it instead of to boost them up. That is what you need to do. Because, and he went on to say, there is a market in Africa too. If you do this in Nigeria, they will start buying it in African countries. You become bigger. But they are not doing all those things.
I don't know. The truth is look, no matter what, we will not deny the fact that there's no international politics that is playing all this stuff is happening in Africa. Look, no matter what, it's not a coincidence that Africa is darkness. It's not a coincidence, because I can still take you back to one. If you find it, one interview this guy did, Akon. You understand, from Senegal. When he made money in America, it didn't say he don't arrive. Now it's okay, making go Senegal, go with lights 247 for Senegal, like what's called mini Dubai, this and that. He was surprised. His president at then just give him the go ahead. Oh, popular star come, okay, give you go and bring proposal. Any proposal you bring on, we'll finance it and all that stuff. So he gave him one ridiculous amount, thinking Akon will not be able to pull it the strings to get the amount. So he was surprised. Akon said he went to China to go meet China investors. May come now. I have this proposal in my country. We can do this in Senegal. We can take it to Africa. This and that. I'm like, oh, you popular star, Akon, you with your president. Ah, man, good. I know Chinese now. That's it. They print money for their backyard. Before you say jack bullshit, they gathered money together and they came to Africa. They're like, but okay, yes, we have the money now. This and that. Okay, what's up now? Let's have the go from the president. So Akon now excited. He went back to his president like, yeah, go. What's up there? Now the money is ready. It's okay. Where is his site? Where did we start? Where do we start doing things? Then the president just laughed and called him, brother, which you know, like. So he was surprised. The president was now reluctant to like go on with the project. Like, what's up now? Yeah, our investors are around, Chinese, this and that. The money is where let's start. And the guy just called Akon and said, my brother, he said, man, the truth is, sorry to disappoint you, man. He just gave you that amount just to throw you away, thinking you will not come back, you will not be able to realize the amount. That there are people in this world who wants Africa to remain in darkness. That he cannot he cannot go on the project anymore. He just told Akon the truth. That look, this is not possible. Like no president people will not be happy if Africa has 247 power. That no, it's not possible. That they want it to be like this so that because the market is here. So they want to be producing and be selling while we are just consuming. You understand? The only thing we can be seeing to be contributing to the world is sports, music, movie, anything entertainment. But things that will make the economy grow and become powerful in the world, no. That's people.
I agree with you.
Who wants it not to happen?
No, wait, we agree with him. But
we agree with you. I agree with you.
For me, that is the president talking. You are the head of a country, and you are talking like that. Is that already a failure?
Now, let me hold on first. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Before you finish, let me tell you, when the UK, right, with their link change, where they get, say they support the electoral election with how much they pay, maybe £5 million. I'll be how much they spend. Those kind of money that they think they give to you, you think is to do what? Like is it that we are broke that we can always £5 million to so man, what they are doing, right? They go to meetings, UN meetings, and this and that. They meet each other. You understand? They know what they are doing. You cannot tell me African presidents are not sensible enough not to do the right thing. Yes. They can, but their hands are twisted. They are controlled by puppeteers. They are puppets to many of these external presidents. That's why they are what they are. But it's not left for we.
Yes, I'm trying to say. Yes, I'm trying to say.
Not our leaders now. It's not left for
even the leaders. Somebody coming to me, what I like to do, and I'll bring my mind to do it. Because it's bad. When I know it's good,
you will learn.
No, it's not depends on how you got there. Blackstone, it depends on how you got there.
Wait, you know what? Do you know what it is? When we are saying United Nations, World Bank, the World Bank just came back. You just told Nigeria yesterday that they should increase the petrol price to 700 naira, and it should not pay subsidy. You must subsidize petrol. They should increase the price of petrol to 700. Why must foreign organizations dictate to us?
Exactly.
Let them dictate. Why must your president listen? But your president,
that's true.
You always listen. The president will always listen.
You are right. No, you are right.
He's a puppet.
Yes, you are right.
No copy.
For me, I think that's a shame that at this stage of Africa, foreign bodies to come and tell us what to do, and we agree with it. Is it necessary?
No, do they have shame?
Look at, for example.
Do the politicians have shame? They don't have shame.
Yes,
no copy. It's not about politicians, so let's not say politicians here.
For example, that's how the for example, the International Court of Justice that in Netherlands. Do you know that US do not sign to that treaty? You cannot prosecute any US person. Are just special than another country in the world?
And the money is dollars. No, it's dollars. It's their currencies. Their currency controls the world. It's dollars.
How did they start? Because they were able to trick the countries of the world.
The world, that they are world power. That they have power.
That's what it is. Okay. Do you know today that they are submitted a bill in the U.S. Parliament that will stop any president from withdrawing America from NATO? Yes. Yeah, that's the bill.
Because they are scared of Trump.
Yeah, you just got it. They said Trump will not be able to do anything or any other president to remove
except another bill is passed to repeal it.
But let us be. I think sometimes we try to be a little bit fallis fair here. Let's be honest with ourselves. Power does not allow a vacuum. It's just like when people say reparations and all that. Before the transatlantic slave trade, there was the Sahel slave trade. There was the Arabian slave trade. But the prerogative is on a people. Like local people, what you are saying is very correct. Too.
It's very correct.
There is a conspiracy to make sure that Africa is not industrialized because some people want to maintain monopoly of production. Correct. I agree with you, Local P.
Yeah.
However, the difference is this: Local P, we have come of age.
Now it's you and me that have come of age.
No.
Those master politicians have not come of age.
No. Local, when I mean you and me, even the prerogative is on the people. The prerogative now is on the people of Nigeria.
Which is you and me now.
Yes, you and I.
Exactly.
To now say, because we cannot be here. Look, what is happening in Africa is basically like what happens on a ship. A spindle, a small spindle is swaying a massive ship to shipwreck. You know? Now we have to now decide that no, this is not the direction to go. Unfortunately, there's something you must know. No, do you know Rome never lost a war. Rome did not lose a war. In fact, if America is to go down today, nobody is going to defeat America. No external force will defeat America. America will defeat itself. America has to implode. The same way Rome imploded from inside.
Yes,
America has to implode. It is this.
They are going to that stage.
Now, what is happening? Do you know how the UK was able to take over India? It was very simple. Promote internal conflicts. Promote internal conflicts. While they are fighting inside, you are looting their resources.
Of course.
And isn't that what the Nigerians are doing for themselves now?
It is the same strategy that has been used in Africa.
Of course,
it is the same strategy. That's why I was asking you, forefather, how can a state see a section of your state, your country, you see insecurity, kidnapping in a particular place, and you don't even Abacha said that any terror that lasts more than 24 hours.
24 hours, the government is involved.
The government is involved.
Is involved, exactly.
Simple. The government is involved. How can a state see terror? You say, oh, there's crisis, and any serious state.
My people don't kill them.
Exactly.
What Abacha probably means by that is that somewhere along the line the government is compromised. Not necessarily because they are the ones orchestrating it, like they are the ones in power doing it.
Don't land. I
ask for Paul just now. You know, we take that you should face.
I did yell now, but I did doctor's office. I just see my show face. Say hello. Okay. Later.
Thank you for coming in.
Oh no, just routine check. Yeah, thank you. Bye.
No, okay, for example, local. If you are working in a company, they will tell you that this is the maximum value of a gift you can accept from your customer or from your prospective customer, right? Because they know that Once you receive a gift of monetary value, of a value, you are already compromised. You understand me? That is why they come and say we are sponsoring so organization. Why must they be sponsoring our election in the first place?
A game plan. It's a game. It's part of the game plan.
Yes, and we are happy. They say,
the EU, the UK or the EU, foreign nation, they are supporting the election for what? For the money.
They are forgetting that those are elements of bribing us.
Before now.
You know, I don't come and wake up and start against them. You know, so not that you don't have money. Do you know that today, just now, INEC have rejected the 40 billion budget for them. the budget that they rejected it.
They rejected the budget.
No, they said it's too small. 40 billion connected to INEC.
Yes, now, yeah, of course. If you can give that the right TV because Mahmoud, if you can give him three how much? It's not 300 billion.
So 30 billion, yeah.
No, 300.
So for this budget, they give me 40 billion.
You give me 40 for what? For what? But you don't bring the money.
So that's what said. You have to sign it. Okay. No, in the first place, there's no more election. The last election that they have now is a next year election, Edo election. Until
November.
Until next year. Sorry, until 2027. So what do they need that money for?
We need to be rounding up so that there's another one tomorrow. And besides, this thing was not supposed to be this long. Something tells me that this what's his name? Electricity wouldn't have gone this long. Electricity. Let me acknowledge electricity again. Electricity. I don't know. In short, I know why you left. You were a bit frustrated, but it wasn't. It was frustrated. But it wasn't my intention for you to get frustrated. I just wanted you to understand where I was coming from. And we are closing. You can go backstage and have a conversation backstage.
The pastor from Benue State is here. Let him preach to us.
I will be doing one kind of reaction every week, like 1 hour reaction. Then if people want to comment on it, they can go ahead and comment on it. I think this is important. We still keep going through some of all this and understand what other people have gone through that is going through what we are going through. Maybe they are even going through, they went through worse, so that we know our place in these things. And it gives us perspective, isn't it? So that's something.
If you're going to do 1 hour weekdays, don't do it. Don't worry, it's not worth it.
I should not do it weekdays.
No, if you want to do, you say 1 hour, don't do it.
Oh no! I'm not doing it like 1 hour closeout. I'll do 1 hour where I will be talking about the video and everything. Then, if people want to react, they can come in and talk about it. Then, so that's what I'm saying, and they can contribute to it. Okay. Jonaba, I'm sure you came to say something.
Yeah, when I hear about the aircon, I think that's Senegal, right?
Yeah.
And that is first of all, I don't believe the president is telling the truth. You just know that is the way that the whole world perceives Africa. He doesn't want to give him the contract, and that's the way. And if actually that is the truth, then it should be overthrown. It's a puppet, and these are the stools.
I don't think Ekon will lie.
No. I'm not saying Ekon is not lying. I'm not saying
Ekon will lie.
No. I'm not
the
saying
interview is there.
So sorry, I missed that. So Ekon is saying that the government refused to give him a contract.
Yes, that the West don't want them to do that.
Not refuse. Confess that no, it's not going to give. The reason because there's a deliberate attempt to keep Africa the way we are.
That is true. And they don't hide it. Did you hear what Israel said about Gaza? Now they said they are going to keep it weak. They will never let it progress. That they are going to try to keep it at that low level. That's what they want to do. And they already started it before now, from what I gather, that half of the children were already malnourished in Gaza because they don't want them to this thing. But yet, look at what Hamas still went and did with all that. Please go ahead, Jonaba.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say, I'm not saying Ekon is lying. I'm saying that the president either is lying to Econ not to give him the contract, or is a stooge to the West and should not be a president of a country. Every one of us, you don't have to be access those high secrets to understand the mind of the West, that they want to keep us perpetually poor. But a president of a country to tell his citizen that it's okay, I don't want to, I just think you can't come up with it, that this is the mindset of the. So what is he a president for? To be a stooge to the West and tell his citizen that, oh, I intend to do this, but this is what I think that is
My
that
brother,
is ludicrous.
my brother, if you look at it from the way France is running
No, I'm
Francophone
not
countries.
saying those
No,
things
hold on,
are
hold
not
on.
there. I'm
Yeah,
saying
if you
the
look at it from the
president
way
of the
France is running
country.
Francophone countries, I think Akon is not far from the truth. The way France is running Francophone countries.
No, I'm not talking about Akon. I say Akon is right. What I'm trying to say is that if a
The
president, based on my
president.
understanding, that you say the president told him after he went to China and came
Mm-hmm.
back that, okay,
Mm-hmm.
I'm ready for this, I have brought investor, and the president says to him that, oh, the West don't want this and that, the way you put it. I said it's either he's lying not to give
Akon.
Akon the project or the contract,
Mm-hmm.
or he's doing, or he's telling the truth, but it's a stooge to the West,
No,
which
of
it
course, that's
shouldn't
what I'm
be.
saying. I say France. That's why I say Francophone countries, presidents of Francophone countries, they are stooge to France.
Okay, and then if you are that stooge, then you should, in 21st century, this is what we are campaigning, and some of us are joining Malema to tell them, overthrow
Yes.
these people, pursue them from this place. They don't need to be in that space. We
Yeah,
are
but
all human beings, and it's time
yeah.
for us to say no for what we should say
Wake
no
up
to.
and stand
And
for
if
what is
we have
right
to
for
die,
us.
let's die for it. There's
Is
no
that
way the president of a
The
country telling
question I wanted to
things
ask
like that.
this guy, did they came here what's called PLO Lumumba. I wanted to ask him one question. Is it bad? Because I know the way he himself is speaking, right? He has tried a lot to speak to African leaders, and they applaud him. Who get that? Is it Dexter? Papa, I mean, Miss Dexter.
yeah, let me do that.
Miss Dexter, yeah. Yes, sir. So they applaud him, right? And still they don't change. I wanted to ask him. I know his methodology is good, come with civil common sense, change our mindset, this and that, but it's not working. I wanted to ask him if we have, like, every country in Africa, we have 2 or 3 Julius Malema. You understand? In all the African countries, like 3, or let's say even 1 Julius Malema in all African countries. Is it something that we say like is we're on the right direction? You understand? Because Julius Malema is trying, but I think because of the maybe the whites that are there is just they're trying to play policies to bring him down. But if we have Julius Malema in a country where he's predominantly black, as if it would be a bad idea, because the meeting is violent, but
Did you remember one I think from South Africa? No, from Zimbabwe. Was from an African African ambassador to United Nations. When he spoke against what France was doing, when he talked about against France, right? You know that the African Union had to withdraw her from that position.
And to help with African Union now, that's the problem.
Yes, no, what I'm trying to say.
All this AU,
yes, what I'm trying to say.
All this AU and ECOWAS, they are being financed. You understand?
Yeah, I'm saying, yeah, because if our own body, we are called African Union or ECOWAS, cannot actually see what is being done to Africa, you understand me? I cannot support who they appointed to represent them. You understand me? In that United Nations, it's a shame.
Not today. Yeah.
So
it's not enough for even AU or ECOWAS to say like, come on, what is xenophobic? Why? As they're supposed to deal with every.
It's not the Nigerian president is better against the DJ because they are trying to track France from their country.
So
this is what it is.
That is the issue, because
at the day, okay, did you also know that now the American court has said that Tinubu can stand and fight against FBI from releasing his records.
Wait, Jonaba, I don't understand. You be really sure?
Did you hear me?
Sorry, say that again.
I said, you know that the U.S. court have said that the Tinubu can fight against FBI from releasing its records.
Of course, I know that before. Well, apart from that, telling me you have no right without giving a right to order of any to remove anything. All those are all politics, and it's irrelevant in our political space anyway.
Yes. What I'm trying to say is that in all these things, because once they are doing all these things to pacify the person in power, then they are buying him that person. They have no power to rise up and fight against the foreign influence.
But in the next shell, how long are we going to
saying it should fight FBI? It's not because the American government is against FBI. Face to face, it's not.
No, I'm not saying no. I'm not. Why I'm saying this because they are giving him now the leverage that if you do this, they also find a leverage to hit back at you.
What you are saying is about kickback and all of that. But
yes,
but I understand that completely. But what I'm trying to say to you in a nutshell is that we allow ourselves to be messed up with the Western politics
exactly.
and up and down. All those things is irrelevant. In our political space, I believe today, if Tinubu is doing well, Nigerians doesn't care about that. But if he's not doing well, whether West say this or investigate or sue FBI on all of that, what does he help a common Nigeria on the road today? So all those are all political things and trying to hold us hostage again and compromise and take us for another ride of
argument.
So it's just to keep our. It doesn't help us home and abroad. So all of those things, there are things like I said earlier that are morally wrong in the moral compass, but illegally it may not be. See,
yes. Immoral is not illegal. Or moral is illegal.
You are sleeping. People are sleeping.
So, but the point I'm trying to make when it comes to Senegal and any African country, and to what you said earlier about Malema, the mentality has gone so low for years. So Malema is trying, and he cannot expect it to come fast. Even some of us that are here right now, there are things that are imparted in us that we know for a fact is not true, but it becomes part of us for so long, and we think it's normal. To change it is hard. So, and I believe in his preaching. I believe they are starting well, going to university to change the mindset. And there are those Africanism, organic ones, who also will continue to spread this good news that we're on the wrong track and we should not be validated or our value should not be determined by whosoever tell us that are better than us. And the way we sell ourselves so cheaply, we should stop it. That we have all the resources. Can you imagine they will get the raw material from us and then they bring the product to sell it back to us? Yes, so it is time. I believe the message is resonating. It may not be in a fast as we expect it, but then in due time, I believe you. This backlash that is happening between Hamas and Israel, over the years, these people have controlled the airway for so long. So even when you say something, before you know it, they fire you, or from the news organization. But now it's not the way it used to be. So history is actually watching us, and we should be man up and speak truth to the power. I believe that even if you are keen for the truth, you have more chance of living that history and that word echo after you, just like Martin Luther King died, but yet the freedom that he talk about is still resonating and is still in progress. So all these things is they instill fear in you. I understand all of those things. So, but it's time. That time is now that we are supposed to kick against all those nonsense or a president is a stooge to a foreign power, and your millions of your citizens will be suffering, and you cannot man up. And some of them are speech, just a talk, a lip talk, like Ghana's president. He would talk so eloquently, but his action does not justify it. So all those people, we have to distance ourselves from them and work with Malema, any African country. Let us all galvanize and support them in one way or the other. Even they boost their morale. Talk about it. Say what they are doing is right.
Yeah, and
All right,
I
guys.
think
Let me wish you good
on
day.
that ground,
Bye bye.
if all right, yeah, on that ground, I think if Malema should know that his voice is being heard, outside South Africa, especially Nigeria, I think that will still help him to like, oh, okay, yeah. Because I don't know if he's having that support, mental and moral support from Nigerians in South Africa.
He is.
I don't know
He is
yet.
getting in because during that crisis that the South African come against Nigeria.
Xenophobia.
Yes, he took that opportunity to say, no, this people is not our problem, and no African country should be. So I think, like I said earlier, this thing that we have been to, the mentality, the morale is very low. It's going to take a while to take us back. This brainwash.
I think, yeah, I think it's just the fear to lose. Like we say, this mentality of, but this is my small Gary where they enjoy. So I don't want to lose small Gary Abel. So that fear of the unknown. No, I'm telling you.
Yeah, but there are few.
We just think of that our stomach.
Yeah, but you see,
nobody wants inconvenience.
Encouragement, like you said, you rightly said, is that this encouragement to know that people are behind you, or it doesn't have to be whole nation, but few individuals, few influencers, few people say no, what he's doing is good. But like you said, it's not just small people that on the roadside. There are other people that they don't want to lose their opportunity in the world stage because they know the world will come after them.
Yeah.
So, but if those people pick courage and like people like Ekon, like you mentioned, Ekon is a very courageous guy. He's not a push aside.
Yeah, I know. But the thing is, like him coming to Africa, sometimes they'll tell you politics is a dirty game. So most superstar, they don't want to dive into politics because they believe politics is dirty. So with their genuine words and hard work, they wouldn't want a situation whereby politics they will stain themselves with politicians, and at the end of the day, they might lose, whatever they've worked for over the years. So they just better stay clear. Like, man, they don't care and just be doing their thing. Stay away from politics. They don't make comments. They just want to be left alone and do their thing.
The Ekon may not come to politics, but he can influence it because what I said is that he's not a push aside. That is not somebody you can bull and tell him, oh, you can, because of your wealth your wealth in the West, so he is not the kind of person. And by the way, he have established himself very well in Senegal and many African countries. He have built that bridge. So another thing, okay, now I may not agree with forefathers all the way in everything, and he may not agree with me, but he's not somebody you can just push aside. There are people here. There are people that if you say one or two things, because you call me name, because people will come here, so you are a Fulani henchman, or you are a Boko Haram, or call all those names, and then you feel that you cave in. Those are a real man face their fear. A real man face their fears, and a real man have a dialogue. And it is okay to listen to one another. I will learn from you. You will learn from me. No one have absolute truth, and the truth is in everywhere. It's just what you choose and pick. But the thing you want to engage your conversation whereby you know that the person is pure. And what I mean by pure is that even if he's ignorant, you know that he's talking from what he knows, even if he don't know too much, but not a conny man
who knows the truth and trying to phrase it somehow. You can't engage your conversation with people like that because it's a waste of your time. You can talk from now till tomorrow. That perception, you can't change it. So there are things you don't invest your time with. But in any case, that when we are here, we are not only talking to our audience that are here, we are only talking to those of us that are sharing the platform, but to those outside here, outside the box here that are listening to us, that's okay, this is the right thing. This is this person, this is the wrong thing. But I also believe in being a man of earn your own thing. And if you have to apologize, you apologize. If you don't know it, if you misspoke, you say, okay, I misspoke. Okay, the first thing that even for one, somebody will say, oh, I want you to prove the fact. On this platform, nobody have a fact of anything. You can only prove what you have. What you don't have, you don't have. But doesn't mean you can't talk about it. Say, okay, this is my view. This is my perception. This is my thing. You cannot just say, oh, you don't prove it. Okay, what do you prove to counter what I said otherwise?
I think this is what Martin Luther King called conscientious stupidity. He actually describes people that are ignorant and conscientiously stupid as very dangerous, because the conscientious stupidity one is the one that knows that they are wrong, but they choose it anyway. They don't care. For whatever reason, they choose that you see that a lot in some of the conversations we have. Even when the evidence is in front of them, they'll say no, it didn't do anything wrong. So that is but like you said, innocent person that is having a conversation with you is open. They are telling you what they know, and if they find out more information, they will accept it. And I really try my best to be like that, because I know it's beneficial to me to get proper information instead of holding on to like a terrible person holding on to a wrong information. That's stupid. Yeah, I would rather jettison the wrong one so that tomorrow, if I'm talking, I'm more sure-footed.
Yes.
That is, and it helps your decision making. It also helps you as a person.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah,
and
go ahead.
What trigger or whatever prompt today topic about Tinubu says that if this happened, whatever happened in Kaduna State, the death of 100 and something citizens. And now, another thing you should see is that he said what the society want to hear. That is how gullible we are. That everything that happened to us is the will of God. You understand? Am I agree with him? No. There's a place of responsibility where everybody take responsibility, and you cannot even come out to say that as a commander-in-chief of a country, that to promise them that there will be a thorough investigation to make sure this doesn't happen again. But you cannot justify it that is the will of God. Because, and I'm not saying, again, I'm not saying both rich and poor, not whatever the background you have, whatever your agenda, that we all suffer. And suffering is part of life. But we should have a place where we communicate our suffering to people to educate them that what you are going through, whether it's death in the family, whether it's a crisis, health crisis, or whether it's a financial crisis, that we all suffer in one way or the other. But that it shouldn't be that it should there should be a justification that 150 Nigerians that was bombed. It's a tragedy, right? Then you can say, okay, this is it. But then let us look at the Nigerian space. Is what they believe. So the president was telling to them in the time of comfort. Did I say what he say is right? No. But then that is the gullible Nigerian society, and that is, I think, that's what he's trying to tell them. Oh, it's the will of God. But if I were him, I could have said, okay, there will be thorough investigation to make sure this kind of thing doesn't happen again. I can't hear you. You can unmute yourself.
I wanted to share some information about this video I'm just watching right now. I didn't know Nigeria had a tunneling organization that talk about tunneling in the country, because Nigeria hasn't done any underground construction, at least not a lot that we know of. Do you know that in the UK, Canada, and many other countries, they have underground, what they call underground cities, and I you can barely hear about that in Africa as a whole. They said the tunneling that is being done in Africa is so minute. So when this man, for me, just for security alone, I've been arguing for this forever. But when he came on and he described how useful tunnels are, I was surprised that is why were we not even doing it already? He talked about how if you have a tunnel, you can use it for multiple things. You can use it for road, and later on, if you don't want the road anymore, you can use it for rail track. You can use it for everything. And it remains. They said if you build it, it's not like roads that fail all the time. If you build it, it can last for 100 years, 150 years. And yet, our leaders don't do these things. They keep building roads that keep washing away with the storm all the time. And so let me just play what this guy was saying so you can see for yourself, because there are so many things that is wrong with the way we live right now. And these are our leaders. They really need to be called to account, seriously. One of them that knows a lot, if we can corner them and publicly ask them some serious questions, because these people, they are not behaving like normal human beings at all. Let me just play this.
Key strategic cities, then your guess is as good as mine in terms of how do you get these people to move around.
And obviously, talking about tunneling, now I know in this part we seem to focus more on the surface, rather than underground and tunneling. But looking at where we are now, how can we take advantage or even find ways to make use of tunneling? Because everything right now is on the surface. How much disruption would that bring? Trying to get us to that level, or actually using tunnels.
All right, so actually, when you say the word disruption, those are one of the benefits that tunneling and underground space use brings. It actually is less disruptive than surface construction.
Because I can imagine what's going on now in Lagos, Ibadan, with construction, traffic and all of that.
Driving.
So I'm trying to imagine, trying to set up, tunnels.
Absolutely. So I experienced that driving here this morning, and there's a no-brainer in that there's certain infrastructure that will be required on the surface. But what tunneling and underground space offers is the flexibility to be able to explore other options that allows you to still have your life on the surface without significant disruption. So there's a massive gap, and the gap is not just from a knowledge point of view. There isn't enough references that we can make within the continent and within the region economically. For example, in the International Tunneling and Underground Space Association, which is the global body for tunneling and underground space, and it has a consultative status with the United Nations, forecasted or projected in 2018 that Africa only accounts for less than 2% of the global tunneling and underground space market.
Repeat that for emphasis. Africa, the entire Africa, account for 2% of tunneling in the world.
Why?
And this is just tunnel. Some places have underground cities.
Like, hold on, no. See,
America underground, they drive trucks in them. That American government built separate underground where they drive trucks there.
This underground now, first one, right? It's not just the 19th century or 18th century development. It has been there, one. But that doesn't mean even in the 21st century, they don't still do further undergrounds. You understand? Two things there is this resources, capital to do this project, machinery and willingness to do these things. Are people that look to the future to we want to do this just because they want to do it, and they believe it will help mankind or ease life for their citizens or humanity in general. But in the case of Africa, you understand, our own is now who don't drop a level. Now they talk say he want save whatever. So our problem is our Gary.
Why do we look at things like that? Look at Gaza that is going through hell. Gaza is able to build more than 300 miles of tunnels.
You wait first now. Like I said, okay, Some will tell you, some researchers will tell you when they say the Great Wall of China is the longest wall. So we tell you no, you can is the longest or the oldest is found in Benin City, Edo State, whereby some researchers will tell you that. Even foreign white researchers, they will tell you that yeah. So it's not because we cannot, or we don't want to. The way our mind has been conditioned over time, you understand, to make us believe we can't do it by ourselves except with the intervention of miracle or God complex coming into, like, the impossibility of we seeing who we are. You understand? We always see that, oh, is this is impossible. It's only Yubo that can do it. You understand? Hey, everything new.
It's not even advanced
You go too
technology.
much.
It's not even that advanced. We can
No,
even dig by hand if we are
it's not the
serious.
advancement itself. It's we perceiving it to be so-called Oyibo technology. You get my point? It's
crazy.
our perception. And this mindset is not just, we didn't just wake up overnight to say, oh, now so it be. This thing has been over time planted. While we are busy pursuing hunger, food, scarcity, wants, right? These people are busy pursuing, technology, growth, civilization, the betterment of mankind. You get it? So it's a two-faced
For
thing. We are
themselves.
looking left, they are looking right. We are looking down, they are looking up. So it's like we are going two different opposite directions. So it's not that if our mindset is being channeled towards the right direction, that we cannot achieve it. Yeah, so we can achieve, but like, it's
2% of the land mass
it's a
of
deliberate
all tunnels. That's what we have.
attempt to make us become who we are. You understand? The soil, London will be island where social water not full on the ground. They can do tunnel. Not to talk of
Everywhere.
that
There's
have,
tunnel in the entire London is a
you
tunnel.
understand? With soft soil, not that can collapse anytime.
And it
You
saved them
understand?
during the Second World War. These tunnels
Yeah.
saved them during the Second World War when Germany was
Talk of
attacking.
Africa, where our soil topography is very solid, strong. That even if we drill, it cannot even collapse because the soil is strong, is molded already, compacted already. You understand? What we just need is the machinery to just do the drilling and just go there and look at even the one that happened in was not Indian again. After that,
You don't even need that kind of great machineries. You can use basic, like they use, like in the West now, they use some massive, trucks, a kind of caterpillar, kind of massive.
It's machine. It's machine
But we
now.
could
It's
use
machine.
smaller machines because you can start small. You don't have to be too
No.
advanced.
I
But
think
you have to ensure your
the
people
small machine
survive.
you're talking about. No, small machine you're talking about is the type of machine whereby if you drill, you understand. If you drill, you have to support. As you are drilling, you are supporting. You are
Yes,
drilling, you are
that's the
putting support to
process.
them. But you can't drill small because first, you might ended up vibrating the earth. You understand? Because if you
See,
drill small, put support, you will
Holoku,
come and drill
I'm not
again.
talking too much. I'm just saying that if you look at Hamas is able to build 50 meters, 30 meters underground, we should be able to do 100 easy.
We can now, but see, for that, you're hearing me. When is a
300.
deliberate attempt to put you where you belong, to put you where you are? I don't understand.
Another
Where
thing,
you are
That's
good.
what to look at it in the engineering aspect of it is not that it's impossible,
Exactly,
but
it's very easy.
the visionary, all we have been talking is about who have a clear vision for that country
Nobody.
to
Everybody vision are belle
yeah. So
vision.
when you look at it now, no matter how people shift blame here and there, since the Buhari left, he let the power grid go to the state to control their own. How many places you see have 24 hours light?
No, for that one, you have to
He
wait.
studied.
Power is
Local
not
has
something.
studied now.
No,
No,
hold
he
on now,
shut
hold
it
on,
down
hold on.
because people don't want to take. I mean, I'm not expecting it suddenly that it be
Exactly.
that thing. But the point is that who is working on it? That you see infrastructure
Okay.
directed towards that.
I went to
Because
Nigeria.
our government, we don't. The point I'm trying to make is that we don't have a continuous government. And
Okay,
until we
of course.
address that issue, and people will be locked up. Because the issue is that when you come for 4 years or at most 8 years of your, whether being a governor or being the president, and after anything that you are awarded when you leave office, that project stopped right there, even before you leave, until people started facing the consequences of delinquency. And then we can now say that, okay, not like you're going to bring jealous beggar in 24th century where we have a youth that can do everything, that they now take the chunk of the money to their country and then give a laborer job to people in their own country, and they will not even finish the project. As soon as the person is leaving the office, that is the end of it. If I thought they're even doing it during that time. Until we have that, we will not have a good infrastructure in
No,
Nigeria.
it's a Nigerian thing. I think it's a Nigerian mindset thing.
But we cannot be stuck with that Nigerian thing. We
No, hold on first
learn
now. No, Janaba, see your brother, your senior brother, Dangote. It's a big refinery. We have weathers, good weathers that can wed anything wettable in this country. Electricians in this country, not roadside electricians, I mean electrical engineers that can do stuff. Chemical and petrochemical engineers in this country that can do stuff. Yet, when Dangote was building refinery, you go bring come, not building go carry come.
Yes. No. Another thing you want to
Nigerians were also involved, to be fair to him.
Apart from that, the mentality of entitlement. No, let me tell you one thing. Yes, let me tell you one thing. I want us to, that is why I talk about the mentality, the mindset of Nigeria is a very dangerous thing. Our people do not go to work with a set goal. When you go to a work, there is expectation that on so time, this is what you're supposed to end up with.
Achieve,
yes, this is your set goal to accomplish within a day or a week or a month. Our people go to work with the mindset like even getting a job. Why are we not functioning? They get a job. People that even have work in Nigeria are not working. Yes. So that until we get rid of that mentality that
they are not working. One of the things I notice is that we don't value things.
Yes.
We don't value things. We don't value people. We don't value things. We just, everything is about how we can take advantage of some other thing and booger ourselves.
Let me give you for example. I'm telling you for a fact. A guy went and his brother was in a village. And this is a life story. And he said, okay, the brother is qualified for this job. So he went and brought him out from one state where he is. Let me mention the state. He is in Adamawa State. And he brought his senior brother there. The senior brother refused to work. He said, oh, it's my younger brother. He cannot tell me what to do.
Oh, my God.
So you can see that mentality that he said, "Oh no, it's my younger brother. Why did it?" You see that kind of mentality.
Another one that they do is that's a small boy. It's a small boy. It's like, what do you gain from that?
You cripple people trying to help you to lift you up. You
it's
want
a small
to
boy.
Yeah,
just because you are in secondary school ahead of somebody, somehow you are superior than that person later in life. I don't understand.
That is a better pass my neighbor complex.
So that's how
really
do we grow,
weird.
And that's why we are seeing that we have a company that will prepare a foreign worker who set up a goal in the morning and they accomplish it. That to give a job to your brother or your sister or your fellow citizen, and what they think is that, oh, I just go and walk around the refinery, or I go the road, I walk around, and then how did the job get done? Everybody in the society, there is a 24-hour service. Where you are now to have electricity, somebody is standing by. In the hospital, somebody is standing by. There is somebody, but we don't have that mentality. Our mentality is so backward, and there is no enforcement of it. Okay, how many African countries you see them working 24 hours on issue?
Barely.
On the project?
Barely. Our economies don't function at night while other people are ticking for 24 hours a day.
24 hours.
Did you see Akpabio this week when he was celebrating in a whole stadium to celebrate his birthday? It's like in a country like this, you still have time to waste money to go and celebrate birthday in a whole stadium. And some people were defending it.
Exactly. Who be fool? See, for me, everybody that was in that stadium, they be fool. You understand? So as people are complaining that there's hardship in the land, you people came outside, left what you're supposed to do, your daily bread.
I couldn't believe it was
Maybe
just
they
only
give
for
them,
birthday.
maybe they give them money, Sha. Maybe they
Because
shared
they
money.
try. No.
They all came. I was like,
It's a psychology to weigh the stand of the people. And that is, they do it to see the stand of the people. Are they still with me? Are they getting more informed? Where are they? It's a psychology to
Birthday in a stadium, you can do that by visiting them and taking polls if you really want to know.
No.
No problem.
The loyalty is the number that the physical. How many people in Nigeria even have data to take a poll to take?
I agree.
You can call them, speak to them at school, meet people, not to go to a stadium and celebrate a
How many
show
people
off.
will he speak to that will turn up to that that he will take a phone or take a thing?
No. A polling company can do that. And besides, you don't even need to worry about that. Just do a good job.
How many of them have data on when you want to do it?
Hold on. Are you actually saying that because 40,000 people came to that, this means that he's great?
His own mind is to sell the mind of 40 full people come there. So he knows that the mentality is still down. It's about psyche of the people.
That's why I'm blaming the people.
So
that's why
he
I'm blaming
came
the
out
people.
to exactly the people have to be blamed too, to accept
It's
the leader celebrating a birthday in a stadium.
It's the people when you are celebrating it, and people say at this time of the time in Nigeria hardship, we are not coming there. Will he do it? If you are selling a product and somebody is not buying it, will you make it?
Before.
Unbelievable.
If they do it, even in the church, even that's why I say that when President talk, he talked to the society of their level, that everything is God you blame. He's talking to them.
This is what I mean now about the culture that we have. We also have a culture. We are one of the poorest people in the world. Our women will go and get some other people's head, $800, $1,000. They'll put it on their head and they wear it for months. And they are taking human body parts, real body parts from other human beings to put on their hair. And they are some of the poorest people in the world. If they become rich, what are they going to be doing? Wearing human skull? What kind of culture is this?
That one is way depends on people's view. People like the other day when you came up with it, people say that they are doing it to impress the men in the first place.
And you know the weirdest thing about that, whenever they say they are doing it to impress the men, if you ask some of the women, I was surprised on the View when they were talking about it, that we did it to impress the men, but yet all of them tell you when they met their husband, they didn't have it on. Like then
I know the makeup also has to, in the reality is that it has to do with age. Sometimes you don't need a young person don't need so much of makeup, and when they sometimes they think there is a need for it to keep it up, because even this foundation, if some people in their 70 do it, you think they're in their 20s.
You can do it, but you can't change yourself to an Asian woman and an Arab woman or a white woman. You enhance what is already there. That is what the entire world do. God gave you those gifts for a reason. You choose to hide them away
And
to copy some other person.
beauty. We have the most beautiful lady in the
world. But we give that away.
No. Can't you just ask yourself, say, look, like how can I just wake up, see myself? In the morning, I look different. In the afternoon, I look different. Like, don't you have conscience to tell yourself, like, it's something not wrong with me? How can I, in my mind, I'm seeing somebody like maybe slightly looks like me, but it's not me. How do you live with that, with your own mentality? You're just like Janaba. Like, okay, now you have tribal mark now, right? Now, and you have maybe moderate nose. You understand? You have bald head. Then you not put artificial hair and cover your trouble, do everything. Like you're not lighter than this one. If you look yourself in the mirror, something in your mind will tell you something is not right somewhere. Right? You understand? But you see these women and they live comfortable with it. You ask yourself, how?
And you see the marks Jonaba has now is made him unique now. I don't know, maybe at some point he may have felt the same way, like, oh my God, I'm not like these Western people and all those things. Who knows? Some people will feel that way. They will feel a little bit stigmatized and they don't like it.
No,
but you are unique. You are unique for it.
It's his brain. He pretended his brain.
You never felt that way. You see, some people would
No,
have.
I've never felt that way. Even
Exactly.
when
It
I
is
came
brain.
here like 20-something years ago, I went to South Carolina and people were taking picture with me.
You
That,
see what I mean? You
Exactly.
see what I mean?
You feel like
They will
superstar.
see
You
him
see?
as unique.
You
so
feel like superstar. You see?
they were asking me questions that what is it? And I explained to them. They said, oh, we used to see it on History Channel and all of that. So they were so excited to see me with one.
Exactly.
So, and this is who I am, and the history behind it of who I am, my tribe, and everything. So I was comfortable with it, and
You see?
I took picture with them. Some of them, many years later, they email me, they send me the picture. We say, "Wow, when are we going to go to Africa?" And they asked me that what is behind, and I explained the best that I know. I feel it's unique. I feel it's my own unique.
Exactly. Because you went somewhere where they value it. But in the context of Nigeria, Nigeria will be like, oh, you're still doing this. Oh, we've moved on from that. We are now Western. And the sad thing is that when you go to the media, it's like the women are still far behind. The men used to be like that. The men used to do Jerry Coil. I know there was a time Nigerian men used to do Jerry Coil a lot, but they've moved on.
Hello.
Why
Hello,
did the
guys.
women not move on? Yeah,
Can you
please.
hear me?
Yeah, Xero, I
So,
can hear you.
Guys, I've been listening to you guys before now. I listened to you guys when they were talking about Nnamdi Kanu, when you forefather were trying to prove beyond reasonable doubt that the guy deserves to follow the due course of the law, you know. And then from there now we've moved on to these issues. I want to just make a complaint or to us. And when we come to this platform, we should not be about criticizing the government just for criticizing sake. Sometimes let us think out of the box, outside the box, and see how all of us contribute to the mess that Nigeria is today. We are contributory. If Nigeria is not working, it's because you and I have failed. We have failed. The people who have put Nigeria in this mess, as we all lament, they're not more than maybe 10,000 steady people. They're less than that, because the ones who hold the power are less than maybe 300 people who are taking decisions. But because we allow them, instead of us complaining that Nigeria is worse, Nigeria is getting worse, what are we going to do to change it? Now, somebody like Nnamdi Kanu, don't get me wrong, because sometimes people want to hear your direction of speech, and then they say, oh, it belongs to this, it belongs to that. I don't subscribe to violence or non-state action. But the way Nigeria is, the way you people have allowed the people in power to be allowing people from nowhere to be slaughtering people. From John Abbas' place, they are slaughtering people every month. If this kind of slaughter goes on in any other Western country, there will be a state of emergency in the whole of Europe. In the whole of Europe, we commonize our own lives. Lives were being taken, and some people react the way they react. Just as you are, what we are doing here is reactionary too. Our own way of reacting is saying, this thing is bad, this thing is bad. Yes. Some people, maybe they are more sensitive than us. They decided, no, this cannot be happening. We must form ESM. No, these people cannot be doing. We will buy them back. That is the way some people react. The way you are feeling it, and you decide, let's become. If I promise you, if Nigerians say, let's just be complaining as we are complaining on this platform now, the problem will remain in the next 5 million years, because criminals don't hear any other thing other than their food is about to be taken from them. What I'm saying is, when we criticize people like the likes of Nnamdi Kanu, we should try to take ourselves out of the box and treat them as people who need help, instead of treating them as criminals, because the society itself created them. The society created sick people that want the society to implode, because they have looked at the beginning and looked at the end. There is nothing for them. And we might all likely die without seeing a good Nigeria. We should not
everything you've
No,
said,
I know everybody has a point, an opinion, but I'm just saying, when we criticize some people and certain things, we must draw back from totally condemning and realize that the best way to go about it sometimes, when you don't know how to follow a situation, is at least be on the fence. The society created these people. Simple. Thank you very much.
My younger brother Zero, let me I know you. Thank you for for your submission. I want to put it this way for you. First and foremost, nobody is ego both ways in life. When you speak to issues, it's not necessarily like you are complaining or criticizing. Sometimes you have to draw the contrast and have a context of what you are talking about. I'm not talking about what you are saying now on issues, on topic, and something will link to one thing to another. But then I want to take it from where you say that we may all buy without seeing a good Nigeria. There are many of your dreams that you may not live to see, but the next generation will see it. And what you start a foundation, and even if you want to be religious about it, if you want to be make sense in psychological or whatever, is that everything that human being become today is with discussion. You have a dialogue. There even science, people have to talk about it. And the way forward for all of us as a Nigerian, we are sharing our thought and educating others. The media is the strongest tools in 21st century to counter your enemy. There was a time in America where the infantry soldier number was many because it was needed at that time in time. And as technology increases, they develop other weapons that they don't need to use human infantry, infantry soldiers to fight the war. So the point I'm trying to tell you is that we are making a lot of difference. Like today, you can hear, if you've been following it, that the governor of Benue State have paid some of the pensioners. I want you to understand that poverty, it can be used as a tool to control the mind and the destiny of a society.
It's a weapon.
It's a weapon. And that is what we are trying to tell people, is that there are things, okay, there is a way you flip on the issue, that if you use it in a nice way, that is also is very informative about some certain things in a good way. But if you've been honest, that some are not that healthy for a society. But the point I'm making from that is that media can be used to tell our people, you should know this is your basic human right. I can tell you for a fact that so many Nigerian police force don't even know their basic human right, so they cannot even extend it. They were not that trained to understand that. They don't even, they do not. So when you tell them you have to protect life and property, during Obasanjo, he uses police like a form of unemployment is too high, and the only way is to employ any kind of person, and a lot of uninformed, uneducated police officers are there that they are out there. And then when you talk about the number of the people that have the power in their possession, they do not only have the power in terms of finance, they influence and command power in the military. So, like now, you cannot say that the president do not have a power that is just one person. You cannot say that. You cannot say a governor do not have a power that is single to one person. No, he have he command some certain power in military, in police force, in every aspect that you talk about power. So what are we trying to do? No, one more second. Let me finish.
You finish. Okay. Okay, let me just interject so that you can finish. I'm not saying the discussion is bad. I'm not saying discussing the issues are bad. Don't get me wrong. What I'm saying is, in discussing these things, sometimes we should look at ourselves, because we are in the Western world. We have seen the way things operate. Some of those things that our governors and presidency exhibit, if in Western, if they try quarter of those things, they will find themselves, they will never see the light of day again. They will be in prison because the law will hammer them. That's what I'm saying. Like I just said that one governor, or is it you that said one governor just paid salary? You see, that's the problem. Where did we get it wrong that we now understand? We now accept that being paid your salary.
No, what I'm trying to no. On that sense, I was telling you to draw the contrast that the former governor do not pay, and the people were in perpetual poverty, and they do not even have a local arm to fight their enemy. I'm trying. So that is what I'm trying to tell you. That in that sense, you are not only going to talk whatever you think, whether it's Boko Haram, Fulani enhancement, whatever is coming to attack the community. If they were paid, at least they can have some local. There's a local weapon that people can defend themselves. But they were left under the notions of somebody say, oh, I'm praying that this and that on all of those things. And that is because you mentioned Benue State about the slaughter. There is evil intention everywhere in this world, but it's the consequences people run away from. You have intention, maybe say that where they say you should run 5 miles per hour, as a human being, maybe it's too slow for you, want to run above that. But you know that when you are caught, the consequences is there. So that is what we are trying to say. And when we come on this platform, not everything is about argument. It's about educating the people and empowering the people. And I'm telling you categorically, even the vice president in one of his speech says that he is not a Boko Haram because people call him Boko Haram on media. So they're listening and they know what has meaning and what has power. And when society are getting informed and get educated about issues, it more likely we all have a better society than uninformed citizens that overwhelmingly overwhelm the number of well-informed people. So in another way that I understand you now, that not that you are saying we should do now, but then you also mentioned that the society make a monster out of you. That sometimes you are pressed to the wall between the rock and the hard place, and then you have no choice. And then we will say all that is understandable. Everything has to be put in the context. That is true. That even a very good man in Nigeria today that never steal in his life, he will take the grace of God if he's hunger the mamaran right now and he see where he can buy court. And that is not that because he's not a good man all his life, it's that he's pressed between a rock and a hard place. And he is to survive. So I understand.
Nigeria is like that. Nigeria has made somebody who found 5 million 3 years ago and returned it. Nigeria turned that person to a thief today.
I understand.
You understand?
And the society also have a responsibility in the terms of how do we organize ourselves and who will be a voice for us. Society also have that responsibility. Like you said, they will not fold their hand and wait for you. A slave master will not say, oh, today the slave have served me so much, I will let them go. Who will do their work for them?
Thank you. Thank you. Just look at the way Nigeria is now. Elections, we know from day one, elections have been rigged in Nigeria, no doubt about it. But today, to tell you that things are getting worse, today they don't even allow opposition to vote. Even those days, they will allow everybody to vote, and they will rig some. Today,
and I also want to tell you about the positive. There is a positivity on that aspect because of the awareness of the media. So they're now also about the check and balance in the system. So there is now, before they allow that, because there is no system, that say, okay, you have voted, this is your thumbprint. So there's an improved to a certain level that makes it so we want to depress these people. We want to discourage people from coming to vote, because there is a system now that when they vote, the system will count their vote. So there is I don't know whether you understand the shift also, that there is
a shift, quite all right.
Yes.
But there's a shift. But you know what makes a society implode is when everyone can visibly see that their votes or their will is being thwarted by few people. By a few, because this thing, if everybody in Nigeria rises up now, these people will disappear.
Yeah,
they will disappear.
You can always rise up and also have someone that is ready to lead and somebody that is ready to be in jail, because there is no freedom is not free. And if you're going to rise up like that, then the society is not like we vote for you this season and then in the next season we just get discouraged. I think it's a fight. Life itself is also we continue to fight and push back, and eventually we start getting it right. I don't even think we have started getting it right.
I know. But Jonaba, can you listen to this instance? I know me and you cannot count the number of people that have fight in Agatu or in there's this other place in Benin. They have like 7 different locations where they fight regularly. We can't. The number of people that fight during Buhari is enough for everyone to point finger at this Buhari. We need to finish this business on this guy, because what the guy did to him, only Benue State alone is enough. It's more than what anything that Nnamdi Kanu did. That's why I said when we are pushing the blame on certain people, we should treat them like a doctor would treat a patient. You know, when something is constantly banging your head and you hold that thing for blockers and you draw the blockers, sometimes you have to look at that person where they draw that blockers. This person, now this thing where they bang on for head. Tomorrow they will still come again. My people. And you can see that the government was pampering these people. That is what I'm saying. These people, we cannot defend these people, and their Supreme Court is bullshit. That's what I'm saying. If we are, the same Supreme Court, this person uses everything, but the Supreme Court against the poor man, you know. And then after he left, another person, another Bulaba. So we have not had legitimate presidency for the past 80 years or so. That's what I'm saying. But the discussion must continue now. But then, when we discuss these people, we should understand that the society created them. You know, the society creates mad people. And if there is enough mad people,
so many things that I will not disagree, but then there is a rule of a citizen in a society as much.
Yeah, the citizen is the citizen to which leadership? Did the citizen choose that leadership?
The leadership is the opposition that is leading. That is how it goes. Like now, we are talking about whether it's Atiku or Peter Obi, which is the main opposition party that have a lot of followers, over 6 million Nigerians that voted for them. This is how it starts, that you say, okay, we're going to push back, we're going to protest, we're going to have a agenda, and then we're going to say, oh, this thing that happened today, they condemn it. And they keep, because I believe in dialogue. I believe that if we listen to one another and they will have a strong leader. I always give an instance of when they wanted to go and arrest this pastor, pastor
Which one is that?
Israel Buba. And when they wanted to go and arrest him, the church member and all the workers said no. You see, and that's what I'm trying. What I'm trying to say here is that if there is a true opposition leader that millions loyal to like that, they should not be afraid that Nigerians will just lay them down and just get them like that. Look at Sowore, for instance. You can see sometimes he's always almost by himself, almost. So you can see sometimes that if you visit place, even today, they block him from going to for the hearing. If you, I saw it on his status, where he posted it and posted his video there, how they block him not to attend the Nnamdi Kanu hearing. So there are people there that need to lead the society. That's what I'm trying to say, and they should not be afraid for the consequences, because there will be, and they should. All of us should continue to support them one way or the other.
But it's good. It's good that you understand it, because sometimes when you tell people, look, people like Nnamdi Kanu, we should not just condemn. We should try to assess their situation. A lot of people will be like, you are supporting this, you're supporting that. No, but I mean,
no, you are
will not
flipping
get
it.
mad.
Sometimes you flip things you see from the other side. You cannot just be
Yeah,
narrow.
yeah.
You look at the other
Exactly.
side of it. It's okay. I know what is did is wrong, but what motivated him? What is the thing behind it? You
Yeah.
see it from different perspectives, and not
Yeah.
that you are narrating him from every bad
Yeah.
doing. But we are trying to say that we have millions of them like that. Well, a million of us are like that. But maybe someone have a courage to come this way.
Courage to do it, you know?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. Exactly.
I understand that. Yeah. We all believe, and one of the things is that all of us, we should have this united front. When I mean by united front is that the suffering in Nigeria is across every tribe, every region, and is not leaving anyone behind. Oftentimes, when I come on this platform, not that it's convenient for me or I don't have what to do, I feel like our voices matter, and we should bring some enlighten our people and keep them informed of what is going on in the society. People in Benue State that are in almost, I can call it a refugee camp in their own country, being displaced from their land of their own land of ancestor, which means they born them there. That is all they know all their life, and one day they go through it and run for their life, and they don't know when they will return. It's a very pitiful scenario. Can you imagine even the house we pay mortgage or we buy, somebody just chase us out of it? And this is not like that. This is your inheritance. This is all you know all your life, and this is the pain that are going through. And what I believe is that if it's happening, whether it's in the east, in the north, or in the west, we should not keep quiet. We are one people. The common enemy of humanity is poverty, is disease, is oppression that come from the elite, and we should not keep quiet about it. And that is what I believe that I'm looking forward to see the governor is trying, the new governor, and just like any other thing, is facing a big opposition because of all those Godfather issue and all of that. But at least the people can hold their head up, because before your enemy comes to you.
Janaba, listen, see a typical example now. You see that, you know that almost 99% of Nigerian states are under the hands of godfathers or criminals. The only 2 states where they don't have godfathers, you see how their salaries are paid, you see the projects going. Look at Abia State. Everybody, even me myself, I thought Abia was poor because they don't have resources. I didn't know that no good man has been governor there since that state was created. Until this new governor entered, they started doing projects, started paying salaries, started doing things are different in a state that doesn't have godfather. I was shocked that Abia State, because Bega is now back doing projects. Abia, everybody thought Abia was poor because they don't have resources. Nobody knew that it was the people in leadership. Look at the difference between a state.
That is and that is, see, now you go to what I was telling you earlier, that when we see things like that, that the governor of Abia State is doing right now, and we call him out for good, he will be encouraged to do more. And so also, if they are doing bad, we call it them for bad. The society listen, and then we know that, and they too listen, and that is how we bring we reward. Let's reward those people who are doing good, and call those people and that are not doing well to know that the society, we hold them accountable, and history is watching them. I think that is the way, like you call the governor back there.
But you know, at the end of the day, it still boils down to how much power does the common citizen have? Because what this governor is doing in Abia State, to tell you the truth, it's just his normal job.
What now? When you talk, let me interject. When you say that, what will the common man do? Common man now will vote for him again. Common man now.
What I'm trying to say. Yeah. What I'm trying to say, so you see, what the Abia State governor is doing, don't get me wrong, it's not something that is not doable.
Of course,
it's the normal job
it's
of a governor.
But
that's what I'm saying.
Not doing it. It's just get the allocation from government. It should not be praised. It should not be praised for paying your people. It's not something a miracle. It's not your personal money. It's state money. But we are talking about other states that they took this money and nothing is done, and they just put it, and then this person have enough a morale to say, you know what, I will pay my people, and that's what we are trying to draw the contrast that and that's what, and also that we also should know that there are some a responsibility of the state level that they should refuse to praise somebody that is not doing well, because that is who they like, or it belongs to their party. You cannot take them from being loyal to the party, but when they plant people, and the truth will be seen, the truth now, the governor of Abia State is paying his people. Period. It's not that he's doing them any favor or any other governor, but the other people were not doing it. The other states were putting the money in their pocket. That's the whole different story we're telling here.
And the truth is, even if this Abia governor decide to steal all the money, nothing will happen.
Nothing. That's why we are giving him credit that he refused to do that for the greater good of the community, and it's healthy. It reduces the crime, because you cannot put people in a in a desperate situation and you think you're going to have a healthy society. And that is what we also want to let people know, that you are not just doing anybody favor, you are doing the entire state, including yourself, a favor, and criminality will be reduced to a certain level because everybody gets paid instead of one person taking the whole money that belongs to the state.
Exactly. But I must tell you one thing again about the southeastern states. You see, the southeastern states have one thing going for them. The citizens, they are powerful. It is only in the southeast that the common people will say, look, you, Mr. Governor, if you no do this thing well for us, we're not going to let you pass the street. And they are very powerful because of you see the way the ESN and all those IPOPs they can disrupt any years. That is because that is one of the reasons they saw that the thing is getting out of hand. They had to start working. These 5 southeastern states, they had a meeting and they started putting heads together to interconnect, to do projects together. Anambra State has always been loyal to the citizen, no matter what. They've always done projects. Now, Abia State has followed.
How is Soludo doing in Anambra?
See, Soludo, no matter the fact that people don't like him, he has dragged many companies into the state. Business people are allowed to flourish. He doesn't have a choice. He cannot go. If he goes the wrong step, they will see it. The only reason why people don't like him is because he made some promises and then he went back on it. And then he started beefing with Peter Obi for no reason. Other than that, Soludo cannot steal money to the tune that some of these states governors are stealing, and they will not expose him. He cannot. So the reason why they are criticizing Soludo is not because he's stealing. It's not because he's stealing, but it's because there are certain things, certain comments he made before, but he went back on those comments and started focusing on other things. And people are impatient. The Igbo youths are impatient because from the national politics, they are being deprived. So they don't expect their governors to fill them. You know, the only person they don't like that they dislike to the core is this Imo State guy, because they feel like they feel like he was just an implant. So if you look at the southeastern states, they are all sitting up because of the youths are boiling. The youths are boiling. You know, the youths are boiling.
Keep the momentum, and we will also continue to speak to the issue.
That is why the central government is, anytime they start, they send military forces to enter the east.
Yeah.
They put checkpoints everywhere.
Yeah, they will, because there is way, in one way or the other. I'm going to join the family for other activity this evening. It's nice to see you again. We disagree
nice to agree,
and we'll continue to have a decent dialogue for the greater good of the society.
All right, bro. All right, brother. Good night. Good night. Yeah. Good night.
Just go through these baby steps of pain. Baby step of pain.
Onye mazolo bio akwa nwa zoro bio Max ibia bunye gokwanu mo no fube nazo olaga ni biazugo mmanwu olaga do ni biazugo akwa nwa ilochi yo biko rapuzo Kona bazia Onyo mazura because Abama wazara nasari Ibya unyane gana Ulagadori biazigabenu Ulagadori biazigo Abama wilo chila Bigarafu Mazi weko mama Odogu no kwerezu nanka Onyomo niga dele mo Mazi ni bazi mama Ibu go with the melody Odogu na chala noka Izi wande mliga delemo Olagado ni pezigo noe Olagado ni pezigo Amama wilo chilo Bigora muzoro Anabazi Te Onyamazoro de Sorry, if I were to go on a fool, Molaga, don't need Piazugo, Nazaboy, Molaga, don't need Piazugo, Amama Wilo Chilo, Biko Rapuzoro, Anavazi, Ice. A dog can never be kitchen for. Ama kwa mnika kugogia Waligwe kwelo Ike jobo bele bege Hey, you won! Eku kampune kene Oma gondin so Chukwu negaji Esi nwanne mekene Ila polife nini na-eme wee bịa Nke gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom megaji Ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu Isili maxi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a Malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ Wesigi nwanne m ife ọkụ na-echọlụ na ngeme Wisdom onume ekene gị Bama iyo biko lapụ Nabasi Zoro